Chapter 12 20th Eyes Blinded by Lightning. Chapter 12 Eyes Blinded by Lightning. A terrifying explosion swept through the skies for several hundreds of miles. The violet shockwaves sundered the earth, shattering all barriers. In that moment, it was like a purple sun had dropped onto the earth. Even from 10,000 miles away, this divine light was clearly visible. "Awoo!" The red-furred monster roared out in pain. A massive half-foot-sized hole had been burnt through its body. Half its heart had been scorched and nearly all the blood in its body had been burnt away. It furiously stretched out its claws, wanting to use its dying breath to grasp at Lin Ming's head. Lin Ming sneered. The phoenix blood spear in his hand was pulled out. Puff! The scorched half of the red-furred monster's body was ripped off. Bits of flesh and blood rained out. However, the life force of this monster had reached a nearly unimaginable level. It dragged its grievously wounded body and threw itself towards Lin Ming. Without any expression, Lin Ming thrust out his spear again. The violent and wild power of thunder pierced into the red-furred monster's head. With a stab and a thrust, the red-furred monster's head exploded like a watermelon. Its strong and sturdy body twitched for several moments, then it finally died. "I've killed it at last." Lin Ming let out a long breath. And at this time, because of that strike just now, the skies above him were covered by thick rolling thunder clouds. These thunder clouds gathered together into a massive vortex with waves of purple thunder glittering everywhere. With this strike, he had actually recreated a temporary thunder dominion. From the far-off distance, one could make out the endless purple light sizzling within this thunder dominion. And at the White Crag mountain range, many of the participants hadn't yet left. They were busy planning their future paths after having lost the safety of true Martial City. And at this moment, in the distant horizon they could see a massive purple pillar of light shoot into the skies. "Look over there. What is that?" It wasn't known just who shouted that, but everyone turned to look. They could see that in the distant skies the world had turned purple. Countless arcs of lightning fell like torrents onto the world. "Is this divine light born from thunder?" "That is definitely the thunder laws. Even from so far I can sense its immense strength. Heavens, I wonder just who is fighting?" Watching from the White Crag mountain range, this pillar of light was narrow. But the impact it caused was unimaginable. Because of this purple pillar of light, dark clouds shrouded the skies, blanketing the lands for hundreds and hundreds of miles. All of the martial artists could feel the terrifying energy contained within these clouds. Even from 10,000 miles away, this feeling still caused their minds to shake with fear. That direction, isn't that the direction that Lin Ming and the red-furred monster flew in? Yes, that's it, that's the direction. Could it be that it is Lin Ming fighting the red-furred monster? Heavens! Just what sort of ability, what sort of fighting method is this? Is it Lin Ming's attack, or that red-furred monster's attack? Someone shouted in panic, a sense of awe and dread in their voice. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered, disbelief written all over their faces. This strength was simply far too terrifying. At this time, a top 20 great world-ranked core disciple of the true martial Holy Lands hesitated for a moment before saying, "It shouldn't be. If that red-furred monster had such strength, then it wouldn't have needed to flee. As for Lin Ming, I feel that his strongest aspect lies in his body transformation technique. In terms of the essence gathering system and his comprehension and use of laws, he's a bit lacking. The two of them shouldn't be able to send out such an attack." Then who could it possibly be? Is there an even more powerful existence on the true martial great world? Is it a super monster even greater than the red-furred monster, something like a sovereign of nightmare beasts? Someone whimsically asked, lost in his own daydreams. In the divine dream world, if a variation monster like this red-furred monster could be born, then it wouldn't be strange if a nightmare beast sovereign could appear too. If there really was such a monster, then Lin Ming would truly be in dire straits. There's a possibility, if so, I fear that Lin Ming would have already died by now. Don't push a cornered enemy too far. The sayings of the ancients aren't wrong. Lin Ming was too reckless. It's just that the beast tide was too fierce right after the third round of eliminations started, otherwise something like this wouldn't have happened to Lin Ming. But, even if Lin Ming was foolish this time, with his strength he will still be able to jump back into the top 3 ranks of this great world. Everyone shared their speculations. However, no one dared to go 10,000 miles to take a look at the real situation. With their strength, let alone that red-furred monster or that possible nightmare beast sovereign, if they were to encounter a small group of nightmare beasts, then they would be completely swallowed up as food until there weren't even bones left of them. If a nightmare beast sovereign has truly appeared, then our chances of survival have gotten even worse. To confirm this, could our top 10 ranked senior apprentice brothers look and see if their rankings have changed? A true Martial Holy Land's disciple suddenly said. It was easy for them to discern the rankings of the top 10 on the true Martial Great World because they occupied most of the positions. They would only need to verify their own rankings to find out. Lin Ming was originally ranked 4th on the true Martial Great World. If he were killed, he should fall to or around the 10th place. The 5th to 10th place martial artists could see if he fell by checking if their own rankings had jumped by 1. When the beast tide first erupted, the core disciples of the true Martial Holy Lands had immediately gathered together when they fled, and there were even several top 10 ranked masters amongst them. These martial artists all checked their rankings before frowning and saying, "My ranking hasn't changed." "Mine hasn't changed either." It hasn't changed? Does that mean Lin Ming hasn't died? At this time, a core disciple of the true Martial Holy Lands seemed to realize something. He looked up his own ranking and sucked in a cold breath as he saw it. He was originally the 3rd-ranked martial artist of the true Martial Great World. But now, his ranking had dropped to 4th place. If his ranking dropped and those from 5th to 10th place didn't, then that could only mean that he swapped places with whoever had been ranked 4th. And that person had been Lin Ming. Lin Ming's merit points have suddenly surpassed mine. In the top 5 rankings of a great world, there was a difference of at least 10 million merit points between 2 people. In a normal situation, the only way that Lin Ming could have leapt ranks was if he killed a top 10 ranked master of a great world, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to jump up ranks so fast. And now, Lin Ming had been chasing that red-furred monster, so it was impossible for him to kill other masters. That only left a single possibility. Lin Ming had killed that red-furred monster and obtained a massive number of merit points. The martial artists present weren't idiots. As the ex-3rd-ranked disciple said that Lin Ming's ranking had changed, everyone realized just what might have happened. And at this time, the still not recovered Wu Final Cloud examined his own ranking. As he did, his fingers faintly trembled. Lin Ming's merit points had surpassed his own. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother. A number of people also thought of Wu Final Cloud and turned to look at him. As they saw the strange expression on his face, a foreboding premonition appeared in their hearts. "This is..." Wu Final Cloud bitterly smiled and shook his head. "He's passed me. Lin Ming's merit points have passed my own. I have dropped to 3rd place." Wu Final Cloud's words confirmed everyone's guesses. To suddenly jump up over 20 to 30 million merit points in a single go, there was only a single possibility, and that was that Lin Ming had killed the red-furred monster. To defeat someone was a completely different concept from killing them. As everyone recalled the red-furred monster's terrifying speed, horrifying defense, and also despair-inducing endurance, wasn't wanting to overtake it and kill it easier said than done? Perhaps even 4 or 5 martial artists that had a similar strength to it wouldn't be able to keep it from escaping. But now, it had actually died to Lin Ming's hands. Moreover, Lin Ming had chased the red-furred monster through the endless beast tide that surrounded them from all over. He had not only done that but had overtaken it and killed it. Just how was this possible? everyone looked up towards the pillar of purple light that shot into the skies once more. That pillar of light, could it have been sent out by Lin Ming? As everyone realized this, they felt their jaws drop down. That roiling thunder dominion that encompassed the skies 10,000 miles away was still lingering there, scorching the world. The feeling that Lin Ming gave off to everyone had always been that he was a martial artist who focused primarily on the body transformation technique. When he defeated Wu Final Cloud, and even with the red-furred monster, he had relied on his body transformation technique to contend with them. In terms of the essence gathering system, and especially in the comprehension of laws, Lin Ming didn't seem too extraordinary at all. But as they saw that terrifyingly titanic thunder dominion that was caused by the thunder laws, all of them were left speechless. This level of the thunder laws, just what sort of ridiculous power was this? Could it have been that Lin Ming's greatest strength lay in his laws, but from the beginning until now, no one had been able to force him to use them? This is too unbelievable. What a monster! He is invincible in the body transformation technique, invincible in endurance and recovery, and even his essence gathering system and comprehension of laws have reached such a level with such a terrifying explosion of power. Just what sort of technique could have caused it? The difference between him and us is just too great. Chapter 12:21 A First in a Great World. Chapter 12:21 A First in a Great World. The purple clouds of thunder continued to roil through the skies. The thunder dominion carried on, as if it would last until the end of time. Facing this thunder dominion, all of the core disciples of the true martial Holy Lands felt powerless and weak. And at this time, 10,000 miles away, the red-furred monster's corpse dissolved into pure dreamland energy. This dreamland energy was larger than any mass of dreamland energy that Lin Ming had ever seen before. It was bright and radiant, blinding to the eyes. This sort of feeling was like the difference between a violet sunstone and a violet sun crystal. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He didn't rush to absorb the dreamland energy. Instead, he dragged this dreamland energy into a hidden valley and concealed his own position using layers of array formations. Currently, the entire divine dream space was being flooded with tides of nightmare beasts. If he wanted to absorb this dreamland energy, he would need to find a safe place to do so. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming then focused his thoughts on the dreamland energy. The dreamland energy exploded, turning into countless motes of starlight that fused into his body. This powerful and pure energy turned into streams that submerged into Lin Ming's soul. The fourth divine dream mark emitted a blazing light as it climbed towards perfection at unimaginable speeds. Not just that, but there was still a tremendous amount of divine dream energy remaining. After Lin Ming checked his own merit points, he was slightly surprised. In a single go, his merit points had suddenly risen to 238 million. From his fourth-place position, he had now become first. After killing the red-furred monster, he had obtained almost 100 million merit points in a single fell swoop. Lin Ming's change in ranking was also reflected in the Divine Seal Decree. Within the entire Divine Realm, besides the Unbroken Cult and the Ancient Phoenix Clan, there were also many other great influences paying attention to Lin Ming's ranking. Before this, only the top 10,000 participants had the qualifications to be checked up on all 24 hours of the day by the various Great World King Holy Lands, and Lin Ming's previous best ranking had been just less than 3,000. Now, Lin Ming's ranking suddenly vanished from its spot around 8,000 on the Divine Seal Decree. It immediately jumped up past 1,000 and stopped at 890. With this, he had surpassed Dragon Fong. The top 1,000 rankings were a completely new level. After rising to this boundary, with some luck, one could become an ordinary world king. And if one was a world king, then even if they weren't a great world king, they could still be an overlord of their own domain. On average, the achievement of an Empyrean descendant was also to become a world king. As for the future achievements of great World King descendants, they would become holy lords, and the stronger ones amongst them would become half-step world kings. The future boundary of a descendant was often a level lower than their master. Even for the true martial Holy Lands with their deeply accumulated resources for several millions of years, while the true martial world king had trained over 100 descendants, there hadn't even been an ordinary world king born from them. From this one could see just how difficult it was to produce a world king. At this time, in a remote great world, within the outskirts of a great city, 10,000 martial artists were gathered together, all of them wearing similar-looking red clothes. Their cultivations were all at the life-destruction realm. Look, there's been a great chance in Senior Apprentice Brother Lin's ranking. Rank 890 on the Divine Seal Decree. He has surpassed Dragon Fong as first on his great world. He's finally reached first place. Awesome! These red-clothed martial artists were all disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan. The ancient Phoenix clan was broadly distributed all over the divine realm, and they were found on multiple great worlds. Now, even in these remote branch palaces, as well as the many disciples that had gone out adventuring, all of them knew of Lin Ming. They knew that an extraordinary genius had appeared from within the ranks of their ancient Phoenix clan. As fellow disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, all of their hearts were filled with pride and joy. First place on a great world, and even in the top 1,000 rankings of the entire divine realm. This achievement was enough to be recorded in the annals of their clan's history. And in Crimson Light World, in a magnificent tower of gold and jade, a towering middle-aged man with a full head of crimson red hair was sitting grandly on a wooden seat. In front of him was a table with bronze cups and a pot of wine. The crimson-haired man narrowed his eyes as he looked at the divine sealed decree. He muttered to himself, "This Lin Ming is the one that completed the 1,000 slaughter and cut down the wisp of divine sense that I had left behind in the illusionary god combat array. I didn't think that I would see him ranked in the top 1,000 positions of the divine seal decree." This man was the Crimson Light World's Crimson Dragon envoy, Crimson Strifecloud. Crimson Strifecloud let out a deep and long sigh. The current him was no longer the insolent and brash youth that he was in the past, all those tens of thousands of years ago. This was because he was now well aware of how difficult every step was after becoming a holy lord. He had already been stuck behind the hurdle that prevented him from becoming a world king for 15,000 years by now. Without some heaven-defying lucky chance, there simply wasn't any possibility for him to make another breakthrough in his life. And now, it seemed that this Lin Ming's talent had already far surpassed his own. The ancient Phoenix clan has truly risen from the past. I thought that Lin Ming would become a character like Xiao Daoji or Hua Burning Heaven in the future, but now it seems that I underestimated him. Really, the waves come and the waves go, the new must replace the old. Crimson Strifecloud shook his head, draining a cup of wine in front of him. At this time, within the divine dream world, Lin Ming felt as if his own soul had left his body. His entire body was floating on nothing without any weight at all. His soul form arrived in a world filled with endless color, with countless lines of infinite hues twisting and changing around him without end. And between these lines was a floating purple crystal. This purple crystal was in the shape of a six-sided prism, and there were 3 fine lines sealed within it. Of these 3 lines, each was a different color, blue, red, and purple. These thin lines constantly twisted, moving about just like living creatures. This purple crystal is different from the one that the red-furred monster swallowed. That purple crystal only had a single thin line within it, but this one actually has 3. If I'm right, then that red-furred monster must have swallowed down similar crystals before, and each of the living lines within those crystals must have gathered together to form this final purple crystal. Then, the truth is that the secret of the purple crystals lies within these thin lines. Lin Ming could faintly feel that these strange purple crystals were in fact only used as a carrier to seal in these fine lines. The lines were the key to the puzzle. Lin Ming stared at these fine lines for some time. He didn't know why, but as he looked at them he felt a faint sense of apprehension and dread creep over him. How can I perceive the secrets within these lines? Should I swallow them? Lin Ming thought out loud. The method the red-furred monster had used was to swallow them up. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ming finally came to a decision. He slowly reached out and guided these fine lines to his fingertips. When the lines touched Lin Ming's skin, they suddenly started moving like spirit snakes and drilled into his body. Lin Ming felt an incomparably cold energy spread up through his arms and into his soul. At that time, Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea shake and a fierce, aching pain rack his body. It felt like countless vipers were biting into his body. With a stuffy cough he nearly tumbled to the ground. When this agonizing pain struck him, it felt as if something was going all out in trying to drill into his brain. This feeling was similar to when Lin Ming first opened the magic cube and absorbed that ownerless soul fragment. When Lin Ming had first opened the magic cube, the power of his soul and will had been tiny and weak. His past state was incomparable to how he was now. But correspondingly, this mysterious energy was tens of thousands of times more powerful than those ownerless soul fragments of the past. Lin Ming staunchly defended his mind, wanting to use his willpower to resist the harrowing soul pain. However, as he was doing so, he felt an immense strength impact into his soul form. Underneath the force of this terrifying strength, he lost all control over his body. In that instant, a dreadful icy cold spread all throughout Lin Ming's body, invading every inch of him. This feeling was just as if he had been turned back into a mortal and was tossed stark naked into an endless field of snow and ice. Lin Ming's body was soon covered in a thick layer of frost and ice. The layer of ice became increasingly thick. With his soul frozen, Lin Ming was completely unable to move. He didn't even have the motor abilities to blink his eyes. After the ice gathered for some time, cracks began to appear in the layers of ice. Ka. The cracks continued to spread. Lin Ming's body also began to disintegrate with this cracking ice. At this sudden change, even if Lin Ming's will was amazingly strong, a hint of panic and fear began to appear in his mind. In this colorful rainbow-hued world, the truth was that his body represented his soul. If his soul disintegrated, how could he still live? Lin Ming's mind raced. He tried everything he could, but whether it was trying to summon his battle spirit or guarding his mind, everything he tried was useless. As he saw cracks appear all throughout his soul form, Lin Ming could only pin his hopes on the strange laws that governed the divine dream world. With the existence of these laws, even if his soul disintegrated he still wouldn't die. It was the same principle as reforming his soul after crossing life destruction. As his body was disintegrating, a soul-tearing pain swept through his entire body. This sort of pain that came directly from the soul was at least 10 times, 100 times more tortuous than one's mortal body being torn apart. Lin Ming watched with his own eyes as more and more cracks spread over his body. His soul form had already reached the limit of its endurance. At the end, Lin Ming's body completely burst apart, turning into countless motes of soul lights that scattered in all directions. The degree to which his soul had disintegrated was even more thorough than the last 3 stages of life destruction that Lin Ming had crossed. Lin Ming felt his consciousness turn fuzzy and his thoughts become muddled. The power that fractured his soul into countless bits was far too strong, to a degree that he couldn't summon any resistance to it. In a haze, Lin Ming could sense those 3 wisps of purple, red, and blue energy that had been sealed within the purple crystal slowly gather together before fusing into the floating soul lights. Then, with these 3 wisps of energy as the core, the countless motes of soul lights began to converge as one. Lin Ming's soul was being slowly restored. His body, his limbs, his face, everything reformed. His consciousness also gradually became clear again. A moment later, Lin Ming's soul had completely recovered and those 3 wisps of energy had disappeared. What's going on here? Lin Ming looked down and examined his reformed hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. My soul force has become stronger, and it's actually become several times stronger. As Lin Ming felt the change in his soul force, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 12:22 Perfect Gold Battle Spirit. Chapter 12:22 Perfect Gold Battle Spirit. These 3 strange wisps of energy are actually able to shatter my soul and reform it using themselves as the center. This process is similar to the wonders of Ninefall soul reformation and with an entirely similar result. My soul force has become 3 times stronger. Whatever it is I absorbed, the effects are just too strong. Lin Ming found it hard to believe that such incomparably thin lines of energy were able to achieve such a heaven-defying effect. As he sank his mind into his spiritual sea, he suddenly noticed some differences. Lin Ming closed his eyes. Vague images, obscure and ancient languages, many things suddenly passed through his mind. For a time, Lin Ming wasn't able to understand just what these strange and mysterious images were. It was only when a crowd of creatures similar to the red-furred monster appeared in his mind that he realized these were the memories of that red-furred monster. After absorbing the dreamland energy left behind by the red-furred monster, I've actually obtained some of its memories? Is this because of the magic cube? Lin Ming recalled that the feeling of absorbing that dreamland energy was the same as swallowing an ownerless soul fragment from the magic cube for the first time when he was 15 years old. But Lin Ming couldn't bother with figuring out why he could see these memories. He wanted to hastily search these memories for anything related to the magic cube. There were simply far too many secrets on the red-furred monster. He focused his mind and sat down on the ground, trying to fully digest these memories. Perhaps because of the different natures of the monster's soul and his human soul, Lin Ming found it extremely difficult to fuse with these memories. Even for the strange writing, Lin Ming had a great deal of difficulty understanding any of it. He had to comb through the memories for corresponding hints in order to make out some meaning from the words. These memories were incredibly incomplete. Only after searching for a long time did he find some clues. Elementary spirit source. Those 3 wisps of soul energy I absorbed are actually wisps of elementary spirit source. If the elementary form is so powerful, what sort of degree would true spirit source be like? And just what is spirit source to begin with? Lin Ming was familiar with the term elementary. Grand Mist energy also had a so-called elementary Grand Mist energy form. This spirit source, is it something similar to Grand Mist energy? Lin Ming couldn't help but think this. He continued searching through these memories for more information. Lin Ming's mind shook. As he looked further and dug out more information, he was inexplicably shocked. Grand Mist energy, Genesis energy, spirit source. 3 types of source energy. Originally, Lin Ming thought that Grand Mist was the foundation of the universe and the earliest, most source existence. But now, he discovered that the source of the universe was comprised of not just Grand Mist energy but also 2 other kinds. Grand Mist energy, the source of matter. Genesis energy, the source of energies. Spirit source, the source of soul. The universe had a soul. Not only did the universe have a soul, but planets and stars also had souls, called star souls. As for the soul of the universe, if that were to be called a different name, then that would be the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was omnipotent and omnipresent. When a martial artist cultivated the laws, they would comprehend the Heavenly Tao and follow its rules to display their skills. Cultivation methods, martial skills, every concept, everything was through methods defined by the Heavenly Tao. If one wanted to surpass the Heavenly Tao, then one had to withstand the punishment of the Heavenly Tao. This was also known as heavenly tribulation. by crossing heavenly tribulation, one could gain the right to surpass the heavenly Tao and perhaps even form their own rules. If a human could achieve such a boundary, then they were called an Empyrean. Empyrean, a word that meant the heavens. The inherent meaning within this title was that the person this title was bestowed upon had a status on par with the heavenly Tao. Empyrean, a word that also meant respect. In total, to be an Empyrean meant to be respected just as much as the heavens. This was the meaning of an Empyrean. From the very start, Lin Ming never understood just what the heavenly Tao was. He only knew that it was an extremely abstract existence. But at the same time, the heavenly Tao seemed to have a thought and will of its own, punishing anyone that dared to violate its edicts. And now, Lin Ming was finally aware. The heavenly Tao, that was the soul of the universe. And this so-called spirit source was present at the forming of the universe, a source energy that eventually became the heavenly Tao. The soul of the universe. Out of the three aspects of essence, energy, and divine, it could be called the divine. As the universe had a soul, at the same time it also had a body. Every star, every moon, every planet, all the vast galaxies and boundless worlds, everything was the body of the universe. Even humans, plants, vicious beasts, all lives that existed were also a part of the universe's body. Grand mist energy formed all matter within the world, and was also the source of the universe's body. Of essence, energy, and divine, the body of the universe could also be represented by essence. Finally, there was Genesis energy. The source of all energy, all origin energies, all true essence, all the various forms of energy were evolved from Genesis energy. Of essence, energy, and divine, this was the energy of the universe. Humans possessed essence, energy, and divine. Correspondingly, the universe also had its own essence, energy, and divine. Grand mist energy corresponded with essence, Genesis energy corresponded with energy, and spirit source corresponded with the divine. There just happened to be three of these source energies. This was also what the myths meant by three creating all of myriad existence. As Lin Ming understood these truths, he felt his spiritual sea suddenly shake. It was like a thin layer of membrane had been pierced through, in that moment, many truths and laws were immediately comprehended by him. In that instant Lin Ming could feel his own strength crazily rise, and his soul force was again strengthening at a terrifying speed. Lin Ming's first four concepts of thunder and fire completely fused together. And in his spiritual sea, his battle spirit also violently trembled. As it trembled, all of its power constantly gathered onto itself, becoming more and more solid and more sharp. With this sort of change, Lin Ming's battle spirit had broken through gold large success to gold perfection. Now he was only a single step away from a blue soul battle spirit. And after achieving a blue soul battle spirit, that would be a completely different situation. Lin Ming sank his thoughts into his body. He discovered that the countless law fragments that had buried themselves into his flesh during his ninefall had begun to slowly fuse into his flesh. As for his thunder and fire laws, in that moment, just now they had instantly reached perfection of the first four concepts. Lin Ming could even faintly feel himself touching upon the fifth-level concepts. In just a few breaths of time, Lin Ming had obtained an immeasurable advantage. Although he had yet to break through a cultivation boundary, his practical strength had substantially increased. This was mainly manifested in the comprehension and use of his laws as well as his battle spirit. If Lin Ming were to use his heavenly Tao judgment now, it would be even mightier than before. Even if he were to use the most basic penetrating rainbow, chasing thunder, chasing sun, or bury the heavens, just a single strike would be able to easily kill a top 10 ranked core disciple of a great world king Holy Land. Lin Ming was overjoyed as he sensed the changes in his body. Unfortunately, his true mortal body wasn't in the divine dream world, otherwise he would have likely broken through to the middle divine sea. However, now that his soul had made a breakthrough, his inner world was brimming with energy. If he left the divine dream space, then he wouldn't need much effort to break into the middle divine sea realm. It could be called an inevitable event. I see, so the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card in truth represent spirit source, grand mist energy, and Genesis energy. They are divine tools somehow condensed from the essence, energy, and divine of the universe. Lin Ming became increasingly aware of the origin and use of the three divine tools. When Empyrean Primordius obtained the demon bead, that was also the universe's essence. Thus he was able to dual cultivate in body and energy, reaching a boundary at which he could rip out his heart and it would still beat onwards for 100,000 years. This was likely thanks to the support of the demon bead. As for the grand mist energy he cultivated, that is the source of the universe's body. No wonder Empyrean Primordius was such a remarkable person that could achieve such heights in the grand mist laws. Lin Ming unraveled more of the secrets of Empyrean Primordius and the eternal demon abyss, and most of his guesses were likely true. It seemed that if he obtained the demon bead in the future, it would play a critical role in him cultivating the grand mist laws. The grand mist laws were in truth the laws of the universe's essence. There might even be true grand mist energy within the demon bead. Empyrean Primordius cultivated dual body and energy, but Empyrean Divine Dream cultivates spirit source, thus she is likely a dual energy and soul cultivator. This is why she was able to form the Divine Dream world and also leave behind these elementary spirit sources within it. These elementary spirit sources were likely rewards for the trial challengers here, but there are probably far too few people that could hope to obtain them. Lin Ming thought out loud. With the red-furred monster's titanic strength, the ordinary geniuses of a great world simply wouldn't be able to kill it. However, this was also well within reason. Elementary spirit source was an incomparably precious treasure. It was impossible for Empyrean Divine Dream to reward it too freely, thus she would only allow the most peak geniuses to obtain it. Chapter 12:23 Tianmingzi. Chapter 12:23 Tianmingzi. Divine Realms 3,000 Great Worlds, Vast Universe World. Although the 3,000 great worlds of the Divine Realm were grouped together, the truth was that they vastly differed in size and number of masters present. Vast Universe World was one of the top 10 ranked Great World. In terms of area, it was over 20 times larger than the Crimson Light World that the ancient Phoenix headquarters was located on. Compared to the true Martial World, it was still 7 or 8 times larger. The number of masters present was incomparable with the lower-ranked Great Worlds. The highest-ranked Great Worlds all had a title, and that was a First-Order World. Out of the 3,000 Great Worlds, only 100 of them were considered First-Order Worlds. A world like the true Martial World was a Great World only inferior to First-Order World. They were called Second-Order Worlds, and there were several hundred of them. As for the Crimson Light World and Atlas World, they were considered Third-Order World. There was the greatest number of Third-Order Worlds, over 2,000 of them. Not only were the First-Order Worlds larger, but there were far more masters present on them. Moreover, many First-Order Worlds were occupied by Empyreans. This was one of the implicit assessment marks of a First-Order World. On the Divine Seal Decree, the highest-ranked participants were mostly from these First-Order Worlds. The most sacred land of the Vast Universe World was also where Empyrean Vast Universe's Holy Palace was located, the center of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. At this time, within a grand hall of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, there was a group of people gathered. These people all had an unfathomably deep cultivation. But at this time, within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, all of them were restraining their aura as much as possible, resembling nothing but ordinary people. Within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, unless one was an Empyrean, all other characters, no matter how famous or honorable they were, had to humble themselves. In this group of people, there was a tall and sturdy man wearing a spacious robe with a square face and round ears. He sat in the seat of honor and was lifting a cup of wine. He laughed as he said, "The several top-ranked participants are really all Empyrean descendants. However, Grand Universe World King, your Grand Universe Holy Land is doing quite well. Since the Empyrean descendants aren't counted, one of the top-ranked participants comes from your Grand Universe Holy Land." The Grand Universe World King was the Great World King of Vast Universe World. However, because of the unstated taboo of having a name similar to Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, they certainly couldn't name themselves the Vast Universe Holy Lands. Thus, their name instead was the Grand Universe Holy Lands. Correspondingly, the Great World King of Vast Universe World was also called the Grand Universe World King. Haha, Lord Envoy, I truly cannot withstand such high praise. My Grand Universe Holy Lands only has a single person that has barely managed to reach rank 12 on the Divine Seal Decree. Even if the Empyrean descendants aren't considered, Boer is just chasing the tail of the top 10 rankings. All of my other disciples have met defeat. At a seat just to the side of the tall and sturdy man, a hearty-looking blue-clothed old man stroked his beard as he spoke in a modest tone. Even so, he couldn't conceal the smile in his words. It was clear that he was satisfied that one of the disciples from his Grand Universe Holy Lands was almost in the top 10 ranks. Virtuous nephew Yuan Bo has considerable hopes of entering the top 10 ranks of the first martial meeting. If he does, then he'll likely come to Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. The tall and sturdy man chuckled. Haha, I don't dare to hope for him to enter the top 10. But, if there really is such hope, then I humbly request that Lord Envoy looks after him at that time. As the blue-clothed old man spoke to hear, he respectfully cupped his hands across his chest. This tall and sturdy robed man was Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple and the first Lord Envoy of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. His name was Vast Cosmos. To be able to be named after Vast Universe Heavenly Palace and also be named Cosmos, one could infer his status. The so-called chief disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe was not like Wu Final Cloud, who was merely a chief disciple of a single generation. Rather, Vast Cosmos was the disciple that had attained the highest achievements ever since the founding of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. In fact, Vast Cosmos had long since reached the boundary of a half-step Empyrean. Although a half-step Empyrean was extremely far from being comparable with a true Empyrean, it was still a boundary vastly superior to a great world king. In addition, Vast Cosmos had the special distinction of being able to personally represent Empyrean Vast Universe. Vast Cosmos's status far surpassed that of a great world king. Even if it were the great world king of a first-order world, they would still have to be respectful towards him. And in this first martial meeting, the top 10 ranking disciples would obtain a special reward to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace and also be able to receive the personal guidance of Empyrean Vast Universe's chief disciple. This chief disciple was naturally Vast Cosmos. Vast Cosmos laughed and said, Grand Universe World King is too modest. Although it was said that the top May 10th enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, the true Empyrean descendants, even if they were in the top 10, definitely wouldn't take a liking to a humble and common teacher like myself, and they certainly wouldn't come to Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. At that time, if Nephew Yuan can achieve a position near the top 10, he can certainly enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. Hearing Vast Cosmos say this, the Grand Universe World King was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his thanks. If one could enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, then even if they couldn't learn a transcendent divine might, they could still learn the self-created martial arts of Empyrean Vast Universe. If those martial arts were placed in the Grand Universe Holy Lands, they would definitely be the highest level of martial arts. This first martial meeting is unprecedented in its magnificence and grandeur. It is far more marvelous and ambitious than the last several dozens of first martial meetings. This time, it could truly be said that there are countless talents gushing forth. Also, Tianmingzi, your Skydark Holy Lands has a disciple that has reached rank 15 on the Divine Seal Decree. Is that little fellow your direct descendant? If I remember, his name was Nether Limitless, right? Vast Cosmos asked a black-clothed man who was sitting on another side of the hall. This black-clothed man was handsome and elegant, looking no more than 20 years old. His arms were laid calmly on his knees. His palms were clear and fair, his 10 fingers were slender and beautiful, and his eyes had blood-red pupils, making him seem a bit fiendish. This man was Mo Eversnow's absolutely irreconcilable blood enemy, and also the chief culprit that caused the destruction of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, Tianmingzi. In the past, when Tianmingzi annihilated the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, he had been a world king. Now, 50,000 years later, his cultivation had reached an even more terrifying boundary. The black-clothed man faintly smiled and eloquently said, "I didn't expect Lord Envoy to remember Limitless' name. I must thank Lord Envoy for the wonderful praise." "Haha, Tianmingzi, there is no need to be so polite. Haven't you just passed 100,000 years in age? You became a world king only tens of thousands of years ago, and now you are already a great world king. Moreover, you preside over the First Order world of Demon Dawn Great World. In the future it wouldn't be strange if you were to become a half-step Empyrean. This sort of talent is truly deserving of envy," Vast Cosmos bluntly said as he laughed. As he spoke, this roused a round of discussion amongst everyone else in the hall. "That's right, Skydark World King only established the Skydark Holy Lands 50,000 years ago, and yet you have progress that one can truly be proud of. Old me can only be ashamed of my own inferiority. My Grand Universe Holy Lands have existence for over 7 million years, and now you've nearly reached the same level." The Grand Universe World King smiled as he tossed out some more praise. "That's right, Skydark World King is the youngest among us, yet his strength has faintly risen above ours. I think he will surely become a half-step Empyrean in the future." "Haha, even Tianmingzi's direct descendant nephew Nether Limitless is also extraordinary. I think there is an extremely high possibility that he will become a world king in the future." Of those sitting in this hall, the ones with the lowest status were ordinary world kings, and there were even many great world kings of Second Order and First Order world. These were all characters with extremely lofty statuses, and yet all of them were praising Tianmingzi. From this alone, one could see just how prominent his reputation was. For the last 100,000 years, out of all those that had become great world kings, he was the youngest. From the time he founded the Skydark Holy Lands, it had only taken him 50,000 years to develop it to such a giant scale. Moreover, rumors said that he had obtained the appreciation of Demon Dawn Great World's true overlord, Empyrean Demon Dawn. If such a character favored him, then Tianmingzi's future prospects could be imagined. He even had a slight ray of hope of becoming an Empyrean in the future. Just what sort of concept was an Empyrean? In the entire divine realm, an Empyrean was born only every million years or so. This was a level of existence that a world king could never compare with. To this sort of character, even if they couldn't form good relations with him, they at least shouldn't offend him. Tianmingzi smiled as he said, "Everyone, I can hardly accept all this praise. I am merely a junior in this prestigious gathering, and I still have a long road ahead of me in the future. I will have to ask all the seniors here to look after me. As for Limitless, he has only made a tiny bit of progress, nothing worthy of complimenting at all. Compared to Fairy Maiden Xiao Maxian from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, there simply isn't any comparison at all." Tianmingzi's Great World was exactly Demon Dawn Great World. The Holy Land he established naturally couldn't have the name of Demon Dawn, thus he came up with his own name for it. As all of this was happening in vast universe heavenly palace, Lin Ming was still in the divine dream world, sifting through the memories of the red-furred monster. He had been doing this for the last 3 days. The new information he discovered left him incomparably shocked. The memories of the red-furred monster were filled with all sorts of strange and mystical images. As these images combined together, Lin Ming was able to extrapolate that the red-furred monster came from a different realm. This different realm was called Soul World by the red-furred monster. In Soul World, all lives there were soul life forms. As for the red-furred monster, it was also a soul life form. Its appearance within the divine dream world was its soul form. Soul World was not one of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. Soul World was broad, boundless, nearly infinite in its area, far greater than any great world of the divine realm. It seemed as if it were a completely independent dimension outside of the divine realm. There is actually such a place in this universe? Is it a divergent mystic realm? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, feeling greatly shocked. He originally thought that the divine realm was the entirety of the universe, but now it seemed as if this might not be true. If Soul World was a divergent mystic realm, then the vastness of these divergent mystic realms far surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. In the red-furred monster's memory, Lin Ming saw that Empyrean Divine Dream had once been to Soul World. This matter was already from an extremely long time ago. At that time, Empyrean Divine Dream's cultivation had been very low. The red-furred monster, as well as numerous other soul beasts from Soul World, had tried to attack Empyrean Divine Dream. However, she had ended up completely demolishing all of them. But Empyrean Divine Dream did not kill them. Rather, she locked them all into the Divine Dream World, and the Divine Dream World had become their prison. As Lin Ming learned all of this, he was lost in thought for some time. He guessed that Soul World was a divergent mystic realm of some sort, and when Empyrean Divine Dream's cultivation was extremely low in the past, she likely entered this divergent mystic realm to adventure and seek her own lucky chances. Finally, she had stumbled across some heaven-defying lucky chance and learned the secrets of Soul World. With this, she established the Divine Dream Law and completed her own transcendent divine might. Chapter 12:24 The Final Result of the Preliminaries. Chapter 12:24 The Final Result of the Preliminaries. The red-furred monster had given Lin Ming a great deal of useful information. Besides the existence of Soul World, Lin Ming also found some memories of cultivation methods from Soul World, in other words, soul system cultivation methods. However, because the red-furred monster wasn't a human, or perhaps because of the difference in laws, Lin Ming was unable to directly train in these types of cultivation methods. Instead, he could only use his comprehension of these cultivation methods combined with his understandings of the Divine Dream Law to glean some useful things. For several days, Lin Ming was closed up in this distant valley. Several small beast tides passed over the skies of Lin Ming's hidden seclusion spot, but none of them were able to see past his concealing array formations. After digesting the red-furred monster's cultivation methods, Lin Ming still didn't leave. Instead, he continued to perceive the Divine Dream Law and form the 5th Divine Dream Mark. There was still a great deal of Divine Dream energy left within his body. Like this, time slowly passed, day after day. Within the Divine Dream World's 3,000 great worlds, constant slaughtering and massacring was taking place without end. Never-ending waves of beast tides, all cities trampled over, and participants being eaten up as food by the countless nightmare beasts. Participants not only fought nightmare beasts, but they also had to fight each other. At every second of the day, countless people were being killed. For the first 2 rounds, the participants would revive in the city. But now, they would randomly revive in some location in the wild. If their luck was bad, they might even directly revive into the midst of a beast tide and immediately die again. Thus, the price of death was extremely high. there was no space for the weak to live. It was kill or be killed. And these so-called weak participants were in truth extraordinary elites of ordinary holy lands. But there, they didn't even have the strength to resist their doom. Chi. A blue light cut through the skies, seeming to rip apart space. A black-clothed youth grasped the dragon Fong blade, his shoulders stained with blood. Behind him, a 20-foot-tall humanoid vicious beast toppled to the ground with a loud thud, its blood pooling all around it. This vicious beast was a sovereign of Lightmend World's mutated nightmare beasts. Even the third-ranked master of Lightmend World had died to this beast. And now, this beast was instead slain by the black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth was Dragon Fong. Before the second round of eliminations ended, he had cut down a super-mutated nightmare beast at the true martial Great World and obtained a transmission token from its body. He discovered that with this transmission token, he was actually able to travel to other great worlds. Without a doubt, all of the peak disciples of the various great worlds throughout the divine realm had obtained such a token, otherwise it was impossible for them to gather such a high number of merit points. Only by constantly traveling between these 3,000 great worlds and slaying the top existences of those worlds could one obtain so many merit points. This even included cutting down the top 100 ranked monstrous geniuses of the Divine Seal Decree. Thus, when the third round of eliminations began, Dragon Fong had already left true martial world to go to other great worlds, looking to battle other peak masters. What Dragon Fong cared about was not merit points but a worthy opponent that he could fight to the death. Battle, this was the reason for Dragon Fong's existence. The reason he joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting was to search for stronger opponents and raise his own strength. After obtaining this transmission token, Dragon Fong's merit points grew at a ridiculous pace. Just after the third round of eliminations began, he had been briefly surpassed by Lin Ming. But afterwards, his merit points quickly returned to the number 1 position of the true martial Great World and continued to climb further and further ahead. Within a month, he had killed his way into the top 500 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree. Then the top 300, the top 200, all the way until the top 100. When Dragon Fong entered the top 100 rankings, this caused the entire true martial world to bubble over with excitement. True martial world was only a second-order world. It was far from being comparable to a first-order world. But even so, there was now someone from true martial world that was able to enter the top 100 rankings. This was truly a legend. The top 1,000 rankings was a completely new boundary, but at the same time the top 100 rankings were also a new boundary. After entering the top 1,000 rankings, it was nearly assured that one would become a half-step world king. But by entering the top 100 rankings, there was a ray of hope that one would become a true world king. As long as one could meet another lucky chance in the divine transformation realm, becoming a world king wasn't a dream. Dragon Fong's ranking was one of the focal points of the entire divine realm. Even vast universe Heavenly Palace's chief disciple, Vast Cosmos, had noticed Dragon Fong. This was because Dragon Fong did not list his own background. To be in the top 100 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree without a known origin, that was an extremely rare occurrence. Dragon Fong has already reached rank 97, a double-digit ranking. How terrifying! When did such a peak genius appear from my true martial great world? Hurry up and investigate just where this Dragon Fong came from. Within the true martial Holy Lands, the true martial world king personally issued an order. He felt that Dragon Fong's true strength had not yet reached its limit. Dragon Fong's appearance overshadowed all other geniuses of true martial world, including even Lin Ming. In fact, besides Lin Ming making a brief appearance in the top 1,000 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree just when the third round of eliminations began, he hadn't done much at all. His ranking soon began to drop down. During the third round of eliminations, the merit points of the nightmare beasts increased once more. After Lin Ming entered seclusion, his ranking naturally started to drop. Dragon Fong and Wu Final Cloud eventually both surpassed him. He had fallen back to being the fourth-ranked participant of True Martial World, and his position also fell down to 8000 to 9000 on the Divine Seal Decree. Although many people were well aware that Lin Ming's true strength was far beyond this, Lin Ming's best result was still a far cry from Dragon Fong's rank 97. With Dragon Fong, Lin Ming's limelight naturally dimmed down a great deal. And besides Dragon Fong, there were also some dazzling existences on the Divine Seal Decree, one of which was Skydark Holy Land's Nether Limitless. This youth wore black clothes and his face was pallid. Just casually glancing at him, he appeared a bit weak and frail. But the truth was that his strength was incomparably horrifying. His weapon was a long and slender katana. It was 4 feet long and very thin. In this half-year, the number of participants and nightmare beasts that had died underneath this blade was countless. Nether Limitless also had a token that allowed him to travel between great worlds. Many masters of various great worlds had died underneath his blade, becoming a stepping stone for his ascension. I have no idea how far I am from my true goal, the top 10. Nether Limitless quietly wiped off blood from his katana. The participants in the Divine Dream World could only look up their own ranking within the Great World they had registered on, and weren't able to look up the total ranking of the Divine Realm. Nether Limitless put away his katana. Scattered all around him were corpses of dozens of participants. The corpses were neatly sliced apart several times. Underneath his blade, no one was able to keep their body intact. These corpses soon vanished, turning into dreamland energy that was represented by merit points which then entered his body. These had all been disciples of this great world's great world King Holy Land. But now all of them had been cut down by Nether Limitless. These fellows have far too few merit points. Nether Limitless shook his head, stepping over the pools of blood on the ground to leave. I have to kill even stronger powerhouses. Only with their corpses can I pave the road to becoming a king. This first martial meeting is my greatest chance. I have to display the height of my potential to grab the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Before Nether Limitless joined the Divine Realm first martial meeting, Tian Mingzi had warned him not to hold back anything in this first martial meeting. He had to put forth his full and complete effort and try to rise as high as he could so that Empyrean Demon Dawn might notice him. If he could grab the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn, there was a chance that he would be allowed to enter Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and inherit the transcendent divine might there. This was Nether Limitless' greatest opportunity. He wanted to become a great world king in the future. With the support of an Empyrean-level influence, then even if he didn't have the guidance of an Empyrean, just the guidance of an Empyrean's disciple would make his road that much easier. Nether Limitless' ranking on the Divine Seal Decree was still 18 as before. If the Empyrean descendants weren't considered in the rankings, he would be at rank 15. As for the top master of the Divine Seal Decree, that was still Xiao Moxian. After 8 months of time, her merit points had finally broken past 1 billion. And behind her, the second-ranked participants' merit points were only at 890 million. Without a doubt, Xiao Moxian was the most dazzling existence of this Divine Realm first martial meeting, second to none. There was no one able to approach her glory. This situation continued all the way to the 9th month. The third and final round of eliminations for the first martial meeting preliminaries was rapidly approaching. In the final several days, the slaughter became even wilder and crazier. The participants seemed to turn insane, rushing into the seas of nightmare beasts without fear of death. The hunting between participants also became rabid and savage. Everyone wished to pass these preliminaries and soar into the heavens. If one could pass the preliminaries and was a genius from a holy land, their achievements would bring great glory and pride to their sect. Once they returned, they would receive generous rewards. And if it were a wandering martial artist, there was no need to mention how they would benefit. Through these preliminaries they would enter into the eyes of the countless influences paying attention to the first martial meeting, and they would all be fought over. They would be able to enjoy many resources, and their cultivation roads would become smooth and easy. However, no matter how they slaughtered, for the vast majority of them their efforts came to nothing. They were simply unable to change their fates. This was because, in the last round of eliminations, the number of people being eliminated was far too terrifying. Only 1 out of every 10,000 would make it. That meant that in a great world, there would only be several thousand people remaining. From a beginning of several trillion participants in a great world, they were constantly eliminated until only several thousand people were left over. In the preliminaries, only 1 out of every billion would pass. This was an elimination rate that sent one to the brink of despair. Pung, pung, pung. In the cities, in the wild, at the moment that the preliminaries ended, countless martial artists in the divine dream world exploded into motes of starlight that faded away. In the various great worlds of the divine realm, there were some smaller cities that didn't have a single passing participant. No one managed to qualify past the preliminaries. Only in the largest cities of these great worlds would one find a good number of martial artists that had passed. For a first-order world like vast universe world, because of the pure number of participants, there were nearly 10,000 martial artists that had passed. But as for third-order worlds like Atlas World and Crimson Light World, they only had 1,000 to 2,000 martial artists passing. Even for peak holy lands like the ancient Phoenix clan and the ancient Dragon clan, they only had single digits of disciples that passed the preliminaries. This was considered quite a good result. There were many lower-level holy lands that had to bow their heads in shame. Whoosh! After Yen Little Moon passed the preliminaries, she was shot out from the divine dream world. Her final ranking was 96th of Crimson Light World. She had just managed to enter the top 100 rankings of a great world. However, Yen Little Moon was still dissatisfied with this ranking. "Haha, Little Moon, you've come out, good job." While Violent Stone walked up to receive her, his face full of smiles. Yen Little Moon froze for a moment. This highest elder was always very strict towards her, and had very high requirements. How come his mood was so good today? Chapter 12:25 Fated Encounter. Chapter 12:25 Fated Encounter. Honorable Master. Yen Little Moon bowed towards Hua Violent Stone. During the period of time after Lin Ming left the ancient Phoenix clan, Yen Little Moon had officially taken Hua Violent Stone as her master. Hua Violent Stone guffawed. "Good. You've done a good job. Xiao Ping, well, he also did good." Xiao Ping was once the number 1 disciple of the ancient Phoenix clan, but now he was overshadowed by Yen Little Moon. During the preliminaries, Xiao Ping had only achieved around rank 150 in his great world, a much worse result than Yen Little Moon. "I thank Highest Elder for the generous praise." Xiao Ping ruefully smiled, a strange taste in his heart. To be beaten by a young girl who was 8 or 9 years younger and also had a lower cultivation than him, to him that was a great loss of face. "Alright, clean yourselves up and prepare to go to the semifinals. Our ancient Phoenix clan will have 4 disciples entering the semifinals this time. It's truly a good harvest." 4 disciples. Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping were both startled. As fellow disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, they helped each other in the divine dream world, and also had a general understanding of all the other disciples' merit points, and were thus able to guess just who was capable of passing the preliminaries and who wasn't. This time, there should have only been 3 disciples that passed. Besides Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping, there was also a core disciple that was ranked around 1800 of a great world. He just barely managed to pass. Then just who was the 4th person? Hua Violent Stone already expected that Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping would ask this. He mysteriously said, You two should also be able to guess who this fourth person is. Is it senior apprentice brother Lin Ming? Yen Little Moon suddenly recalled that several years ago, Lin Ming had left the ancient Phoenix clan to go out adventuring. Considering the time that passed so far, he should have managed to reach the early or middle Divine Sea realm by now. With Lin Ming's talent, he naturally wouldn't miss such a grand event. Yes, it's exactly Lin Ming, Hua Violent Stone said, happily stroking his beard. He couldn't conceal his wide grin. Yen Little Moon suddenly realized just why Hua Violent Stone was in such a good mood. So the reason must have been because Lin Ming also joined the first martial meeting. With Lin Ming's talent, he naturally would bring honor to the ancient Phoenix clan. As Yen Little Moon thought of Lin Ming, a strange color washed over her face. Towards Lin Ming, she felt something that she couldn't yet explain. Are senior apprentice brother Lin's results much better than ours? Yen Little Moon asked. Haha, Lin Ming gave us all a pleasant surprise. At his highest ranking, he managed to kill his way into the top 1,000 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree and became first ranked in the true martial great world. But afterwards, that brat was just too lazy, far too lazy, and because of that his ranking fell. He finally ended as 4th place on the true martial great world, but he still managed to keep in the top 10,000 rankings of the divine realm. Even though Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping were already prepared, they still sucked in a cold breath upon hearing this. To become the first-ranked martial artist of the true martial great world. And the true martial great world was also a second-order word. This result was simply too freakish. Senior apprentice brother Lin, he really, Yen Little Moon sighed. For all these years, she didn't dare to laze around for even half a minute. Moreover, she had displayed the power and potential of her bloodline to the limit. She had hoped that she would be able to slowly overtake Lin Ming's footsteps, or even if she couldn't she would still be able to see his back. But now, she realized that the difference between them was only becoming increasingly wide. As for Xiao Ping, his mouth dropped open again and again, at a complete loss for words. He felt incomparable envy and jealousy simmering in his heart. He suspected that during their trip into the god-beast mystic realm, perhaps the Supreme Dragon Bone had been stolen away by Lin Ming. When the Supreme Dragon Bone had suddenly vanished, no one knew just where Lin Ming was. He had thought that Lin Ming had died, but in the end Lin Ming had also been transmitted out of the god-beast mystic realm. Because Lin Ming's cultivation was just far too low at the time and his strength also wasn't worth mentioning, Xiao Ping hadn't been suspicious of him. But with things as they were now, Xiao Ping felt doubtful of his past judgment. There was likely some heaven-defying secret on that boy's body. But now, even if he was 100% sure that Lin Ming had taken the Supreme Dragon Bone, there wasn't anything he could do about it. With Lin Ming's current status, let alone taking back that Supreme Dragon Bone, the ancient Phoenix clan might instead bestow several drops of Phoenix blood essence to him. That was Phoenix blood essence. This was something that Xiao Ping yearned for in his every dream. For his entire life, without some massive lucky chance, there wasn't any way he would ever obtain even a single drop. Where will the semi-finals be held? What are the rules? Yen Little Moon asked Hua Violent Stone. In the preliminaries, the elimination rate had reached a despairing percentage. Only 1 out of every billion participants had managed to make it through. Even so, the original number of participating martial artists in this first martial meeting was far too great. Although the elimination rate was astoundingly high, there were still around 10 million martial artists throughout the entire divine realm that had made it through the preliminaries. It wouldn't be easy to screen out these people at all. Hua Violent Stone said, the rules have already been passed out. Out of the 3,000 great worlds, every 100 great worlds will be divided into a group, and that group will compete in a small world. In every group of 100 great worlds, there are many participants from first-order worlds and second-order worlds. Every group will have over 300,000 participants, but only 300 people will make it out of every group in the semifinals. Only 300 people? Xiao Ping's mouth fell open again. This elimination ratio was far too exaggerated. In 100 great worlds, in which many first-order and second-order worlds were included, only 300 people would make it through. This meant that if one wished to make it through, they would need to be one of the top 3 ranked masters of a great world. And, since their Crimson Light world was a third-order world, the top 3 ranked masters were a bit less worthy than the top 3 masters of other great worlds. In order to pass, one would need to be in the top 2 rankings or perhaps even the number 1 ranking. In other words, no matter how hard he and Yen Little Moon tried, it was impossible for them to pass the semifinals. Their journey here would both end in the semifinals. To bid farewell to the grand stage of the first martial meeting like this, Xiao Ping felt a bit melancholic. Although he knew that powerhouses existed all over the divine realm like clouds, and he simply wasn't worthy of mentioning, Xiao Ping always held a faint hope close to his heart that he would be able to amaze the world with a magnificent feat, but now, he wouldn't even be able to pass the semi-finals. Not just that, but he would fall far short. Yen Little Moon was also well aware that she wouldn't pass the semi-finals, and this was a completely hopeless wish. That meant that in the entire ancient Phoenix clan, only Lin Ming had a chance of passing. She asked, "What is the competition method like?" "No idea." A violent stone responded, shaking his head. "Lin Ming is at the true martial great world. That great world isn't too far from ours. We should be able to run into him during the semi-finals." "Is that so?" Yen Little Moon took a deep breath, not sure of what she was feeling. "Lin Ming, so many years have passed, what are you like now?" At this time, the true martial great world, the martial field of the first martial meeting preliminaries. Who? Lin Ming's soul form was ejected from the divine dream world. Consciousness was restored to his body. He clenched his fists and stood up. He could see that for 10 miles around him, there were fellow participants scattered all over who had passed the preliminaries just like him. At the start of the first martial meeting, when everyone first entered the divine dream world, this entire field had been occupied by martial artists. The surrounding area for miles had been tightly packed with participants, but now the participants remaining were all scattered around loosely. Lin Ming. At the moment Lin Ming regained consciousness, a warm and familiar voice resounded in his mind. This voice came from Mo Eversnow. "Miss Mo." With a thought, Lin Ming's mind entered the magic cube space. Here, he saw Mo Eversnow as well as Fishy. Fishy was currently sleeping. This little girl's appetite was becoming increasingly large, to a ridiculous rate. Lin Ming had left 8 to 9 million violet sunstones in the magic cube space, but most of them had been eaten up by her already. The current Lin Ming could be described as a broke man cleaned out of all wealth. After buying the boundless world pill, the leftover change had been nearly entirely eaten up by Fishy. Not just that, but he still owed a debt of 6 trillion. As Lin Ming thought of this debt, he fell somewhat silent. After Lin Ming entered the magic cube space, Fishy seemed to sense him and suddenly woke up. She rubbed her large and sleepy eyes. After seeing Lin Ming, she perked up and excitedly smiled. "Big brother Lin Ming." "Fishy." Lin Ming held Fishy's hands. Although her real age was unknown, she had the appearance of a little 11 to 12-year-old girl. In Lin Ming's eyes she was a cute little child. For these 9 months, Fishy had basically eaten and slept again and again. She had been living a fun and carefree life. "We have to immediately go to the semi-finals. It seems that the semi-finals won't be held in the divine dream world. We'll have to ride a spirit ship to a designated location," Lin Ming said. Then, his thoughts suddenly stirred. "Oh, there's a message!" His consciousness left the magic cube space just as the flames of a sound-transmitting talisman lit up right in front of him. This was information sent from immemorial imperial cities, River Feather. When Lin Ming had first bought the Boundless World pill, River Feather had lent Lin Ming 100 billion violet stunstones, even though he didn't completely understand his situation. Although this didn't seem like much, Lin Ming had indeed made good use of River Feather's loan. Lin Ming held a very good impression towards him. "Brother Lin, congratulations!" River Feather used a sound-transmitting talisman to determine Lin Ming's position and then rushed to catch up. As he was shouting out from afar, his voice could be described as filled with joy and delight. Lin Ming's results had far surpassed anything he had hoped for. Even the disciples of the true martial Holy Lands were inferior to Lin Ming. River Feather realized that he had truly stumbled into a great person this time. As long as he could continue solidifying his relationship with Lin Ming, his status in his family would rise straight up into the skies. "Brother Lin, the name list of those competing in the semifinals has been passed out. I've already bought a jade slip. Come, take a look." As River Feather spoke, he offered up a jade slip. Lin Ming took the jade slip and swept his sense through it. This jade slip listed 100 great worlds of the Divine Realm. These Divine Realm great worlds came in varying sizes. The larger ones had over 10,000 participants, and the smaller ones had 1,000 to 2,000 participants. There were over 3 million participants in total. The name of the Crimson Light World caught Lin Ming's attention. This was where the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters were located. Just as he was about to search for the ancient Phoenix clan for any familiar names, he suddenly felt a disturbance in his spiritual sea. Mo Eversnow's consciousness was intensely fluctuating. "Miss Mo, is something wrong?" Lin Ming was slightly stunned. In his mind, Mo Eversnow was someone that was always calm, neither happy nor angry. She rarely lost her composure. Mo Eversnow took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes faintly trembling. After some time, she opened her eyes once more, an icy cold light flashing within them. She slowly said, enunciating every word, "Tian Mingzi's descendant is inside." Lin Ming was shocked. Tian Mingzi. This was a name that he had heard many times before. But today was his first time actually coming into contact with it. Tian Mingzi's descendant. Who knew that Tian Mingzi's descendant would actually be in the semifinals too? This could truly be called a fated encounter. Chapter 1226, Lin Ming, Dragon Fang. Chapter 1226, Lin Ming, Dragon Fang. Lin Ming quickly looked through the jade slip. He saw an influence that might have been founded by Tian Mingzi, the Skydark Holy Lands. "Miss Mo is speaking about the Skydark Holy Lands." "Yes, I am speaking of the Skydark Holy Lands." Tian Mingzi's original surname was Nether, and the influence he originally founded was called the Netherworld Holy Lands. Afterwards, he changed the name to the Skydark Holy Lands. Nether Limitless is Tian Mingzi's descendant. Mo Eversnow coldly said. Having her sect exterminated, having her mortal body destroyed, having her soul sent into a deep slumber for 50,000 years, having all of her remaining family members separated, having her countless followers killed off, this hatred, this animus, this grudge was absolutely irreconcilable. The two of them would never be able to live under the same heaven. Mo Eversnow wished to tear Tian Mingzi to pieces with her own hands, char his bones to ashes, and torture his soul for eternity. I understand. Lin Ming looked at Nether Limitless ranking. Divine Seal Decree ranked 18. To be ranked 18th in the entire Divine Realm, this was truly an extremely exaggerated result. You must defeat him in these semifinals. If we cannot even defeat Tian Mingzi's descendant, then it will be stupid to continue discussing killing Tian Mingzi. Mo Eversnow said that if Tian Mingzi was young and joined the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, his results would be no worse than those of an Empyrean descendant. I will. Lin Ming nodded. At this time, the skies above Lin Ming suddenly twisted, forming space ripples. Then, a massive spirit ship came zooming out of these space ripples, its massive body casting a shadow over the entire horizon. This spirit ship was dozens of miles long and 10 miles wide. The entire spirit ship exuded powerful fluctuations of energy. It was clearly a spirit artifact. The spirit ship steadily came to a stop. A middle-aged man in white clothes shot out from the spirit ship and floated high in the air. This person was 7 feet tall. As he stood in the air, faint halos of light formed behind him. His every action and movement seemed to spur fluctuations of laws. This person is... Lin Ming looked up. All the participants who had passed the preliminaries also looked towards this person. Everyone! The white-clothed man began to speak, his voice loud and sonorous, easily spreading over 1,000 miles. Everyone in this range was able to clearly hear him. I am the 76th disciple of vast universe heavenly palace. Under the bidding of elder senior apprentice brother, I have come to pick you up and bring you to Grave Moon Star. That is also where the semi-finals will be held. This journey will last for 3 months. All of you may prepare and then we shall leave. With the white-clothed man's words, everyone was secretly shocked. An Empyrean-level influence had countless disciples. However, if there was a disciple that had their own ranking, then that could only be a direct disciple of an Empyrean. An Empyrean could live for nearly 100 million years, and thus they would take several hundred direct disciples over the years. On average, they would take in a disciple every few 100,000 years. Of these people, the most amazing of them would become half-step Empyreans and the others would become great world kings or ordinary world kings. Of course, there would occasionally be a peak monstrous genius that would become another Empyrean. In recorded history, there were records of Empyrean-level influences that had 2 Empyreans. The power of these influences reached a terrifying degree. And this white-clothed man in front of everyone was an ordinary world king powerhouse. A world king was actually sent to come pick us up? Lin Ming was a bit stunned. This was a tad too grandiose and luxurious. With 30 semi-final areas, that meant there were at least 30 world kings that were sent out. Mo Evers now spoke up from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This person is only a wisp of an incarnation. A top powerhouse can form myriad incarnations with a thought to handle multiple matters. I see Lin Ming was filled with praise. This white-clothed person's incarnation was far too lifelike. He couldn't even figure out how it was different from that person's true self. Lin Ming didn't have matters he needed to finish. He directly flew onto the spirit ship. Within the spirit ship there were many different dimensions. There were lush grasslands, vibrant forests, fields with spring flowers, and much more, everything filled with vitality. Dozens of beautiful women were already waiting on the spirit ship. They were responsible for leading the many participants to their own rooms. Every individual had their own roomy independent dimensional space that they could rest in. As Lin Ming arrived at his resting area, he felt that this place was the perfect cave dwelling. There was a special cultivation room, there was a martial field to practice on, there was an alchemy room, a refining room, and even a medicine garden filled with spirit herbs that were all free to use. Just the heaven and earth origin energy in this spirit ship is better than the best cultivation area of an ordinary holy land. It's about the same as the best training rooms at Imperial City Auction House. Lin Ming said with wonder. This was only a spirit ship, and its main use was to shuttle martial artists around. If this were vast universe heavenly palace instead, then the conditions that one could cultivate in would truly be unimaginable. This was the background of an Empyrean-level influence. Mo Evers now said, this spirit ship itself is a high-grade spirit artifact. It is equipped with array formations that are specialized to gather heaven and earth origin energy. The value of this entire spirit ship is similar to Carefree Island's Carefree Palace. A spirit ship used to pick up and shuttle martial artists was actually comparable to Carefree Palace, the spirit artifact that Carefree Island used to stabilize its own destiny. From this alone one could infer the difference between an Empyrean-level influence and an 8th-grade sect. Young hero Lin, if there is anything that you desire to eat, then please select it on a jade slip and place it in the transmission array. We will immediately send you anything you wish. The young woman that guided Lin Ming respectfully said as she pointed to a table. Lin Ming glanced over to see that there were 10 jade slips set on the table. He casually picked up a jade slip and looked through it. Recorded on this jade slip were several hundred different types of dishes and drinks, all of varying styles. With 10 jade slips, there were thousands upon thousands of different types of food. These dishes and drinks were all cooked with various heavenly materials, spirit lingji, and spirit herbs. They were all truly worthy of being called top-class delicacies. Although the materials weren't as precious as dragon bones and phoenix marrow, it was still food that would cause geniuses of holy lands to feel pain in eating. Even so, these were only ordinary meals provided to participants of the semi-finals. Lin Ming picked up an empty white jade slip and randomly selected some dishes and recorded them on it. Then, he placed it on the transmission array. Before even an incense stick of time had passed, a box reappeared, wrapped in jade petals. After opening it, the thick and fragrant smell of medicines and food mixed together wafted up to his nostrils. "Smells delicious," Lin Ming acclaimed. He bluntly took out the food and set it down. But, just as he was about to eat it, his thoughts suddenly stirred. He placed down his chopsticks and walked out of his own cave dwelling. He could see that standing just outside the entrance of the cave dwelling was a black-clothed youth. This black-clothed youth was handsome and thin. His eyes were dark and bright, and he had short hair, neatly trimmed, that hung down to his ears. His skin was amazingly pale, and one could even make out the blue veins that crawled beneath his skin. His hands were covered with bandages, and the bandages were even wet with blood. He wore a strangely shaped ring on his hand. By just standing there, this youth was like a treasure sword sheathed in its scabbard, sharp but restrained. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He instantly recalled a name. In the entire true martial great world, only this person should be able to give him such a deep feeling. Dragon Fong. Lin Ming. The two young men nearly spoke out at the same time. Then, they both laughed at the same time, their eyes shining with a blazing fighting intent. This was a feeling that only occurred when two peerless heroes of an era encountered each other. While they longed to defeat the other, they also clearly understood each other. "It's a pity that I couldn't meet you during the preliminaries. I wanted to duel you, but you didn't emerge often to hunt. I missed you the several times that you were out, and when the third round of eliminations began I had already left true martial world." Dragon Fong said. "Same here. Your whereabouts were mysterious and unknown, so I never managed to run into you." The both of them were peak geniuses of their generation, and they both also regarded the heat of battle as one of the most important aspects of their lives. To be rivals of the same age in the same era, only a battle between such top geniuses could cause one's blood to boil with excitement. "Our battle will come sooner or later. I feel that you didn't display your true strength in the preliminaries. You should be an interesting opponent," Dragon Fong said as he looked into Lin Ming's eyes. "That makes two of us." Lin Ming faintly smiled. Facing Dragon Fong, he could clearly feel the great strength of this young man. This feeling did not come from reading the other person's cultivation, foundation, laws, and judging their comprehensive strength. Rather, it was a feeling completely based on one's intuition. This was the intuition Lin Ming had developed from engaging in countless battles and defeating innumerable peak talents of his level. "I will wait for you." "As will I." As Lin Ming rode the spirit ship to Gravemoon Star, in the Good Fortune Great World, the Unbroken Cult was preparing for their own journey. The strongest disciple of the Unbroken Cult, Yu Yuming, had finally ended his adventure in the first martial meeting. His final result was far from being able to pass the preliminaries, thus he was eliminated. At this time, people from the Unbroken cult had boarded a spirit ship and were preparing to go to Grave Moon's star. The cult master, who hadn't even come out to watch the first martial meeting, specifically left seclusion in the Unbroken cult and planned to meet them midway. This lineup was the grandest and most dignified gesture that the Unbroken cult made to pay a visit to someone. At this time, within the spirit ship, Yu Yuming was looking at Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, a strange look on his face. He found it impossible to believe that their husband had actually managed to reach the top 1,000 rankings of the Divine Sealed Decree and ranked first on the true martial Great World. It had to be known that Yu Yuming's final ranking was less than 200,000 on the Good Fortune Great World. In the third round of eliminations he had been one of the weak martial artists that simply wasn't able to survive at all. He had been brutalized and killed by the nightmare beasts countless times. Only by personally experiencing the third round of the first martial meeting preliminaries was he able to understand just how abnormal and monstrous the peak participants were. In Yu Yuming's eyes, they weren't even human. Once, he had been chased from heaven to hell by 20-some nightmare beasts. Any one of these nightmare beasts could have killed dozens of him. However, they weren't good in speed and thus, he had been able to temporarily preserve his life. And after he had been fleeing for a quarter hour, he ran into a martial artist. This martial artist only used a single sword strike to cut down all of those 20-some nightmare beasts. Afterwards, Yu Yuming learned that the martial artist who did this was ranked around 70 on the Good Fortune Great World. A 70-some place ranking to the first place ranking, just what sort of disparity was that? Yu Yuming felt that the difference between him and Lin Ming had reached an unimaginable degree. He even doubted whether or not the husband of these two women was truly Lin Ming, who had once been ranked first on the true martial Great World. Perhaps there might have been a mistake. Chapter 12:27 Creating Techniques, Virtual Fire. Chapter 12:27 Creating Techniques, Virtual Fire. You think that there's been a mistake? The Great Elder asked Yu Yuming. Yu Yuming had quietly voiced his suspicions to the Great Elder. He was afraid that Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan might have made a mistake. Yu Yuming said, I am not questioning the character of those two junior apprentice sisters. I know that in such an important matter, there is no way that they would lie about such things because there isn't an advantage for them in doing so. But, what I'm worried about is that there might be some people in the ancient Phoenix clan with a similar name to their husband. I checked before and know that there are 100 billion clansmen in the ancient Phoenix clan. In these 100 billion clansmen, it wouldn't be strange if there were several thousand people with the name Lin Ming. This, the Great Elder was a bit startled. Indeed, this was a possibility. When Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan had described their husband, the age they listed was just 1 or 2 years off from the Lin Ming described on the Divine Sealed Decree. However, geniuses often entered time enchantments, causing their physical age to be higher than what it was in reality. This was a very common matter. Afterwards, Lin Ming's ranking had dramatically risen, to a ridiculous point where he even became rank 1 of a great world. The Great Elder, along with everyone else, were still feeling the aftershocks of this event, and thus he had forgotten to consider matters like what Yu Yuming had just said. The Great Elder said, There is indeed a chance that there are people with similar names, but there is also a possibility that he is also the husband of those two girls. In their opinion, their husband was an extraordinary existence in the lower realms. Yu Yuming said, There isn't much meaning in being outstanding in the lower realms. I entered the first martial meeting myself, so I understand just how terrifying those characters are that have the ability to pass the preliminaries. Moreover, it's a bit too exaggerated for their specific Lin Ming to obtain first rank on a great world. To be honest, even I can't believe that a martial artist from the lower realms, what we often refer to as savages, can achieve such height. If we find this powerhouse called Lin Ming and finally discover that we have made a mistake, then that would be far too embarrassing for all of us. Yu Yuming clearly stated his worries. The great elder thought about it some more. If they were to randomly approach a top genius with 2 wives that had popped out of nowhere, and also say that they had traveled countless trillions of miles in space to reunite them, and they finally ended up being wrong, the great elder's complexion instantly turned ugly. Wouldn't that be a speechless scene? If that Lin Ming's temperament wasn't good or his true wife was present, then it would be difficult to withdraw. Moreover, most geniuses place their entire hearts in chasing after the peak of martial arts. Towards women, they might not feel much familial love. There are many martial artists that after reaching the divine realm, suddenly feel much paler relations to their families they left in the lower realms. Yu Yuming slowly said. This didn't mean that all martial artists were callous and indifferent. But there were many extreme geniuses, even if they only ever managed to reach the Holy Lord boundary, that would live for hundreds of thousands or even 1,000,000 years. During such a long period of time, their wives and families would have already died. In their long, long lives, these wives and families would only account for a tiny portion of their experiences. This was especially true for families they founded in the lower realms, especially after countless generations had passed by. For instance, tens of thousands of years ago, the sorcerer of the southern wilderness had wanted to enter a final life or death closed-door seclusion. In order to resolve the worries and obsessions in his heart, he had gone back to the lower realms to see the divine kingdom he had founded. But upon his return, he discovered that the divine kingdom he founded so long ago had actually been destroyed. Thus, the sorcerer of the southern wilderness had left behind the 72 sorcerer pagodas as a lucky chance for his future descendants, finishing all his karmic ties. Yu Yuming spoke out this second worry. The great elder frowned for a moment before saying, "No matter what it is, we have to go and verify the situation first. Moreover, go to those 2 ladies and tell them about your doubts so that they can be prepared. If there really was an accident, we don't want to provoke that powerhouse. Well, whatever, I'll go and personally speak to them myself." Yu Yuming nodded. The great elder immediately found Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan together. He tactfully shared his own speculations and worries. Although he was speaking in a very respectful and roundabout tone, how could Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan not know what he was trying to say? The 2 young women instantly felt a drop in their own confidence. They didn't worry that Lin Ming's feelings towards them would fade. Rather, they were worried that the Lin Ming on the divine seal decree wasn't actually their husband. No matter how confident they were in him, to achieve first rank on a great world was simply far too exaggerated an achievement. In these days they also gained some understandings of the various levels of influences throughout the divine realm. In the past, Lin Ming had been received by a high-level figure from one of the ancient Phoenix clan's palaces. But the core forces of the ancient Phoenix clan were located at their headquarters. Randomly selecting any of the 72 branch palaces, each one was equal to a peak 8th grade sect, similar to Carefree Island. Still, they were a little worse than a true Holy Land. Even if Lin Ming was the most outstanding disciple of that branch palace, the gap was still far too great from becoming first rank of a great world. Generally speaking, only the number 1 top talent of a great world king Holy Land would be the first-ranked participant of a great world. The great elder comforted them, saying, Miss Qin, I'm not saying that I suspect you, I merely hope that you 2 are psychologically prepared for any event. But, 2 Misses, please feel relieved. Even if the situation is not what we thought it was, I will still fulfill my promise and lead you 2 to Grave Moon Star. Although the hope wasn't too great, the great elder still had to form good relations with these 2 young women. This sort of graciousness was much more important than helping them after confirming Lin Ming's identity. I thank you, great elder. Mu Qianyu reluctantly smiled, her voice filled with worry. If the Lin Ming on the divine seal decree wasn't their husband, then they would once again be far from being able to meet Lin Ming. Time quickly passed. 1 month, 2 months. Lin Ming rode the spirit ship, constantly shuttling through the endless void. Their destination was Grave Moon Star, a small world. This small world was one of the countless small worlds located between the boundless gaps that existed between the great worlds of the divine realm. The diameter of Grave Moon Star was only a billionth of the size of the true martial Great World. During this travel period, besides the time when Lin Ming saw Dragon Fang at the start, he had spent the rest of his time in training. As he was enlightening himself from the elementary spirit source that he had swallowed in the divine dream realm, he had obtained further comprehension of the laws. For the current Lin Ming, if he wanted to perceive the laws, he didn't need law jade slips or the collected concept jade slips of the ancient Phoenix clan. Not even totem stones left behind by characters like Xiao Daoji or Hua Burning Heaven would be very useful to him. This was because Lin Ming's own body was the best totem stone. His flesh, his blood, his organs, his bones, and even his soul were engraved with countless law runes. These law runes were absorbed from the heavenly tribulation that he experienced as he was crossing his 9x9 life destruction. The 9 levels of heavenly tribulation, the 9x9 life destruction, that had been an extremely great lucky chance that not even an Empyrean descendant had the fortune of experiencing. Because Lin Ming had the magic cube and also experienced so many other lucky chances, only then was he able to experience a 9x9 life destruction and 9 levels of heavenly tribulation. He could be called the only one in the entire divine realm to do so. With these laws, as long as Lin Ming closed up in seclusion, he would be able to slowly comprehend them. Moreover, because these laws had fused into his body, he was able to comprehend them with twice the results and half the effort. Not just that, but these laws were naturally formed from the heaven and earth origin energy of the universe. They were completely flawless and without limitation. Everything he comprehended was the highest distilled essence of the laws. Thus, the laws he comprehended were far superior to what others comprehended from things like totem stones. During Lin Ming's period in the divine dream space, because his soul force had greatly increased and he had also absorbed elementary spirit source, his speed of comprehending the laws had reached an incomparably terrifying degree. In terms of perception only, Lin Ming could absolutely be listed amongst the highest standards of all geniuses in the divine realm. The Fire Laws 5th Level Concept. This is the 5th level concept of the Fire Laws. Of the concepts of the 5 elements, all of them shared the same 4th level concept, the concept of manifestation. This was to have elemental origin energy possess its own spirituality. With this, the power of elemental origin energy would be enhanced by several times. As for the 5th level concept, that was a completely new boundary. The first 4 levels were considered the foundation, and the difficulty of the 5th level would rise by a dramatic amount. To comprehend a 5th level concept was extremely difficult, and currently Lin Ming had finally touched upon it. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. In his pure black pupils a flame flashed. This was not an illusion, but true fire. The 5th level concept of the Fire Laws, virtual fire. Fire included not just the burning flames of the real world, but also the flames of anger, blazing hatred, simmering jealousy, erupting rage. All of these fires were virtual fire. Once virtual fire was burnt, it was extremely terrifying. If a martial artist used the concept of fire to burn their virtual fire and fuse it into true fire, then once those two types of fire fused together, the lethality would soar to yet another level. If one was struck by the concept of virtual fire, their mood would come under its influence. At this time, if their will became unstable and they lost their temper, the power of this virtual fire would only increase and they would find it almost impossible to withstand. In the end, this virtual fire would burn them out from within, even scorching their soul to ashes. A union of real and unreal, the boundary of virtual fire. Lin Ming thought out loud. The phoenix blood spear jumped into his hands as if it had a soul of its own. In that instant, his body began to burn with flickering flames, and the color of these flames was purple. This was fire that had burst out from his heart. There were even flames burning in his eyes. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. All of the flames around his body converged onto the phoenix blood spear. At that time, the entire phoenix blood spear began to flow with a red and purple light. Red was real life, purple was virtual fire. With the abstract and reality joined together, this simple spear didn't cause any spatial fluctuations, nor did it cause violent explosions of origin energy. To the common eye it didn't seem special at all. But Lin Ming knew that if this spear were to pierce someone, then those with a weaker cultivation would be burnt by real flames from the outside even as virtual fire exploded from within them. The flames would echo from within and without, instantly burning all to ashes. A wonderful technique! Mo Eversnow's voice resounded from within Lin Ming's mind. During these days, Mo Eversnow had also been perceiving the laws. She had been perceiving the incomplete bone shard that Lin Ming had bought from immemorial Imperial City. During this time, she had comprehended many valuable things from it. This attack is cunning and difficult to guard against. If one is not careful, it will be easy to suffer a loss. Mo Eversnow said. Lin Ming nodded. In these years, he had created a number of moves. But, as his boundary continued to rise, he began to use his old moves less and less because of their lack of power. This move was something he created after comprehending the fifth-level concept of the fire laws. It symbolized a new beginning for him. Lin Ming said, "Since this is an attack created from the concept of virtual fire, let's call it virtual disintegration." Chapter 12:28 The Divine Seal Altar. Chapter 12:28 The Divine Seal Altar. We will soon arrive at Grave Moon Star. All participants, please tidy up your belongings and prepare to depart the spirit ship. 10 days from now, the semi-finals will officially begin. After 3 months passed, an indifferent voice echoed throughout the entire spirit ship. All the participants of the true martial great world had finally arrived at the location of the first martial meeting semi-finals. We've finally arrived. Lin Ming stood atop the deck. From atop the vast and endless starry skies, he could make out the sky-blue planet beneath him. This planet was 100 million miles in diameter and 70% of the surface was water. This was one of Empyrean Vast Universe's private planet. Although the planet was vibrant and filled with life, there wasn't a single human present on it. It had always been in an idling state, but now it was being used as one of the 30 locations where the first martial meeting semi-finals would be held. The spirit ship passed through this last distance of space and descended directly onto Grave Moon Star. All participants, please depart the spirit ship. The semi-finals will begin 10 days from now. The unfeeling voice resounded out once more. As Lin Ming flew down from the spirit ship, he saw that there were dozens of spirit ships parked high in the skies. The participants of over 100 great worlds were gathered at Grave Moon Star. Every great world had an envoy and a spirit ship that was specifically sent to pick up the participants. Now, the many spirit ships were parked in the skies, gathered over each other like a mountain. Hundreds of thousands of disciples flew down from these spirit ships. From afar, they looked like a crowd of ants falling from the skies. 300,000 people have gathered here. I wonder just how we'll compete. Lin Ming said to himself. They clearly weren't planning on using the divine dream world, and with so many people here, wanting everyone to compete on an equal playing field would be difficult. What's that? Lin Ming suddenly discovered that in front of the many spirit ships, there were vast and endless plains, flat and even. On these broad plains was a massive purple and gold divine altar that extended for hundreds of thousands or even millions of feet upwards. This divine altar was so great that it seemed to stretch to infinity, almost impossible to measure with the human eye. A giant spirit ship revolved around this divine altar. Although this could have been called a titanic spirit ship, in front of this divine altar, that massive spirit ship appeared the same as a tiny fly. That is far too big. Is that an altar of some sort? Lin Ming was shocked. If he compared this altar to a mountain, then this would be the grandest and largest mountain he had ever seen. This divine altar had dozens of steps. Every step was 100,000 feet high and 100,000 feet wide. Each step seemed as if it were its own separate world. And what bewildered Lin Ming the most was that on this divine altar, the heaven and earth origin energy was so thick that it turned into essence, gathering into countless bubbles that flowed into rivers of water. At the highest step of the altar, the streams of essence gathered more and more until they began falling down the steps like a waterfall. These rivers and waterfalls were all formed of liquid heaven and earth origin energy. It was an inestimable amount. This heaven and earth origin energy did not come from Grave Moon Star, but was stored within the divine altar. If all of this heaven and earth origin energy was completely converted to true essence and then used to attack, then the striking power could be imagined. In the skies, the many martial artists also discovered the magnificent and strange divine altar. Some martial artists were curious and wished to fly over and take a better look. But, before they could even get close, an indescribably terrifying pressure enveloped them. These peerless geniuses were like insects that had their wings clipped. They desperately urged all of their energy to fly away, but their speed slowly decreased until they finally fell from the skies. Luckily, these martial artists were all extremely strong and had thick shields of protective true essence, otherwise they would have been seriously wounded. What is going on here? There's a horrifying pressure coming from that divine altar. The countless proud heaven-gifted elites all looked up towards this magnificent purple-gold divine altar. This divine altar was made from some strange and unknown stone. This stone wasn't smooth, rather, it was covered with lines and seemed extremely rough, as if every inch had been violently hewed from the ground. But upon further inspection, one could see that these lines weren't random at all. Each line seemed to contain its own secrets, just like the lines on the Chaos Stones. Each step had different-looking lines. Carefully counting, from the bottom to the top, this massive divine altar had a total of 33 steps. A 33-step divine altar, symbolizing the 33 layered heavens. Upon seeing this number, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He had crossed a 33-layered heaven's ninefall, and this divine altar also had 33 steps. I've heard in the myths that the heavens have 33 layers, but just what does the 33-layered heavens mean? In the Sky Spill continent, it was said that there were 6 layers in heaven, and when I flew into the skies I indeed found 6 layers of heaven. The lowest level was the Calmstream heavens, followed by the primal chaos heavens. Every different level had different scenery, but the Sky Spill planet is merely a tiny insignificant planet amongst the billion worlds of the lower realms. Just what significance could the heavens there have in comparison to the 33-layered heavens of the divine realm? Is it some special place? Lin Ming had long been puzzled about this. There were even countless opinions concerning the 33-layered heavens, but there was no definitive viewpoint. At this time, from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Mo Eversnow said, "Debates about the 33-layered heavens and just what it is have been around for a long time, and even I don't know exactly what it is. As for this divine altar in front of us, I feel that there is something a bit strange about it. The material used to refine this altar is one of the 3 wondrous stone types of the divine realm, timeless God stone. That is a material capable of forging a weapon worthy of the heavenly Tao." Timeless God stone? Lin Min was a bit startled upon learning this. At this time, a great voice spread throughout the entirety of Grave Moon Star. The semi-finals of the first martial meeting will be upon the grand altar you see before you, the Divine Seal Altar. The Divine Seal Altar is a divine instrument refined by a top Empyrean in the distant ancient era. It is said that anyone who can step onto the precipice of this altar can become a god. Those that can climb to the top of this altar could become a god. Just what kind of words were those? Out of the hundreds of thousands of participants, all who heard this were left staggering back in shock. But that divine instrument has long been lost. The Divine Seal Altar you see in front of you was refined by my honorable master, Empyrean Vast Universe. With 100,000 years of time, he perceived the heavenly Tao and thoroughly researched the ancient Divine Seal Altar to create his own Empyrean Spirit Treasure. This Empyrean Spirit Treasure uses a planet as its main materials. By slowly forming it over 10,000 years, it was made with timeless God stone as well as 33 types of precious heavenly materials before finally being created. The person who spoke was Empyrean Vast Universe's 76th direct disciple. He was the World King Powerhouse who had sent an incarnation to pick up Lin Ming and the others to bring them to Grave Moon Star. But this time, the one on Grave Moon Star was not an incarnation but his true self. The one personally presiding over the semi-finals at Grave Moon Star was Empyrean Vast Universe's 76th disciple. For a World King Powerhouse to personally preside over semi-finals was a magnificent enough scene. To think that an entire planet was refined as the main form of an Empyrean Spirit Treasure, an Empyrean skill is truly awe-inspiring. However, from what I hear it seems that this Empyrean Spirit Treasure was based on the ancient Divine Seal Altar. In other words, this Divine Altar is a replica, but it is also an Empyrean-level Spirit Treasure replica. A replica is already so amazing, then how formidable would the true Divine Seal Altar be? It's even said that whoever can reach the top of this altar can become a god. And this name of Divine Seal, could the ancient Divine Seal Altar have been refined by Empyrean Divine Seal? Lin Ming theorized. His first thought was of Empyrean Divine Seal. Empyrean Divine Seal was undoubtedly an incomparably powerful Empyrean. He was at least on the same rank as Empyrean Primordius, or he might even surpass Empyrean Primordius. This was because Lin Ming had journeyed underneath immemorial Imperial City and encountered the ancient relic that still existed there, the ancient Elysium Seal. From there, he learned that Empyrean Divine Seal was greatly related to the world Calamity 3. 6 billion years ago, he might have even been the heroic protagonist of that era. The true Divine Seal Altar is actually a divine instrument. The true Divine Seal Altar likely surpasses even an Empyrean-level Spirit Treasure. When Lin Ming was in the Eternal Demon Abyss and walked through the Road of Emperor, he had encountered the Demon Emperor's remnant will. From his lips, Lin Ming learned that the reason Empyrean Primordius had created the Road of Emperor in the past was all in order to successfully refine a divine instrument. However, in the end he had failed and had even perished. As for the many secrets of the Empyreans, the Demon Emperor didn't know about any of it. From this, it could be seen that a divine instrument far surpassed an Empyrean-level Spirit Treasure. Otherwise, with Empyrean Primordius's skill, it shouldn't have been so difficult to refine an Empyrean Spirit Treasure and still finally be defeated at the end. As Lin Ming was thinking about this, the great booming voice of Empyrean Vast Universe's 76th disciple rang out once more. I shall now announce the competition rules for the semi-finals. Competition rules. All of the participating martial artists were startled and immediately pricked up their ears, respectfully listening. This was something that directly related to their results in the first martial meeting and even their future achievements afterward. They naturally had to listen well. I am the presiding moderator of the semifinals held here. I am the 76th disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe. As for the lot of you, you may refer to me as Xiao Daochild. The semi-finals shall be held atop the Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal altar contains the pressure of an Empyrean. Even though the vast majority of that pressure has been restrained, it will still be supremely suppressive on martial artists. In order to contend with this pressure, not only will you need a deep cultivation, but you will also need determination, will, talent, all of that will be indispensable. The Divine Seal altar is a comprehensive test that will push you to the limit in every aspect. If you cannot withstand the pressure, then let alone climbing the Divine Seal altar, even standing tall upon it will be impossible. Moreover, with every step you advance on the Divine Seal altar, you will need to defeat a powerful opponent. Array formations have already been prepared on the first 21 steps of the Divine Seal altar. These array formations will produce simulation spirit bodies of varying strength. Only by defeating them will you be able to climb to the next step. If you lose all qualifications to advance. As for the last 12 steps, you will not fight spirit bodies but other participants. Only by defeating your opponent will you be able to advance to the next step. If you are defeated, you will be sent back down one step. You are allowed to be defeated 5 times. Once you are defeated for a 6th time, you will lose the qualification to advance. As Xiao Daochild spoke, all of the present martial artists were dumbfounded. They would have to withstand a tremendous pressure just standing on the Divine Seal altar. If they were to fight in this situation, the consumption of energy in their bodies could be imagined. The first 21 steps were much easier. One would only need to fight simulation spirit bodies formed by array formations. As for the last 12 steps, one would need to fight other geniuses. However, if a participant could reach that step, they would also be an extreme genius of their generation. That would be where the true battles took place. As for a limit of being able to be defeated 5 times, that was a measure to prevent bad luck. If one was strong enough to pass but actually ran into a ridiculous powerhouse, they wouldn't be immediately eliminated before being able to take several more steps upwards. In this competition, you may not kill your opponent. After your opponent admits defeat, you are forbidden to attack them. Finally, I wish you all the best in reaching the summit, even though the hopes of that are extremely slim. Xiao Daochild's last words aroused the rebellious fighting spirit within all the geniuses present. All of them were chosen amongst the chosen prides of heaven. If someone told them not to reach towards the top, they would climb even harder. Chapter 12:29 A Hard to Find Tickets. Chapter 12:29 A Hard to Find Tickets. Xiao Daochild actually thinks that none of us will be able to reach the top. It's like he thinks we're all worthless or something. A robed martial artist with a long sword over his shoulders said. Senior Xiao Daochild naturally has phenomenal experience. If he thinks that none of us can reach him, then perhaps the difficulty is a bit too great. Another participant said, disagreeing. His words immediately drew the ire and glares of many others. Don't judge the rest of us with your own limited standards. Our elder senior apprentice brother is the #1 ranked master of New Paradise World. Moreover, he is also the most amazing genius to appear in our New Paradise Holy Lands for the last 1,000,000 years. During the preliminaries, our elder senior apprentice brother kept most of his strength in reserve and yet easily obtained first place in a great world. Although elder senior apprentice brother killed countless individuals in the preliminaries, his sword was not stained with a single drop of blood. He is called Bloodless Sword, the sword to New Paradise. What the hell would you understand? Another martial artist said from behind. He was standing with others, all of them wearing the same robes. It was clear that they were all core disciples of the New Paradise Holy Lands, and also junior apprentice brothers of this so-called Bloodless Sword. There was a martial artist standing amongst them that particularly stood out. That was certainly Bloodless Sword. For a great world king Holy Land, it wasn't strange if several hundred of their disciples passed the preliminaries. A million-year genius of a great world king Holy Land. The martial artists that were speaking before froze. If this wasn't an empty boast, then that was truly amazing. If it really is a million-year genius, then he might have a chance of becoming an ordinary world king in the future. Several martial artists all had awe in their eyes as they looked at this bloodless sword. A chance of becoming an ordinary world king? Bloodless Sword's eyebrows arched up. He chuckled, disdainfully saying, "A swallow will never understand the ambitions of a swan." At this time, within Grave Moon Star, of the hundreds of thousands of participants, there were countless young elites that were as equally confident as Bloodless Sword. Out of so many people, there were many who had bad luck in the preliminaries and weren't able to obtain a transmission token allowing them to travel between great worlds. Because of that, their merit points were limited. There were also some people that were deliberately hiding their strength. Now they were all hyped up to fight. All of them wanted to rush up this divine seal altar. Geniuses were always proud and arrogant. From birth to adulthood, they had grown under the halo of being known as the top #1 talent of a great world king Holy Land. They were all confident in themselves. No one was willing to believe they were inferior to anyone else. On a black mountain peak, a black-clothed martial artist stood high against the wind, 100 miles away from the divine seal altar. His skin was pale, his pupils blood-red, and a ghostly aura exuded from his body. He was Tian Mingzi's descendant, Nether Limitless. No one can reach the top? How interesting! I am not afraid that I will find a challenge too difficult, only afraid that the difficulty will be too low. Grandfather, just you wait. Watch as I shock the universe, soar into the heavens and grab the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Nether Limitless caressed the katana in his hands. He sat back down on that black mountain peak and quickly entered a meditative state. This was how an extreme martial arts talent was different from those ordinary characters. They would never waste any time and would always be cultivating to their limit. At this time, Lin Ming was silent as he gazed on at the divine seal altar. His thoughts suddenly stirred. He turned around to look through the countless crowds of people to see a black-clothed youth floating high in the skies. This person was Dragon Fong. The two people stared at each other. Although they were separated by such a great distance, they could clearly sense the brilliant fighting intent in each other's eyes. If I can climb to the 32nd step, I wonder if there will be anyone capable of being my match. Dragon Fong's voice spread through the dozens of miles into Lin Ming's ears. If there is no opponent, I wonder just what will happen. Perhaps there might be some simulation spirit body that appears. Lin Ming smiled. In order to climb up the divine seal altar, one also had to withstand the pressure of an Empyrean. But the Empyrean pressure was only to test one's will, talent, and foundation. In order to see just how much potential a genius truly had, one had to test them in actual combat. Thus, the rules of the semifinals required that not only did one need to withstand the pressure of the divine seal altar, but in order to advance, they would also have to defeat an opponent every step of the way. But like this, the further one went, the higher the chance became that one wouldn't be able to find an opponent. If no one was able to withstand the pressure to climb up to that step, then there would be no one to fight. 10 days was a very short period of time to a martial artist. During these 10 days, nearly everyone returned to the spirit ship to close up and continue cultivating. Lin Ming was no exception either. The divine seal altar was a long-lasting war of attrition. One could not fly. They had to climb up those millions of feet with their own hands and legs, one step at a time. This meant that this competition might continue for several days. In such a battle, all participants were quietly saving their strength and adjusting themselves to their best condition. And in these 10 days, there were actually countless people converging from all over the divine realm to watch this competition. There were constantly spirit ships shuttling through space and flying towards Grave Moon Star. And at the same time, on vast universe heavenly palace's side, Xiao Daoji gathered together a few core disciples who were skilled in the earth laws to form an incomparably massive arena around the divine seal altar. This arena towered into the heavens, passing through the clouds. The main form of the arena was completely made from roughly hewn mountains that hadn't been smoothed at all. There were not yet seats, only general positions. Just a single mountain shelf was able to hold tens of thousands of people. Every single seating area was over 1,000 miles wide and high. In total, they were able to easily hold billions of people. The admissions tickets were all sold by Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. Wanting to buy one was extremely difficult. Several billions of tickets sounded like a great deal of tickets, but there were the participants of 100 divine realm great worlds gathered here. Not just that, but there were countless medium worlds, small worlds, and hidden mystic realms. Even the great worlds were only able to be sold 10 to 20 million tickets. There were tickets that had to be given to the various World King Holy Lands, the great martial arts families, the famous elders of the martial world, and also again to the relatives and friends of the participants. Thus, the number of tickets that were publicly sold in each great world came out to only 10 million or so, and third-order worlds would have several million. And in a divine realm great world there were countless people. It was simply impossible to estimate. It had to be known that even in the first martial meeting, every great world had trillions of geniuses that participated. There were countless times more people that wanted to watch the first martial meeting semi-finals. Of these, the various great holy lands were the main buyers of these tickets. For instance, a colossus like the ancient Dragon Clan had 800 branch palaces, and each palace had their own regime of high-level figures. Moreover, the ancient Dragon Clan headquarters had even more masters and many more core disciples. If they wanted tickets, they would need at least several tens of thousands to ensure the high-level figures could go. But this was clearly impossible. Thus, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace placed extremely strict requirements on purchasing a ticket. Not only did one need massive amounts of wealth, but one needed status or background, or a cultivation base at least at the Holy Lord realm. There were many wealthy business owners that wished to buy a ticket but found it impossible. Moreover, once an admission ticket was sold, one had to place a spirit mark on it that would make it unsellable. Thus, being able to obtain a ticket was a symbol of both status and power. "Great Elder, we cannot purchase a ticket." An unbroken cult disciple hurriedly rushed back to report. "I understand." The Great Elder took a deep breath, feeling helpless. Their unbroken cult couldn't even be considered a top 8th grade sect. In the divine realm there were countless 8th grade influences. They were merely a drop in the ocean. The most splendid genius their sect had ever produced, Yu Yuming, had only been able to barely rank in the top several 100,000 ranks of a great world. In the past, it was already good if they could have a disciple that ranked in the millions. If this was their own domain, then they could rule over the land and people however they wished. But once they arrived at Grave Moon Star, where countless great influences had converged, they couldn't even buy an admission ticket. If their sect had a Holy Lord realm powerhouse, then they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. "It's fine. I heard that the entire semifinals will be recorded on battle array discs that they will sell later to the public. I suppose we can only wait until that time. There's no other way. Wanting to directly enter the spirit ship of the true martial great world is an even more impossible matter." As the Great Elder spoke, Mu Qianyu also felt a bit at a loss. It was simply impossible for them to see Lin Ming right now. The area of 100 miles around every great world spirit ship was a forbidden zone that no one was allowed to enter. Not even the high-level figures of the participants' various influences were an exception. But this was just how things were. With hundreds of thousands of participants, there must be tens of millions of friends and relatives. If all of these people flew back and forth between the spirit ships, then even the entrances would burst apart. That's right, if we cannot see our husband, then we can first look for the ancient Phoenix clan to directly confirm the matter. If the name on the divine seal decree is truly our husband, then it might be possible to obtain an admission ticket from the ancient Phoenix clan. Mu Qianyu gloomily sighed, her heart in chaos. The ancient Phoenix clan was a peak holy land and had many holy lord-level powerhouses, so them obtaining tickets should be easy. Moreover, the ancient Phoenix clan had disciples participating in the semifinals, so they should be able to obtain a higher share of admission tickets. As Mu Qianyu suggested this idea, the great elder's eyes suddenly brightened. Do you know someone from the ancient Phoenix clan? This disciple only knows one. That is a high-level palace elder who came to pick up our husband to bring him to the divine realm. She should also have come to watch the semi-finals. Fairy Feng was an important figure of Phoenix Cry Palace, and also the one who led Lin Ming to the divine realm and assisted in settling him into the ancient Phoenix clan. There was no reason that she shouldn't be watching the competition. We should be able to see a high-level figure from the ancient Phoenix clan. The great elder nodded. But beside him, Yu Yuming seemed a bit worried. He wanted to say something but eventually shook his head. Since they came to this step, it was impossible to return. They had to see this through to the end. Someone wishes to see me? Within the ancient Phoenix clan's spirit ship, Fairy Feng was a bit startled as she obtained this message. Who is it? They've come in a party of 4. The ones that wish to see Fairy Maiden are 2 women. They claim to have once met Fairy Maiden in a lower realms world called the Sky Spill Continent. Sky Spill Continent, 2 women, could it be? Fairy Feng's thoughts stirred. Quickly invite them in. Also, go to highest Elder Hua Violent Stone's Hall and have Elder Hua personally come to meet them. Fairy Feng had already guessed who these 2 women were. Since Lin Ming was likely to become a world king in the future, she naturally had to treat his lower realm wives to a grand and courteous reception. Yes. The messenger disciple excused himself and left. Before long, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, Yu Yuming, and the unbroken cult Great Elder entered the main hall of the ancient Phoenix clan's spirit ship. There were already 3 people waiting in this main hall. Hua Violent Stone, Phoenix Cry Palace's Palace Master, and Fairy Feng. Chapter 1230. The Semi-Finals Begin. Chapter 1230. The Semi-Finals Begin. Of the 3 people from the ancient Phoenix clan, Hua Violent Stone was a peak holy lord, Phoenix Cry Palace's Palace Master was an ordinary holy lord, and Fairy Feng was a half-step holy lord. With these 3 people standing together, the unbroken cult Great Elder immediately felt a considerable pressure on him. He was merely a late divine lord. Compared to these 3 people, he fell far, far short. This was the background of a peak holy land. Yu Yuming was only feeling nervous. He was worried that there might have been a mistake and what would happen afterwards. But before Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were about to bow, Fairy Feng had already stepped forwards to welcome the 2 of them. 2 misses, please dispense with the formalities. Come, sit down. Fairy Feng waved her hand and several chairs flew into the hall. Senior Fairy Feng, the reason we came here today is... Before confirming what was truly happening, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan had been feeling constant unease. To see Lin Ming. Fairy Feng faintly smiled. Lin Ming is currently closed up in true martial Great World's spirit ship. Let alone you 2, not even we can see him. Fairy Feng's words were the same as confirming that the Lin Ming on the Divine Seal Decree was Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's husband. Feeling this great weight lifted from their shoulders, the 2 young women felt as if they were about to burst into tears of joy. This wasn't because Lin Ming had made such wonderful progress in the first martial meeting, but because they could finally see him. As long as the semifinals began, they could see him with their own eyes. Thinking about their reunion, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan felt their noses burn. As for Yu Yuming and the unbroken cult Great Elder, both of them violently gulped, their mouths somewhat dry. It really was their husband. The two of them looked at each other and were able to see the shock in the other's eyes. Joy and disbelief mixed together. The Great Elder certainly had matters to rejoice about. Even though there had been some doubts in his heart, he had consistently treated them two women courteously and with respect. He had indeed made the right bet this time. Ha 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 ha! At this time, Violent Stone began to heartily laugh. He looked at the two women, tracing his beard as he said, "Wonderful, wonderful! For you two to come from the lower realms, you must have experienced untold hardships and trials. Really, what a shining example of the love between husbands and wives. I see that you two cultivate the fire laws, and you also seem to have a light Phoenix clan bloodline within you. How about you two stay at my ancient Phoenix clan? I will find some experts to guide you." Violent Stone's voice was so loud and booming that it caused one's ears to tingle. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were startled for a moment before turning towards the unbroken cult Great Elder. The unbroken cult Great Elder was stunned for a moment before rapidly saying with a true essence sound transmission, "Two misses can feel free to stay at the ancient Phoenix clan. There is no need to worry about us." What a joke, for the wives of a top 1,000 ranked genius of the divine realm. How could a tiny temple like their unbroken cult possibly dare to keep them? "Thank you, Senior." The two women bowed towards Violent Stone. Violent Stone generously received them. This was nearly equivalent to the ceremony of taking them on as disciples. In the future, he could also direct the cultivation of the two women. There is still another day until the semi-finals begin. Because of Lin Ming, our ancient Phoenix clan has been given an extra 500 admission ticket. You two should also come and watch so you can see with your own eyes your husband's achievements. Violent Stone casually said. With 500 extra admission tickets, it was easy to spare a few. "Thank you, Senior." The two women happily thanked once more. As Yu Yuming listened from the side, he visibly gulped. He also wanted an admission ticket to watch the semifinals. To be able to watch a competition between the greatest geniuses of the divine realm would help broaden his horizons. It would be an inestimable advantage to his future achievements. Violent Stone glanced over at Yu Yuming and the unbroken cult Great Elder. From Mu Qianyu's questioning look just then, he was able to determine that they had some relationship with Mu Qianyu. It was likely that she and Qin Xingxuan were able to reach Grave Moon Star because of their help. Thus he smiled and said, "You too, if you would like to watch, then come along too." As the two people heard this, they were overjoyed. They quickly expressed their thanks. This was a truly generous gift. By being able to directly watch the competition, they would also been able to faintly feel the pressure of the divine seal altar, and also see the law lines engraved onto every step. To them, this was a truly great lucky chance. The 10th day quickly approached. The semi-finals would soon begin. On the 9th day, seats were finally carved into the massive arena. Because martial artists could fly, they directly leapt into their own seat. Otherwise, with billions of people arriving, it would be impossible for them to all fit through the gates in a reasonable time. Like this, an entire day was used to fully arrange and prepare the massive arena. Billions of people gathered together. What sort of scene was that? Looking all around, every area of the arena was bustling with vibrant crowds. From above, the endless sea of people wrapped all around without end. In the skies, the masses of people flying around were like a swarm of locusts. Moreover, those that could sit here were all honored and revered characters. These were all people who ruled over their own region and were able to control the lives of millions in their palms. Even so, all of these people were nothing more than ordinary members of an audience. There are so many people. The unbroken cult great elder sighed. It wasn't easy for him and Yu Yuming to sit here. Everyone here far surpassed them in status. And with Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's luck, they managed to grab some good seat. From this area they could simultaneously see two sides of the Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal altar was shaped like a square. There were only two sides that the participants would climb up, the east and the south. This was also the area where the audience was gathered, and there were some places in the arena where the audience members were only able to see one side. At this time, from the 100 spirit ships in the skies, 300,000 geniuses flew down. Their appearance indicated that the semi-finals had finally begun. Look, the participants have come out. There are so many of them. Any of them is a peak genius. Those are the extraordinary elites of 100 great worlds. This semi-final will be incomparably grand. As the numerous geniuses flew down from the sky, the entire arena was filled with terrifyingly raucous cheers. With so many people cheering together, the sound was deafening. Even the clouds were washed away. Everyone, all honored guests that have come from the divine realm's 100 great worlds, as well as the countless small and medium worlds. At this time, from the southeast corner of the Divine Seal altar, a pair of beautiful women appeared. Their voices passed through a special array formation and into the entire audience. Everyone looked over. They discovered that these two beauties were actually twins. These sisters were disciples of vast universe heavenly palace. The semi-finals will immediately begin. On the Divine Seal altar, not even holy lords are capable of flying. Thus, if one wishes to ascend the Divine Seal altar, they have no choice but to climb up themselves. If one defeats an opponent, they are able to ascend a step. If they lose, they must drop down a step. If they are unable to continue or are defeated 5 times, then they will be swept out from the Divine Seal altar. The final results will be determined by who has climbed to the highest steps. As for those that have made the same level of progress, they will be evaluated by the number of defeats they experienced. In the end, only 300 participants will pass. In the competition, no one is allowed to kill others. Once 2 people fight, no one is allowed to interfere, otherwise they will lose all qualifications to continue. 300,000 geniuses landed onto the base of the Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal altar was 3 million feet high. Every step was equal to a 100,000-foot high cliff. Not just that, but there was an empyrean pressure that covered the entirety of the Divine Seal altar. If one wished to climb up, it was easier said than done. It's so high. Lin Ming looked up into the skies. He couldn't even see the top of this 100,000-foot high cliff. Atop the first step of the titanic Divine Seal altar, pure heaven and earth origin energy condensed into torrents that poured down in a gushing waterfall. When this waterfall fell down to the last level of the Divine Seal altar, it was reabsorbed and circulated again and again in perpetuity. We haven't even begun to climb up, but the pressure on us already isn't weak. Even a first-class character like Phoenix Cry Palace's Hui Yenguang wouldn't be able to withstand this. But these people currently all around me can do so with ease. Those that are able to pass the preliminaries are indeed extreme characters. Lin Ming swept his eyes over everyone, taking in the image of 300,000 geniuses gathered together. These people were the completely gathered monstrous geniuses of 100 great worlds. Brother Lin. I see Brother Lin. With their sense, a martial artist was able to sweep over several 100,000 people in a short period of time. Moreover, Qin Xingxuan was incomparably familiar with Lin Ming. The first time she saw a young man dressed in blue, she only needed to see his strong back looking up at the majestic Divine Seal altar to tell that it was him. Mu Qianyu tightly gripped Qin Xingxuan's hand, her nose burning. After so many hardships and trials, she was finally able to see Lin Ming, so how could she not be wanting to sob with joy? She took several deep breaths, restoring her composure before she said, "Don't shout to him. Let him compete in peace. We must not divert his attention." "I know," Qin Xingxuan giddily whispered. All the participants lined up in rows as they stood underneath the divine seal altar. At this time, the voices of the twins from vast universe heavenly palace sounded out. "Everyone! The competition starts now." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the voices of the two women faded, the numerous geniuses leapt upwards, diving into those waterfalls of heaven and earth origin energy like fish through the dragon gate. The divine seal altar suppressed flying, but jumping was possible. Some participants were able to summon true essence and jump up even under the tremendous pressure enveloping them. Every jump was at least 1,000 feet high. Hundreds of thousands of geniuses passed in and out of the waterfall. Their hands grasped the rough stone walls of the divine seal altar, summoning their strength and leaping upwards again and again. Their speed was extremely fast, as if they were flying upwards without pause. Even under this empyrean pressure they can still have such a magnificent performance. The young are truly worthy of praise. Countless powerhouses from the arena seats all shouted out in acclaim. Yes, but there are some differences. Some people will soon reach the first step, but others have only crawled 30% of the way. Of the hundreds of thousands of geniuses, there were several people that were soon about to reach the first step of the divine seal altar. Among these people was Nether Limitless. Within Nether Limitless' blood-red pupils, a blazing light flashed. And behind him, just 1,000 some feet underneath, was a martial artist with a long sword strapped over his back. This was the top disciple of the New Paradise Holy Land's bloodless sword. "Hey, you're quite fast, but speed isn't everything here. In the end, this struggle on the divine seal altar will look at your strength. First place is already mine." As several 100,000 martial artists climbed up the steep cliffs of the divine seal altar, this sight was incomparably grand. Lin Ming's speed was not fast, but every step he took was steady. In fact, Lin Ming was not deliberately being slow. Rather, as he climbed the divine seal altar, the aura around him, the pressure, the touch and feel of the stones underneath his hands, the flow of heaven and earth origin energy, everything around him gathered together, bringing an indescribable feeling. The stone cliffs of the divine seal altar are rough, imposing, and ancient. Gripping the traces on this stone is like holding onto the endless flow of time. Lin Ming was able to inexplicably sense this in his heart. As he climbed the divine seal altar, he discovered that there were many strange concepts engraved into the step. While he wanted to stop and slowly enlighten himself on them, there simply wasn't time. These semifinals would continue for only several days. Even if Lin Ming wanted to study the divine seal altar, he wouldn't be able to learn much in this short period of time. The divine seal altar. In the legends it is called an ancient divine instrument, an existence that even surpasses an empyrean spirit treasure. If one can reach the precipice, they can reach divinity, thus it is called the divine seal altar. That shouldn't be empty talk. Although the divine seal altar that empyrean vast universe made is only a replica, it still contains the concept of the ancient divine seal altar. If I could enlighten myself on this, then that would be of great benefit to me. Someday, if I am fated to encounter the true ancient divine seal altar and am able to climb to the peak of those 33 steps, I wonder just what sort of scene that would be. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. He continued his steady pace upwards, slowly feeling the concepts contained within the divine seal altar. Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and many others were rushing upwards as fast as they could in order to be the first. And at this time, beneath them, Lin Ming was slowly making his way up as if he were savoring a cup of fresh tea. He was slowly enlightening himself on everything around him. Even if he couldn't comprehend anything, this was still broadening his state of mind. Lin Ming looked up. A small number of people were already about to reach the first step. As for Dragon Fong, he had started at the other side of the Divine Seal altar, so he didn't see him right now. At this time, out of the several 100,000 martial artists, someone finally leapt onto the first step of the Divine Seal altar. Someone has mounted the first step. The first person to mount the first step of the Divine Seal altar comes from the Demon Dawn Great World, Nether Limitless. At the base of the Divine Seal altar, the twin girls shouted out. Their voices were amplified through an array formation and spread through the entire audience. Nether Limitless! Nether Limitless! Nether Limitless! Senior Apprentice Brother Nether, you can do it! As the twins called out Nether Limitless' name, a group of young people stood up and crazily cheered out loud. Without a doubt, they came from the same Holy Land as Nether Limitless. They were core disciples from the Skydark Holy Lands. Nether Limitless results in the preliminaries reached rank 18 on the Divine Seal decree. He came second in the Demon Dawn Great World, second only to the top master of the Demon Dawn Great World, Empyrean Demon Dawn's descendant, Xiao Maxian. As the twin girls shouted out Xiao Maxian's name, a great number of people in the audience cried out in alarm. This name cracked through everyone's ears like a bolt of thunder. From the very start of the preliminaries, and even when the Divine Seal decree had first appeared, Xiao Maxian had been ranked first. There had never been a time when anyone had surpassed her, and she had led everyone by a considerable amount. Xiao Maxian did not need to participate in the semifinals. She was able to directly pass into the finals. In fact, she didn't even need to participate in the preliminaries. The only reason she had joined was to show off, and now that she had enough limelight, she didn't have any interest in riding a spirit ship for 3 months and traveling trillions of miles to a small backwater planet like Gravemoon Star. Thus, Xiao Maxian was absent from the semi-finals on Gravemoon Star. None of the participants had any objections to the Empyrean descendants being directly passed into the finals. This was simply a natural matter. Who is Nether Limitless? I didn't expect someone so fierce to appear. You idiot, he is the #1 disciple of the Skydark Holy Lands. In the future there is a great chance that he will become an ordinary world king or even a great world king. There were some martial artists that had joined the first martial meeting but had been eliminated at the end of the preliminaries. Thus they weren't able to see the Divine Seal decree and also didn't know of Nether Limitless' fame. If they were participants all the way until the end of the preliminaries, they naturally wouldn't know of the Divine Seal decree ranked 18th Master Nether Limitless. Many elders of the Skydark Holy Lands smiled as they heard these discussions. They were very satisfied in this junior disciple Limitless. Whoosh! A simulation spirit body appeared in front of Nether Limitless. This was his opponent for this step. Just as the spirit body appeared, Nether Limitless moved. Draw the sword. Attack. With this single action, many people only saw Nether Limitless' body move a bit. They didn't even see the sword point before the blade had returned to its sheath. The spirit body's neck bent and its entire body burst apart. Instant kill. Nether Limitless can now ascend to the second step. The twin girls shouted, their voices clearly spreading through the entire audience. Amazing! Is it over like that? That's too fierce. Many of the core disciples in the audience widened their eyes. Many of the famous elders were also startled. They didn't think that this semi-final was too easy, only that Nether Limitless was too abnormal. Haha, Limitless really hasn't disappointed, he's actually first so far. In Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Vast Cosmos said with a smile. Vast Cosmos, as well as many other great world kings, were still sitting in Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. From here they were able to simultaneously see the scene of the arenas in all 30 semifinals. At their level, what they cared about was not a single area but the performance of all the geniuses in the entire divine realm. With 30 semifinal arenas, Every arena used a different method of competing. But generally speaking, every method used was as fair as possible. There would not be any geniuses that were eliminated early. Tianmingzi smiled. He humbly said, "He's only temporarily in first place. This child Limitless really likes to show off. There should be a good number of people that have yet to reveal their true strength." Haha, Brother Skydark is too modest. Who could possibly be Limitless' opponent? That's right, in the Grave Moon Star competition area, the highest ranking person is Limitless at rank 18. He is far ahead of everyone else there. Many world kings praised in abundance. Tianmingzi smiled, not saying much in response. He looked at Nether Limitless on the Divine Seal altar and silently said, "The semi-finals are far from being able to capture the attention of Empyrean Demon Dawn. Only the finals, where you will compete with Empyrean descendants, will be a grand enough stage." After Nether Limitless reached the first step, Bloodless Sword and the others also reached the first level. Their battles were clean and passed in just the blink of an eye. They were able to instantly kill the spirit bodies. This was a killing speed equal to Nether Limitless. When the opponent was too weak, it was impossible to use them to separate the differences between top masters. Bloodless Sword. Bloodless Sword. When Bloodless Sword instantly killed the spirit body and started to climb the Divine Seal altar a second time, all of the disciples from New Paradise Holy Land began crying out, cheering as loud as they could. There were even many young female disciples that clearly worshipped Bloodless Sword. Their cheers were especially loud. He has a lot of supporters. It's crazy enough. But this Bloodless Sword is indeed terrifying. Many martial artists were discussing amongst themselves in the audience. Yu Yuming sat between these people, his fists tightly gripped together. From any of those several 100,000 geniuses on the Divine Seal altar, any single one of them was able to give him a great mental impact. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons. He could also deeply feel just how ridiculously terrifying these geniuses were. Luckily, he was able to attend this semi-final and enter this arena. Otherwise, he would never have had the chance to experience these monstrous geniuses that soared into the skies. He would have been nothing but a frog in a well. As the first and second group of people began climbing to the second step of the Divine Seal altar, the third group of people, in which Lin Ming was also included, finally mounted the first step. Lin Ming has fallen a bit behind. Fairy Feng said out loud. In truth, the third group was still considered amongst the upper middle reaches of geniuses. However, Fairy Feng believed that Lin Ming should be able to do better than this. After all, he had once reached the top 1,000 rankings of the Divine Seal decree. Of the 30 semi-final martial fields, every martial field would have between 300 to 400 people passing. Altogether, there would be around 10,000 people entering the finals. According to the previous top rankings, Lin Ming should definitely be able to pass the semi-finals. Beside Fairy Feng, Violent Stone traced his beard and laughed. Don't worry, the semi-finals have only just begun. You should know that when mortals hold long-distance racing competitions, they will run slowly at the start until sprinting with all their strength at the end. Only by saving your strength at the start and using it at the opportune moment will one be able to obtain their best result. That is, haha, Fairy Feng chuckled as she heard this analogy. She also believed that Lin Ming's results would rapidly rise towards the end. In the preliminaries, Lin Ming's results would rise dramatically before coming to a standstill and then repeating once again. That had clearly been because Lin Ming had been saving his strength. But, the question was, just how much strength was Lin Ming saving? Is this a spirit body created by the array formations? As Lin Ming reached the first level, he immediately faced a simulation spirit body. There were many people around him who had already begun violently fighting with these spirit bodies. As Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan saw this, they felt their hearts tighten. This was Lin Ming's first battle. Although they both believed Lin Ming would win, they still found their hearts in chaos as they didn't know what would happen in the fight. Yu Ming and the unbroken cult Great Elder also watched with wide eyes, lest they miss anything. Lin Ming only glanced over the spirit body. His sharp eyes seemed to see through every inch of his opponent. This spirit body has a powerful energy signal, but the law fluctuations are very weak. It's simply an empty shell. It might be difficult for an ordinary Divine Sea powerhouse, but for me it isn't anything at all. Lin Ming didn't even bring out his phoenix blood spear. He simply rushed towards the spirit body and brought up 2 fingers, slashing out with a brilliant spear light that pierced through its head. Pung! The spirit body exploded. This was an instant kill. Yu Ming gulped. It was over like this. Lin Ming's killing speed was the same as Nether Limitless. Too fierce. The unbroken cult Great Elder was left speechless. He suspected that, after another dozen or so years, Lin Ming would be able to instantly kill him just like that spirit body. This was a junior? He was simply a monster. Look at that person also instantly killed the simulation spirit body. With the gazes of several billion people locked onto the Divine Seal altar, many people naturally noticed Lin Ming. This sort of killing speed was no less than that of the first and second group. This semi-final truly has countless masters all around. None of them can be underestimated. Haha, do you see that? That person who instantly killed the simulation spirit body is a disciple of my ancient Phoenix clan. At this time, all of the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were bursting with pride. Lin Ming was a part of their ancient Phoenix clan. The ancient Phoenix clan itself was only a peak Holy Land level influence. Their resources were low and their inheritances were inferior to others. But they were still able to produce a top extreme genius that could overshadow the talents of a great world king Holy Land. What is pride? This is pride. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan all began to desperately cheer out, their voices booming through the skies. Chapter 1232 Brutal Competition. Chapter 1232 Brutal Competition. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Lin Ming. These loud and clarion cries echoed through the clouds. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan cried out with all of their strength. How could they not be excited? In the divine realm, strength was everything. With strength, one would be respected, whether it was an individual or a sect. The weak could only bow their heads to others. Tens of thousands of years ago, the ancient Phoenix clan had to marry their little princess off to the Crimson Light Holy Land. This was because the Crimson Light Holy Lands was a great world king level influence, and their ancient Phoenix clan was only a peak Holy Land. And now, the geniuses of the Crimson Light Holy Lands had all been overshadowed by Lin Ming. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all proud and ecstatic with joy. This moment was the glory of their ancient Phoenix clan. Good. Shout louder. Shout harder. Shout until your shouts cover everyone else. You damned brat, it's time for you to show off. Violent Stone didn't seem like a respected elder at all. His face was flushed red as he shouted from the audience, his hands slapping his thighs. With the several billion people in the audience, there were more than just those calling out Lin Ming's name. With all of the participants competing, their friends and relatives were also competing to see who could shout louder. All of the audience members that were able to arrive at the semi-finals were extraordinary geniuses of their generation. With each one flooding their voices with true essence, this was a truly terrifying scene. Even the mountains and rivers for hundreds of miles were shaking, massive boulders tumbling to the ground. This is really crazy, even I want to shout out. Fairy Feng laughed from beside Violent Stone. By being present in the arena, it was easy to catch the excitement in the air. It was a completely different feeling from watching a battle array disc. Even in the mortal worlds, when there were kickball competitions, even a small country could arouse crazy shouting, much less this first martial meeting that included the entire divine realm. Haha, if I knew this earlier I would have brought some louder disciples. They could fuse true essence into their voices until their shouts blasted through the entire audience. Violent Stone laughed out loud, his face tomato red. And not too far away, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were tightly grasping their hands together. At this time, the two women had extremely complex thoughts. On one hand, they were proud and overjoyed for Lin Ming. On the Divine Seal altar, that young man whose name was being shouted out loud by so many people was their husband. But at the same time, because of Lin Ming's rapid growth, they felt a restlessness in their hearts. They were too far away from him, nearly losing sight of his back. Our husband, he's really fierce, Qin Xingxuan whispered in a low voice. Mu Qianyu knew what Qin Xingxuan was thinking. She gently shook Qin Xingxuan's hand, reassuring her. These two young women had spent all these years together, and had also overcome many hardships together. Their thoughts and sentiments were interlinked, just like sisters. At this time, Lin Ming was already beginning to climb to the second step of the Divine Seal altar. Lin Ming discovered that although an Empyrean pressure covered the entirety of the Divine Seal altar, the pressure was lowest at the base and increased as one climbed up. This pressure fell onto them from above like an endless waterfall. If one's foundation was deep, they could sit down on the altar, taking a short break and restoring some origin energy before continuing to climb. Those that climbed up much faster would be able to slow down and restore some of their strength. The second level of the Divine Seal altar, the stone walls here have faintly different law traces than those of the first level. I wondered just what sort of different truths are contained within them. As the Empyrean pressure fell down from the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming wasn't too affected. He was much more interested in observing the differences between the stone walls of every level. The Divine Realm's 33 heavens had always been a myth. Not even Mo Evers now knew if the 33 heavens truly existed or not. But in ancient times there was indeed some unrivaled powerhouse that had created the Divine Seal altar, forging it into 33 levels that corresponded with the 33 heavens. As Lin Ming thought of this, he also recalled that when he crossed Ninefall, he had experienced a 9x9 life destruction and crossed 33 layered heavens. From this, he could confirm that the 33 heavens contained some sort of truth of the Great Tao. However, Lin Ming didn't know just what that was right now. Maybe, on the Divine Seal altar's 33 levels of stone walls, the different traces of laws on each level correspond to different rules of the 33 heavens? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. But this sort of matter would likely only be known by an Empyrean or the artifact spirit of the Divine Seal altar. The Divine Seal altar naturally had an artifact spirit. Any spirit artifact treasure had its own artifact spirit. Lin Ming's Phoenix Blood Spear had an artifact spirit that hadn't yet grown up, but as for an Empyrean spirit treasure, its artifact spirit was likely similar to some old and grizzled veteran. For instance, the artifact spirit of the ancient Elysium seal had lived for 3.6 billion years. Its power, knowledge, and experience were hard to estimate. This artifact spirit should be watching the semifinals too. But only someone that displays a heaven-defying talent will be able to grab its attention, otherwise it wouldn't care at all. In climbing the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming didn't feel any joy from his own extraordinary progress. Rather, he felt that there were more and more things that he didn't understand. Empyrean Divine Dream's soul cultivation system, her exploration of Soul World, and even Empyrean Vast Universe's 33 Heavens Divine Seal altar were all important questions and objectives to Lin Ming. Anyone that can become an Empyrean is truly a marvelous and unique character. I still have a long road ahead of me, Lin Ming suddenly thought. The empyreans of the divine realm had been accumulated over a period of 100 million years. Each of them had their own mystical and singular methods. At this time, more and more participants began reaching the first step of the divine seal altar. These crowds of geniuses were all characters that had managed to pass the preliminaries. They were simply packs of monstrous freaks. Even so, when facing the terrifying pressure of the divine seal altar, none of them were able to withstand it, and all of them were forced to slowly climb their way up. What a group of monstrous geniuses, compared to them! I am far too lacking. Yu Yuming sighed from within the audience. As he looked at these people battle the spirit bodies, he could feel that, if he compared their attainments in cultivation and comprehension of laws to his own, the difference would be like the heavens and earth. And facing their opponents on the first step, none of the participants lost. After a vigorous battle, they would eventually defeat their opponent. The only difference between them was how fast they did so. All of the participants began climbing up to the second level. The second step of the divine seal altar had an empyrean pressure much stronger than that of the level before. Many people were finding it hard to withstand. And at this time, the first group had already mounted the second level of the divine seal altar and were beginning to battle the spirit bodies. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless is again the first one to reach the second level of the divine seal altar. He has begun to fight with the spirit body. The two twin girls shouted out. And these words, in addition to the wild cheers from the audience, were also another form of pressure on the participants. This was especially true to the participants of the last group. They had spent a great deal of effort and only just defeated the simulation spirit bodies on the first step when they heard that the leading participants had reached the second floor. That Nether Limitless and all those other people are soon about to reach the third level. How could they possibly be so fast? Some participants thought to themselves. After reaching the second level and feeling the pressure here, they realized that it was nearly an impossible task for them to withstand this pressure and still climb up the 100,000 feet. But now some people had already completed it. This was pressure. All of them felt a great pressure. Of these participants, they all had extremely strong wills and steady mentalities. Even so, they found it difficult to remain composed under the gazes of the billions of audience members, the gazes of their friends and relatives, and also the elders of their sect that had been invited to watch. All of them invited all these people so that they could show off their own abilities, but if the result was that they were in last place out of all these hundreds of thousands of participants, how could they not feel pressure? To be able to attend the semifinals was supposed to be a great honor to them all. But now, all they felt was shame and disgrace. These martial artists grit their teeth and continued forth. But after climbing only a few thousand more feet, they had reached their limit. I can't climb anymore, the pressure is becoming too great, my legs and hands feel like they are filled with lead. Can that Nether Limitless really climb to the top of the divine seal altar? How could this be? From several hundred thousands of people, I am actually the worst out of all of them? A red-clothed martial artist thought to himself, finding it nearly impossible to continue resisting the pressure. His vision was blurred, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his fingers were already chafed red with blood that stained the stone walls of the divine seal altar red. But soon enough, the blood was washed away by the endless torrents of liquid heaven and earth origin energy. From my childhood to adulthood, I have always been the most outstanding existence of my sect. Even Master has said that I am the number one talent to appear in the last 10,000 years of the sect. In my sect, tens of thousands of junior apprentice brothers take me as their shining role model, and countless junior apprentice sisters idolize me, all of them hoping to marry me, even willing to wait on me as a concubine. It is also because of me that they are able to obtain enough admission tickets to watch these semi-finals. They all came in the hopes that they could see me create a miracle, but the result is that I will actually be the first one eliminated. Are these 300,000 people all stronger than me? Is my so-called title as the greatest 10,000-year genius to appear in the sect nothing but a joke? How could this be possible? I won't accept this. I won't believe this. The red-clothed martial artist cried out from within his heart. But at this time, the twin girls at the base of the divine seal altar spoke out once more, their voices passing through an amplifying array formation and spreading out over the entire audience. Nether Limitless has defeated the simulation spirit body of the second step and has started to climb to the third level. Heavens, this is indeed a terrifying speed. Let us all cheer for him, and hope that he can continue fighting his way up to the very top. As the twin girls spoke out once more, their words caused the audience to surge in a frothing frenzy. Even many people that weren't from the Skydark Holy Lands began shouting out Nether Limitless' name. Nether Limitless! Nether Limitless! Nether Limitless! Every syllable was like a steel weight smashing into the innermost feelings of the red-clothed martial artist. In comparison to Nether Limitless' endless momentum and attention, he was finding it hard to continue any further. In that moment, he wished with all of his heart that he would be the strongest powerhouse that would reach the summit. Even if he had to trade half his life for this glory, he was still willing to do so. Ah! The red-clothed martial artist cried out once more. His right hand was finally unable to withstand the tremendous pressure, and he began to slide down from the stone walls. His hand left behind 5 long traces of blood and torn meat, and his miserable screams echoed throughout the 100,000-foot-high cliff. Just as the red-clothed martial artist was about to crash into the first step of the divine seal altar, an invisible force caught him and shot him out. In some dark space within the divine seal altar, a gray-clothed old man surrounded in a dim haze shook his head. He was the one who had just rescued that red-clothed martial artist. In this great competition that covered 100 great worlds, those that had once been called geniuses were no longer geniuses here. This was the brutality of everyone that walked down the road of martial arts. And in the audience, in a certain area, a group of young girls had long been shivering with worry. There were even a few younger girls that felt their eyes turn wet as they heard the fading, unwilling cries of that red-clothed martial artist. The elder senior apprentice brother they respected from the depths of their hearts had been defeated like this. Out of the 300,000 participants, he was the first one to be eliminated. Chapter 1233, The Great Road Before Us. Chapter 1233, The Great Road Before Us. After the red-clothed martial artist was eliminated, more and more people began to fall. In fact, many people had already reached their limit. They were putting forth all of their strength and forcefully persisting because none of them wanted to be the first loser. Now that someone had already fallen and been eliminated, it was much easier to admit defeat. Thus, just a bit later, these people all began to follow in falling down from the 100,000-foot cliff. At the moment before they hit the ground, an invisible energy wrapped around them and ejected them from the divine seal altar. Soon, several hundred martial artists were eliminated, but compared to the several 100,000 martial artists competing, this was only a very small number. 99% of the martial artists were able to make it up the second step of the divine seal altar. And at this time, Lin Ming had reached the second step. The air around him distorted, and a martial artist in loose yellow robes appeared in front of him. This person had blurry facial features and grasped a long sword. From their true essence fluctuations, one could sense they were at the late divine sea realm. Of course, this spirit body's strength was far more formidable than an ordinary late divine sea martial artist's. This was Lin Ming's second battle. Lin Ming's eyes were calm and serene. To him, this wasn't a challenge at all. He flicked 10 fingers and 10 spear lights shot out, piercing through 10 vital areas of the yellow-clothed martial artist. With a light ringing sound, the yellow-clothed martial artist exploded in a shower of light. The spear light had been too fast. The spirit body didn't have any time to respond. Another instant kill. Too fierce. Lin Ming hasn't even brought out his weapon yet. He's only using his fingers to lash out with spear lights, and that's more than enough to instantly kill these spirit bodies. Lin Ming is too strong. He can sweep away 99% of the Great World King Holy Land geniuses. I wonder just where his limit is. More and more people were noticing Lin Ming. And at the base of the Divine Seal altar, the twin girls also turned to Lin Ming. The third group's Lin Ming was also able to instantly kill the spirit body of the second step. Although his climbing speed isn't too quick, his combat strength is in no way weaker than that of the martial artists of the first group. Lin Ming can potentially be a great contender. He is a great dark horse. And what is most mysterious is that his background is only a peak Holy Land, the ancient Phoenix clan. He is far from coming from a great world king Holy Land. The twin girls' voices echoed through the entire audience. To be specifically introduced out of the hundreds of thousands of geniuses, that was truly a magnificent glory. This was especially true for the ancient Phoenix clan. To be able to be mentioned in association, this sort of great honor was mostly reserved for the great world king Holy Land. Yet, their ancient Phoenix clan had been able to accomplish the same. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all boiling with pride. They cheered with everything they had. They cheered for Lin Ming, they cheered for the ancient Phoenix clan. At this time, the martial artists of the ancient Dragon clan, Kirin clan, and Rock clan all felt their hearts twist with envy. They were also God-Beast clans, but the disparity was too obvious. Haha, today we have truly earned enough face. Yan Fengxian, you have done a wonderful merit in bringing Lin Ming from the lower realms. Hua Violent Stone said to Fairy Feng. Yan Fengxian was Fairy Feng's original name. Fairy Feng was merely a nickname she adopted in the past. With Hua Violent Stone's status, he was naturally able to refer to her with her full name. Fairy Feng smiled and said, "When I received Lin Ming and brought him to the Divine Realm, even I didn't imagine that he would have such results as he does now. I first saw Lin Ming at time-worn Phoenix City when he was participating in the King-level smelting trial. At that time, his talent was far from being comparable to what it is now. No one could have imagined that his future accomplishments would be so marvelous. His growth is truly mind-boggling. Indeed, I never would have expected that my Phoenix Cry Palace would be able to receive such a prodigious talent." A red-clothed old man spoke up from beside Hua Violent Stone. He was the palace master of Phoenix Cry Palace, Lianzhen. As an older palace master, Lianzhen had been closed up in seclusion for these past years. He was hoping he could make another martial arts breakthrough before his life ended. Lianzhen stroked his beard, a happy smile on his face. Although Lin Ming wasn't related to him in any special way, and today was also the first time he saw Lin Ming, no matter what anyone else said, Lin Ming still came from his Phoenix Cry Palace. Haha, well, regardless of how it is, Yan Fengxian, you have truly made great contributions. That's right, Lianzhen, after another 180 years or so you should retire. Hua Violent Stone suddenly said to Lianzhen. Lianzhen immediately understood Hua Violent Stone's intentions. As for Fairy Feng, she felt her heart tighten. She realized just what Hua Violent Stone was implying. This caused her hands to tighten against her legs and her breaths to become shallow. Had the moment she had been waiting for finally arrived? That sounds right. I still have about 10,000 years of life left. Although the chances aren't too great, I want to struggle as much as I can to reach the Middle Holy Lord realm. Once I retire, I will enter my last life or death closed-door seclusion. Lianzhen sighed. He looked towards all the geniuses on the Divine Seal altar. In the future, nearly all of those juniors climbing up would have greater achievements than he would ever hope to have. Even those that had already been eliminated were likely to become holy lords. But as for him, his life was already on the decline. This was an inevitable truth that caused a dim feeling in his heart. Violent Stone wasn't young. As he heard Lianzhen's thoughts, he too felt empathy in his heart. He said, "Us martial arts cultivators must struggle with the heavens every day of our lives. Although we have power to control the world, we cannot resist the passing of time. Once our time is over, we too will turn to ashes and all of our life's cultivation will turn to nothing. No one is willing to accept this, but this is the choice that we made during our youth. We risk our lives, blazing our trail on the road of martial arts, uncovering new mysteries and new worlds. This is what drives us. Life or death. Closed-door seclusion is also a good choice. If you wholeheartedly devote your life to your cultivation, then you might be able to make another breakthrough." As Violent Stone mentioned the predestined death that all martial artists would meet sooner or later, even he felt a bit heavy. This was the burden of the old. Even if I make another breakthrough, I'll only be able to live out a sorry existence for several more years. Lianzhen ruefully smiled. He was much older than Violent Stone. "Elder Hua, are you mentioning this because you wish to inquire about the next candidate to become Palace Master of Phoenix Cry Palace?" Lianzhen asked without any hesitation. "Yes." Violent Stone nodded. With his position as highest elder, he indeed had the authority to decide who the successor to become Palace Master would be. However, he also had to respect Lianzhen's opinions. Although Lianzhen's status was much lower than his, he was still at a very high-ranking position. From this alone, he had to at least discuss this with him. "I wish to choose Yan Fengxian," Violent Stone directly stated. Even though Fairy Feng had already prepared herself for this, she still found it difficult to maintain her composure upon hearing it. She was a woman with high ambitions. Otherwise, with her origin as a humble commoner, she would never have struggled with Xiao Zhiyang, who was deeply ingrained in the politics of Phoenix Cry Palace, for the position of Palace Master successor. Once one became Palace Master, they could control all resources of a branch palace. There was no comparison in the treatment between a Palace Master and Vice Palace Master. It would be greatly beneficial to her future cultivation. However, Fairy Feng knew that her chances of succeeding were extremely slim. This was because not only did Xiao Zhiyang have the support of one of the ancient Phoenix clan's three great families, the Xiao family, he also had the support of countless figures in Phoenix Cry Palace. Moreover, even his strength was faintly beyond her own. In this situation, it was extremely difficult for Fairy Feng to win. But she never imagined that this day would truly arrive. With Violent Stone speaking on her behalf, her success was assured. It had to be known that she herself was a half-step Holy Lord, just a bit away from stepping into the true Holy Lord realm. The difference was only a single step away. If she was cemented as the successor to become Palace Master, then the ancient Phoenix clan would naturally approve more resources for her and she would easily be able to break into the Holy Lord realm. This was because the rules of the ancient Phoenix clan stated that all Palace Masters of the 72 branch palaces needed to be at the early Holy Lord realm. Lianzhen laughed. "Fengxian is so young and yet she's already a half-step Holy Lord. She is likely to become a Holy Lord within the next 100 years. As long as she can break through into the Holy Lord realm, then with all reason Fengxian can naturally become my successor. With Elder Hua speaking for her, her position is guaranteed. It's just that. Elder Hua, Zhiyang is also a good boy. I hope that Elder Hua can find a suitable position for him." Xiao Zhiyang was an important figure of the Xiao family. Lianzhen was intelligent, he naturally wasn't willing to offend the Xiao family. Violent Stone said, "I will also help arrange Xiao Zhiyang in a similar position." "That's right, Yan Fengxian, you can also come to the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters if you wish. If you are willing, Headquarters will make sure to give you a position that is in no way inferior to Palace Master of Phoenix Cry Palace. This junior would like to stay at Phoenix Cry Palace. Fairy Feng didn't hesitate for long before she replied. Phoenix Cry Palace was her roots, her very foundation. She also had many disciples and supporters there, so how could she leave so easily? Moreover, becoming the Palace Master of Phoenix Cry Palace had been a long-cherished wish of hers. She naturally couldn't give up. Good, then this matter has been decided. Yen Fengxian, you must train hard. If the deadline for succession arrives and you still haven't stepped into the Holy Lord realm, then even I won't be able to do anything. However, headquarters will support your cultivation as much as they can. Hua Violent Stone's word was the same as a royal decree. Although Hua Violent Stone's temper and character were well known by all, he was a trustworthy character that was good to his word. If he said something, few would doubt him. Thank you, Elder Hua, Fairy Feng said. Originally, even without the support of the sect, she still wouldn't have needed 100 years to become a holy lord. But now there definitely wasn't a problem. At this time, Fairy Feng's mood was extremely complex. She never would have thought that all of this would happen one day. When she brought Lin Ming up to the divine realm and received him as her disciple, she only thought that she was training a useful supporter. She thought that she would need to train him for 100 years before he would be of help to her. But now, just after several years, because of Lin Ming alone, she was directly recommended by a highest elder to become the Palace Master of Phoenix Cry Palace. Destiny was truly far too marvelous. Lin Ming began climbing up to the 3rd level of the Divine Seal altar. The pace he climbed at was steady and stable, as if nothing could stop him. And at this time, the 2 twin girls at the base of the Divine Seal altar shouted out, a top 100 ranked master of the Divine Seal decree, the black-clothed youth that wields a mighty sword, the man named Feng, has now instantly struck down the spirit body of the 2nd level. There are truly far too many masters at these semi-finals. Feng is the same as Lin Ming. Their climbing speed isn't too great, but their combat strength is extraordinary. The two of them are simply the exact same. Moreover, they both come from the true martial great world. What an amazing coincidence. I think that they might even be good friends. The 2 twin girls said. They alternated in speaking between words, making their words seem extremely interesting to listen to. Feng's background is also confusing, even stranger than Lin Ming's. He is a free martial artist, in other words a wandering martial artist. Heavens! A wandering martial artist. That is simply unbelievable. I guess that he should have a powerful master backing him up that doesn't wish to be known, otherwise it's simply impossible for someone to arrive at this level. Only the south and east sides of the Divine Seal altar had martial artists climbing to the top. Dragon Feng was on a different side of the Divine Seal altar, thus he and Lin Ming naturally didn't see each other. As the two of them heard the words of the twin girls, they both faintly smiled. Even though the two competed against each other, they could also clearly understand each other. The 2 twin girls were indeed correct. This Divine Realm first martial meeting was filled with countless masters all around. Even Lin Ming didn't dare to guess just how far he would be able to go. Just Dragon Feng alone was an unfathomable opponent. Moreover, behind him were several Empyrean descendants. But, the more intense the competition was, the more heated Lin Ming became. Chapter 12:34 Divine Seal Altar Artifact Spirit. Chapter 12:34 Divine Seal Altar Artifact Spirit. The Divine Seal altar was a protracted war. With 33 steps, the further one climbed, the more difficult it became. Luckily, the pressure on the flat planes of the steps was slightly lesser, thus one could take some reprieve there. But as one went higher, the pressure would increase to incredible proportions. Resting would not be easy. One would need to crawl all the way up in a single go. And at this time, the semi-finals had already been going on for 4 hours. The first group, including Nether Limitless, had already climbed to the 8th level. As for Lin Ming, he had reached the 6th level. Beneath him, there were still some martial artists crawling to the 4th level. Many of them were already exhausted and reaching their limit, but they still clenched their teeth and persisted. Many of them knew that they had no chance of stepping onto the 4th step, but they still continued their attempt, trying to surpass their limits. To them, being able to withstand the baptism of this Empyrean pressure and climb up the Divine Seal altar was a rare lucky chance. If the ancient Divine Seal altar dared to be called such a name, and dared to claim that those who ascended to its top could reach divinity, then that must be because by ascending these 33 steps and withstanding the baptism of the Divine Seal altar, one could dig out all of their potential and break past their limits. Although the Divine Seal altar replica that Empyrean Vast Universe created was far from being able to compare with the true ancient Divine Seal altar, it was still able to display a similar effect. Strong wind whistled. The rivers of water formed from heaven and earth origin energy unceasingly fell from every step of the altar. The over 200,000 participants were all desperately struggling with the Divine Seal altar. At the base of the altar, the two hosts were passionately and fervently shouting out every important happening in these semifinals. Gradually, the sun set over the horizon and stars filled the skies. For those in the audience, spending a few days to watch a competition wasn't anything at all. They usually meditated for a far longer time. As Lin Ming walked over the 6th level, his steps were slow but steady. Generally, when a martial artist climbed up the steep cliffs their speed would be slow, but when they reached the flat step they would launch their movement ability and race forwards so that they didn't waste any time on the flat area. But Lin Ming didn't care at all. He slowly stepped forwards, enlightening himself about this altar. The streams of heaven and earth origin energy washed over Lin Ming's feet, rushing past him like a crystal-clear brook. 33 layered heavens correspond to the 33 levels of the Divine Seal altar. Every level had a completely different feeling. Lin Ming thought to himself. Out of everyone present, he was the first to understand the strangeness of the Divine Seal altar from the very beginning. And, the further he climbed, the stronger this feeling became. As for others, including even Nether Limitless, they didn't feel anything profound from the Divine Seal altar. This was not because Lin Ming's perception or divine sense far surpassed Nether Limitless, but because about these hundreds of thousands of people, he was the one most closely intertwined with the 33 heavens. Only he, and he alone, had crossed a perfect 33-layered heavens 9 by 9 life destruction. Lin Ming was increasingly sure that the true Divine Seal altar was created by Empyrean Divine Seal. These sorts of ancient divine tools were often named after their creator. Who is Empyrean Divine Seal? How is he related to the Great Calamity from 6 billion years ago? Out of all the heroes in the past, just what role did he play? What is suppressed underneath the eye of the ancient Elysium Seal? For what reasons would the ancient Elysium Seal's artifact spirit spend 6 billion years suppressing some unknown existence, to the point that it must use an arcane ability to fall into slumber so that its lifespan can extend to the distant future? In this world, what existence can live longer than an artifact spirit, and also in a situation where it was sealed? Lin Ming had all of these questions percolating in his mind. He also clearly remembered that the ancient Elysium Seal had mentioned a great world calamity. This was because, in that catastrophe 6 billion years ago, even the rules that governed the heavens and earth had changed. After that time, body transformation techniques were no longer suitable for humans. From that point on, the essence gathering system rose to glory, overshadowing all other methods. From this alone it could be seen just how terrifying that calamity had been. Lin Ming found it hard to imagine just what sort of disaster had swept through the entire divine realm, and not even all the Empyreans of the past had been able to resist it. As Lin Ming was thinking, what he didn't know was that at this time, there was someone secretly watching him. This person was shrouded in mist. Although his form appeared to be that of an old man, he wasn't human at all. He was an artifact spirit. Deep within the divine seal altar, this artifact spirit had a panoramic view of every single genius as they were competing. Its responsibility here was to protect these participants. Once they encountered a life-threatening situation, the artifact spirit would then move to save them. This little fellow is a bit special. How interesting! I thought that young fellow vast universe was lazy and was just dragging me along to help look after these babies. But I never thought I'd meet such an interesting little fellow here. It's as if he can feel the faint concepts contained within the 33 steps of the divine seal altar. These concepts belong to the 33-layered heavens. Although it's impossible for him to comprehend anything in such a short time with his cultivation, he still shouldn't be able to feel this. I wonder just what sort of lucky chances this boy has had. The old man thought to himself. Then he laughed and said, "Hee, that kid is quite funny. He's not revealing his strength at all, and in fact he isn't even using any of his strength. It's like he's taking a vacation and strolling through the countryside. Since I noticed him, I certainly can't let him be so comfortable. Let's test out his ability a bit and see just how he's so special. If he's any good, I'll recommend him to that young boy vast universe." The old man's lips curved up in a sly smile. In the next moment, a tiny wisp of light shot out and quietly sank into the stone walls of the divine seal altar. I shouldn't be so enthusiastic at the start. Everything needs to be done gradually for it to be interesting. I hope that this little boy doesn't disappoint me. The old man chuckled, his eyes filled with anticipation at Lin Ming's performance. As Lin Ming was thinking, he felt space distort around him. This was a familiar feeling that he had sensed countless times before. This was the feeling of when an array formation was activating and a simulation spirit body was soon to appear. The sixth spirit body couldn't arouse Lin Ming's interest at all. One could see this just by looking at how the other participants were able to easily clear this level. As long as Lin Ming wanted to, he could instantly kill this spirit body without even taking out his weapon. This spirit body was only 100 feet away from Lin Ming. The spirit body wore a tightly fitted battle robe and held a red long spear in its hands, somewhat resembling Lin Ming's own phoenix blood spear. A spear? How refreshing! Lin Ming still didn't bring out the phoenix blood spear. From the start until now, he had only been using his fingers as a spear. Whoosh! The spirit body moved, reaching an incredible speed. The long spear in its hand thrust out like a viper at an extremely tricky angle. With a thrust of its spear, lightning quickened. This was the laws of thunder. Moreover, this spirit body had already reached the 4th level concept of the thunder laws, manifestation. The 6th-step spirit body has capable attainments in techniques and laws. Lin Ming drew back, easily dodging the spear attack of the spirit body. His right hand's fingers flicked out once more. Xiao! A spear light shot straight towards the spirit body's forehead. However, that spirit body had extremely fast reflexes. It whipped its head to the side and dodged Lin Ming's attack. Lin Ming was a bit startled. He changed methods, waving his hand and emitting a blazing purple light. He also used the 4th level concept of the thunder laws, manifestation. Manifested thunder had its own consciousness and spirituality. In comparison to mindless energy, it was several times stronger. Moreover, elemental energy with its own intelligence was not easy to dodge. Lin Ming flicked his 10 fingers once again. Pung! The spirit body's spear light was crushed apart. Lin Ming thought this battle was over, but at this moment the spirit body sinisterly grinned. In the next moment, it shook its long spear and smashed apart Lin Ming's spear lights. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. In his estimation, the spirit body of the 6th level absolutely shouldn't have the ability to crush apart his spear light, otherwise the other participants would never have crossed this level so easily. Something strange. Lin Ming rapidly reacted. With something so unusual occurring, Lin Ming certainly wouldn't be careless as to avoid any surprises. And he also clearly remembered that strange grin that appeared on this spirit body's face. How could a mindless spirit body created by an array formation produce such a human expression? That Lin Ming from the ancient Phoenix clan still hasn't brought out his weapon. But now that he's facing the 6th match, his opponent is far more formidable than what he has faced so far. Lin Ming wasn't able to instantly kill it and has also seemed to run into some trouble. Is he still planning on not using his weapon? What a bold man, confident in his own skills. The two twin hosts shouted out. There were only a dozen or so participants that they were focusing on. Lin Ming was one of them. As for what the tricks that the Divine Seal Altar's artifact spirit was playing, they simply weren't able to see through it. Much less them, but not even an ordinary world king could see through. Even Lin Ming, who was personally experiencing it, only felt that something was strange, but he still wasn't able to place his finger on just what was happening. Lin Ming should use his spear. If he doesn't use his spear, then he might meet with unexpected failure. That's right, he needs to be more careful. If he fights the other participants, then he can be defeated 5 times, but if he loses to a spirit body just once, then he will be eliminated. Many martial artists from the Crimson Light world began to discuss amongst themselves, clearly worried for Lin Ming. They didn't come from the ancient Phoenix clan, but they still supported Lin Ming. They were some lower-level Holy Lands of the Crimson Light world. They originally had some of their geniuses participating in the semifinals, but those geniuses had been defeated in the first few steps. Without anyone to support, they transferred their energy to support Lin Ming instead. After all, since the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters was located at the Crimson Light world, they could always at least form relations with them a little bit. There was always competition between the different great worlds. If a martial artist were to appear in a great world that had more powerhouses than they had clouds, then they would be emboldened as they left to explore the divine realm. On the other hand, if someone came from a desolate great world that didn't produce many powerhouses, they would be despised upon adventuring through the divine realm, labeled as a backwater genius. If the Crimson Light world was able to produce an Empyrean, and that Empyrean chose to establish their own sect at the Crimson Light world, the Crimson Light world would directly rise into the ranks of a second-order great world. The energy and momentum of an Empyrean was truly terrifying. Just their presence alone was enough to affect the overall ranking of a great world. The spirit body thrust its spear out once more. Lin Ming used 30% of his true essence this time. He didn't use his spear, and he definitely didn't use the heretical god force or the 8 inner hidden gate. Even so, his speed and strength was able to fully suppress the spirit body. But this spirit body was extremely tough. At a critical moment, it was able to shatter apart Lin Ming's killing blow. Now this is fun. Lin Ming was a bit interested and a bit more serious. He dodged the spirit body's spear light and then shot out 5 thunder-fused spear lights. The spirit body wanted to use its old move to crush these 5 spear lights. But this time, Lin Ming faintly smiled. He sprung the fingers of his other hand and shot out 5 fire-fused spear lights. Thunder and fire intersected, directly exploding. Bang! The spirit body broke apart into countless motes of dust before vanishing. Chapter 1235 Without Weapons. Chapter 1235 Without Weapons. This little baby understands the concept of fire, and moreover its dual concepts of thunder and fire. His comprehension is extremely high, and with the way he is utilizing these concepts, it seems that he's reached the threshold of the 5th level. The old man traced his chin, revealing an extremely interested expression. The 5th level concept of the 5 element laws was separated from the 4th level concepts by an extremely large gap. There were many powerhouses that would never manage to cross this moat in their lifetimes. Even some weaker Divine Lord powerhouses wouldn't be able to cross this step. In other words, Lin Ming's comprehensions of laws now surpassed many Divine Lord powerhouses. I'll have to slowly test your abilities. Young man, you shouldn't have any problems with this. For this old man to test you is your good luck. Others can't even ask me for such a favor, ha ha ha. The Divine Seal artifact spirit chuckled. He wanted to know just what secrets Lin Ming had that allowed him to touch upon the concept of the 33-layered heavens that not even World King powerhouses could sense. This was not an exaggeration either. Even Mo Eversnow did not understand the 33-layered heavens. In the past, when Mo Eversnow was at the height of her power, if she had come to the Divine Seal altar, she still wouldn't have been able to sense anything. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end Lin Ming did not need to use a weapon. Although he fiercely fought for some time, he has still emerged victorious. The 7th and 8th levels might not be so easy. The power of the spirit bodies will become increasingly strong. In a fight with the spirit bodies, a single defeat will spell elimination. If a participant isn't careful and underestimates the enemy, all of their hard work might come to nothing. After Lin Ming killed the 6th level spirit body, the voices of the twin hosts rang out in the air. That's right, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's much better to advance steadily. Many martial artists of the Crimson Light world discussed. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan also began standing up. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, be careful. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, don't underestimate your enemy. Numerous young disciples shouted out together. In truth, Lin Ming was much younger than most of the disciples here, and his merits and qualifications were also low so far. But, because he was so strong, many of them simply called him their senior apprentice brother. This was the standard of the martial arts sections. The top genius of a great world king Holy Land was also called a specific name, such as Elder Senior Apprentice Brother or Elder Senior Apprentice Sister. It had been extremely difficult for the ancient Phoenix clan to produce a talent that was able to enter the top 1,000 or even potentially top 500 rankings of the first martial meeting. If Lin Ming were to lose because of some accident, that would truly be an injustice. As everyone was shouting, the twin hosts suddenly cried out. They looked towards the 8th level of the Divine Seal altar, and nearly choked on their own word. They had just warned everyone to be careful, but on the Divine Seal altar's 8th step, Nether Limitless had actually put away his katana as he faced his spirit body opponent. Nether Limitless actually put away his weapon. Is he planning on fighting the enemy unarmed? The twin hosts' words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards the 8th level to see Nether Limitless standing there, facing a tall and sturdy fellow that used a sledgehammer. This majestic spirit body gave off an extremely strong pressure. What a tall and burly fellow, it's simply like a mountain of meat. Is Nether Limitless planning on dealing with the fellow without any weapons? Lin Ming didn't use his weapon on the 6th step and Nether Limitless doesn't need to on the 8th step. These geniuses are truly arrogant. How can you even compare them? Nether Limitless was ranked 15th on the Divine Seal decree, and he's now the fastest one to climb out of these 300,000 people. Don't try to equate Nether Limitless to those that ranked in the hundreds or thousands. Out of everyone here, besides Nether Limitless, only Fong and Bloodless Sword have managed to enter the top 100 rankings of the Divine Seal decree. Within the audience, disciples of Demon Dawn Great World began to speak with contempt thick in their voices. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting semifinals were separated into 30 locations. On average, each location had 3 participants that were in the top 100 rankings of the Divine Seal Decree. As everyone was discussing, Nether Limitless had already begun fighting with that tall sledgehammer fellow. With a great roar, the tall sledgehammer spirit body brought the hammer crashing straight down. Nether Limitless simply sneered. His figure turned into a series of afterimages as he instantly arrived in front of the tall spirit body, directly facing the massive hammer that came smashing down. If this giant weight were to crash down, then the explosive force would even cause a mountain to collapse. Everyone in the audience cried out in alarm. But Nether Limitless didn't have any expression at all. He simply thrust his palm out. This palm seemed slow and without any strength, but it instantly passed through space, passing through that big fellow's giant hammer and striking its chest. In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. That tall and burly fellow suddenly stiffened. The giant hammer in its hands came to a complete stop in midair, seeming to violate the laws of physics. Then, an unbelievable sight occurred. With a crackling sound, cracks began to appear through the big fellow's body as if he were a glass sculpture. Then, the spirit body suddenly shattered, exploding to pieces. Heavens! What sort of technique is this? That formidable big fellow had suddenly shattered to pieces. This was a truly inconceivable attack. This is the ice laws, space laws, time laws, and concept of vibration, an attack with 3 laws and a concept combined together. That is simply unbelievable. To fuse so many concepts and laws together is far too amazing. Nether Limitless is indeed an extreme genius of his era. For an ordinary martial artist, fusing 2 laws together is extraordinary. Laws and concepts were simply a generalization that everyone used. There wasn't a true difference between them. But, if there was a difference, then that would be that laws encompassed a great domain while concepts were more concrete and specific. For instance, burning heat was the first-level concept of the fire laws. But all 9-level concepts of fire could simply be referred to as the fire laws. Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless. After Nether Limitless won, all of the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands began to crazily shout out. On the 8th step, without using a weapon and only using a single palm strike that fused together 4 different concepts and laws, this technique was enough to shock the audience. Too strong. Haha, our senior apprentice brother Nether is first. On the first several steps the spirit bodies were too weak, so they were all instantly killed without seeing a difference, but now those differences are obvious. That's right, at the 8th level and above, everyone that can still instantly kill their opponents are all extreme characters. For the first several steps, even those nobody martial artists could instantly kill the spirit bodies. They simply aren't any good at all. Not wrong. Who cares if that Lin Ming doesn't need to use a weapon? If he really was capable, then he would instantly kill those spirit bodies, even without weapons. Nobody can compete with our senior apprentice brother Nether. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands were all bursting with pride. Their holy lands originally came from the First Order world, the Demon Dawn Great World. Now, whether it was in strength or speed, they were number 1. Motherfucker, how could he be so fierce? Violent Stone's eyes bugged out. He couldn't help but acknowledge that this Nether Limitless was simply too abnormal. As Violent Stone and the numerous other people in the audience were shocked by Nether Limitless' performance, deep within the Divine Seal Altar's inner world, the artifact spirit actually didn't even spare him a glance. A technique of this level simply wasn't able to arouse the artifact spirit's interest. The artifact spirit still watched Lin Ming as before, saying, "Little kid, you'll soon reach the 7th step. At the 7th step this old man will test you once more. Don't be worried, haha." Chapter 1236, 20th Step. Chapter 1236, 20th Step. All the way forwards, Nether Limitless was still in the lead as before, his momentum nearly unstoppable. Close behind Nether Limitless was Bloodless Sword. Bloodless Sword also easily defeated his opponent on the 8th level, but he had to use his weapon unlike Nether Limitless. For some contestants that didn't use weapons, they didn't care much for Bloodless Sword, so they didn't follow him in this. With a sword cutting down a spirit body, Bloodless Sword continued his climb to the 9th floor. Haha, Elder's senior apprentice brother is very steady. As a swordsman, there's no point in not using your sword. Right, there's no point at all. In truth, Elder's senior apprentice brother doesn't even need to use his sword because he has already reached the sword of the heart boundary. In his hands, there is no difference whether he is wielding a sword or not. In the audience, Fairy Feng heard the cheers of everyone around her and the hosts casting the situation on the altar. She shook her head and said, Lin Ming likely didn't use his weapon because he simply didn't think it was necessary. I never imagined that such a little thing like this would cause such comparisons. Hua Violent Stone said, It's not strange. In this semi-final, the geniuses that climb the Divine Seal altar aren't competing in just speed, but also how calmly they can cut down the spirit bodies. Many people are becoming famous because of this. Those martial artists that have a shallow background hope to become famous so that they can be taken in by some great influence. As for those martial artists with a great background and who also come from a great influence, they hope to become famous in order to bring glory to their holy lands and possibly even garner the attention of an Empyrean. When an Empyrean chose a descendant, their pool of candidates was every single genius of every great influence in the divine realm. The first martial meetings of the past had all been good places for an Empyrean to choose their descendant. An Empyrean could live for nearly 100 million years. Even so, most would receive several hundred descendants, or even less than 100. Of these people, the weakest amongst them were ordinary world kings. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that these ordinary world king descendants were Empyrean descendants that had exhausted all of their potential before growing up. As for those who were able to develop, they were able to become great world kings or even half-step Empyreans. There were even those select few that could grow into new Empyreans. With this, if a disciple of a great world king Holy Land was chosen by an Empyrean, that would absolutely be the greatest honor of all. That great world king Holy Land disciple, if they were to receive such an honor, would invite all the guests they knew and hold a grand feast filled with heroes, a great celebration that would continue for several days. This sort of feeling was the same as the mortal world where the daughter of a wealthy family would be married into the imperial palace as a royal concubine. Although the family wouldn't have many more opportunities to see their daughter again, that daughter would still grow up and live a good life in the palace, and would also be able to bring a great advantage to her family. The relationship between a Holy Land and an Empyrean heaven palace was similar to this. Now, Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword wanted to use this first martial meeting to their advantage. Their ultimate goal was to become an Empyrean descendant. And the one presiding over these semi-finals was also the direct disciple of an Empyrean. If their performance was exceptional, they might be noticed by an Empyrean. They weren't afraid of showing off, only that they wouldn't show off enough. I must reach the top, that is my only goal. Xiao Daochild said that the chances of us reaching the summit are slim, but I must do it so that everyone can see me. Nether Limitless blood boiled over. After another quarter hour he defeated the spirit body of the 9th step. In defeating his opponent, he didn't use a weapon as before. Facing the spirit bodies of the 9th step or even the spirit bodies of higher steps, there really wasn't a difference to Nether Limitless in how difficult it was. And at this time, Lin Ming was now facing his opponent on the 7th step. His opponent was a white-clothed woman with long hair. Her facial features were blurred. These simulation spirit bodies all had different appearances, techniques, and cultivation methods. Lin Ming guessed that the different spirit bodies formed by the array formations on the Divine Seal altar were similar to the ancient Phoenix clan's own illusionary god combat array. That was, they were able to use array formations to record a martial artist's specific techniques and styles, and use this data to recreate a simulation spirit body. These simulated spirit bodies were nearly the same as the real person. Whatever weaknesses the real person had, these spirit bodies would also have. The weapon that this woman used was a soft sword. With just a glance, Lin Ming was able to feel the special characteristics of her true essence fluctuations, her use of weapons, her steps, and with this information he was able to guess that she was a martial artist that excelled in speed. If he could suppress her in the aspect she excelled in the most, then he could instantly defeat her. Chasing thunder. Lin Ming's vision sharpened as he immediately opened Mystic Lightning Shade. His feet stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, and he attacked with his fastest move, Chasing Thunder. Xiao! A brilliant electric purple light shot out, cutting through the air and directly striking the white-clothed woman. She was fast, but her speed was still far from being able to compare with Lin Ming. Chi. An electric light flashed out. But, at this time, something that left Lin Ming extremely surprised took place. The attack he sent out was one that even an ordinary divine transformation realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to withstand. But, this white-clothed woman was actually completely uninjured. Her protective true essence was totally immune to Lin Ming's thunder laws. She's becoming stronger instead? She can absorb the power of my thunder laws for herself and convert it to her own strength? How is that even possible? Lin Ming was so startled that he was left speechless. This woman's protective true essence was able to absorb his own thunder attack and transform his strength into her own. This sort of ability was only possessed by certain ancient vicious beasts and god beasts. There were some ancient vicious beasts that had achieved a certain degree in their compatibility with the laws and were completely immune to certain law-based attacks. For instance, there was the mythical thunder dragon. If one were to use thunder-based attacks against one, then that was the same as delivering a nourishing tonic to it. The only method to overcome this was if one's own power of thunder had reached a boundary where it was able to disregard the laws of the world. For instance, Empyrean thunder punishment was this sort of top powerhouse. Those beings that had this ability were either god beasts or existences close to god beasts. Lin Ming had never heard of a human that possessed this type of ability. Lin Ming had the heretical god force, which was itself a transcendent divine might. Even so, it could only absorb the power of thunder and fire that didn't surpass his own boundary. If a thunder or fire attack that far surpassed Lin Ming's limits were to strike him, it would still severely wound him. How strange! Why would this sort of opponent appear at only the 7th level? Lin Ming was puzzled. But he didn't pause in his movements. If the power of thunder didn't work, he would switch to flames. Chasing sun shot out, smashing into the white-clothed woman. Then, something even more unbelievable occurred. This white-clothed woman was also immune to fire-based attacks. She's immune to the fire laws? Immunity to thunder, immunity to fire, it's as if this opponent was specifically targeted at me. Lin Ming thought something was strange. Starting from the 6th level, something unusual had been occurring. The opponents he faced were clearly far more formidable than the others. Did I hit the jackpot? Did I accidentally stumble into some hidden difficulty level? Or are there people purposefully trying to play tricks on me? But that doesn't make sense. I have no idea what enemy I might have made that would be going against me here. Out of all the enemies Lin Ming had provoked, the strongest ones were the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, Zhong Wenshu and Wu Final Cloud. However, they were all from World King and Great World King level Holy Lands, so it was impossible for them to affect the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. If thunder and fire don't work, then I will defeat you with absolute strength. Lin Ming couldn't bother with getting to the bottom of what was happening right now. He directly took out the Phoenix Blood Spear and opened the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gate. The power of the Gate of Pain erupted, multiplying Lin Ming's striking power by several times. A spear thrust out, the speed reaching the limit. The power of 8 to 9 million genes of strength blew up. With a loud explosive sound, the white-clothed woman exploded into countless motes of light. He really is a dual body and energy cultivator. Within the inner world of the Divine Seal altar, the gray-clothed man's eyebrows shot up. He was the one deliberately causing trouble for Lin Ming in order to probe his strength by forcing him to use new moves. He dual cultivates in body and energy, and his body transformation technique has already opened the 4th gate, the Gate of Pain. Those geniuses that choose to walk the paths of dual body and energy cultivation have nearly disappeared. Among the Empyreans, nearly none of them do this. There are only some geniuses of small sects that are too full of themselves who believe they can walk down the road of dual body and energy cultivation. That young kid Vast Universe is resolutely opposed to dual cultivating body and energy. After all, not everyone can be like Empyrean Primordius and experience such heaven-shaking lucky chances. And without those lucky chances and under the current restrictions of the heavenly Tao laws, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace become a demonic curse that can never be broken through. In truth, disregarding the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, barely anyone in this universe can hope to break past the life and death threshold of the 8 inner hidden gate. The old man traced his beard. The road of martial artists was broad and profound. By just walking down one cultivation system to the limit, one could become an Empyrean. But out of a trillion lives, how many people were able to become an Empyrean? If one couldn't even bring one cultivation system to the limit and yet tried to split their attention with another, that was simply far too ambitious. Not just that, but the body transformation technique system was currently prohibited by the heavenly Tao laws. The gray-clothed man also didn't believe in dual cultivating body and energy. This boy actually chose to dual cultivate body and energy. Is it because he is overconfident in himself, or is it because his master is an idiot? Or perhaps he has some other cards in hand? His skeletal age is just over 30 years. With his essence gathering system cultivation at this level, his body transformation technique has at most 4 gates opened. That's also quite good. If he continues on this road, then I suspect it will harm him. In the next step, I must take a good look at how he fares in other aspects. The gray-clothed old man thought out loud. He didn't have much faith in Lin Ming's body transformation technique. Something seems strange with senior apprentice Brother Lin. In the last 2 steps, he won with some difficulty. He even had to bring out his weapon on the 7th step. And in the future, the further he goes up, the harder his opponents will be. He's in a bit of danger. From the ancient Phoenix clan, as well as from the Crimson Light world, there were many people that were worried for Lin Ming. Just how strong was the Divine Seal altar's artifact spirit? If it did something, there were very few people that could see through it. Humph, what are you worried about? Senior apprentice Brother Lin clearly hasn't shown his true abilities. He's clearly saving his strength for the future. The truly magnificent battles are still coming up. Not just that, but there are 300 people that can pass these semifinals. If Lin Ming can be in the top 300, then he'll be fine. It's his win as long as he can attend the finals. As this disciple spoke, he seemed to lose confidence in his own words. Although their words and tone didn't admit defeat, the truth was that if things continued like this, then even they couldn't tell just how Lin Ming's final results would be. As for the twin girl hosts at the base of the Divine Seal altar, they no longer spoke about Lin Ming. They only paid attention to the powerhouses at the top, shifting their attention to the several martial artists in the first group. They were currently the most dazzling characters in the semifinals. The battle between Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword was the focus of attention for nearly everyone in the audience. Like this, the over 200,000 participants continued their struggle climbing upwards. 10th step, 11th step, 12th step, 13th step, 14th step. Every step was harder than the last. More and more participants were eliminated. Nether Limitless already reached the 20th step. Once he ascended another step, then he would no longer be fighting spirit bodies. He would have to defeat other participants. Chapter 1237, The Battle Begins. Chapter 1237, The Battle Begins. On the first 21 steps of the Divine Seal altar, one would fight simulation spirit bodies produced by array formations. Starting from the 22nd step and upwards, one would no longer fight simulation spirit bodies but would have to fight and defeat other participants on the same step. This produced another problem. That was that the first group which was in the lead was stronger overall, thus the opponents they faced were also more powerful. Thus, if they wished to maintain their status of being in the vanguard, they would have to pay a certain price. If they were too weak, they would be defeated and their ranking here would drop. A participant was only able to lose 5 times before they were eliminated. They naturally didn't wish to waste these chances. As some people realized this, they began to slow down their pace. If they instantly rushed to the 22nd step and had to directly face Nether Limitless, then that truly wouldn't be fun. In fact, only a very small minority of people were able to climb up to the 22nd step. After such a long time with people continually being eliminated, out of the original 300,000 participants, there was not even 100,000 left. But, out of these remaining participants, the overwhelming majority would find it impossible to reach the 22nd step. They would be eliminated before then. There was no doubt that if one could not reach the 22nd step, then they would not pass the semifinals. The sun fell down over the horizon, and the curtain of night rose high up into the skies. The semifinals had now been going on for 2 days. 2 days, 48 hours. This time period was an extremely great test on every participant's mental state, physical strength, and endurance. A massive number of participants weren't able to withstand the Empyrean pressure, or they weren't able to defeat the spirit bodies, or they might have even exhausted themselves. But no matter what, if any of these happened, the participant was eliminated. The disparity grew despairingly large. The 100,000-plus participants were like ants crawling up a hill, sparsely distributed all over 2 sides of the Divine Seal altar. As some people were still struggling to reach the 11th step, Nether Limitless had already defeated the spirit body of the 21st step and was beginning to climb to the 22nd level. Nether Limitless had defeated all spirit bodies of the first 21 steps with relative ease. No one was surprised by these results. This entire way he had killed all the spirit bodies with unstoppable momentum. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands became increasingly wild and crazy as they shouted out Nether Limitless' name. The entire arena seemed to echo with the name of Nether Limitless. And on the Ancient Phoenix clan's side, the disciples were relatively muted. The Ancient Phoenix clan wasn't in too good of a situation. The Ancient Phoenix clan, with Lin Ming included, had a total of 4 disciples entering the semifinals. The weakest of them had already been eliminated. Xiao Ping's situation wasn't looking too good. Whether he could reach the 22nd step was questionable. As for those that would likely reach the 22nd step, they were Lin Ming and Yen Littlemoon. But the truly brutal part of this competition would finally begin upon stepping onto the 22nd step, because at that time they would have to duel and defeat other participants. That was the true test of strength. From the 21st step to the 22nd step, Nether Limitless' climbing speed wasn't slow. Without accident, he was the first one to reach the 22nd step. After mounting the 22nd step, Nether Limitless stood proudly on the flat plains, waiting for other participants to reach him. He held his katana as he stood against the wind, the aura of a ruler wreathing him. In that moment, because of Nether Limitless' existence, many of the other martial artists felt a great pressure on them. They faintly didn't dare to climb up, because climbing up to the 22nd step was the same as facing Nether Limitless. Nether Limitless has already stepped upon the 22nd step. He alone is deterring all other participants. Oh, someone else has climbed up. That is Bloodless Sword. The twin hosts loudly shouted. Because the current position of the competition was too high up on the Divine Seal altar, they had ridden a spirit boat up so that the entire audience could clearly see them. Bloodless Sword was only a bit behind Nether Limitless. After Nether Limitless reached the 22nd step, Bloodless Sword was right behind him. The two stood 1,000 feet apart, in sharp contrast to each other, neither of them willing to give an inch. The entire audience felt their breath catch in their throats. Would it be a battle between kings at the very start? This was simply too amazing. However, after some time passed, the two still didn't fight. They simply stood there, waiting. It seems they aren't planning on fighting so early. The two of them aren't idiots. Even if Nether Limitless can defeat Bloodless Sword, he will have to pay a great price to do so. It will affect how far he can go afterward. Yes, the 22nd step should not be the stage of their battle. It was clear that Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword took each other as strong rivals in these semifinals. If the two fought, it would have to be at the 30th step or above. Thus, a third person finally reached the 22nd step. This person was a purple-clothed swordsman. His nickname was Purple Blade. He was ranked in the top 300 of the Divine Seal decree and also first on his own great world. To be able to be the third to climb to the Divine Seal altar's 22nd step, that was enough to prove his strength. With Purple Blade's arrival, Bloodless Sword and Nether Limitless still remained unmoving. They continued to wait. Slowly, over time, the others gained courage and more people climbed up to the 22nd step. However, there was a 1,000-foot null zone around Bloodless Sword and Nether Limitless that no one dared to stand in, lest they find themselves targeted as opponents. In this way, 6 hours passed. Several thousand participants had already reached the 22nd level. Still, no one fought. All of the powerhouses stopped here, seeming to unanimously agree to restore their strength on the 22nd level. They waited for more people and weaker people to climb up. The 22nd level was where the strong would hunt the weak. And at this time, Lin Ming also climbed towards the 22nd step. Mixed within the martial artists here, no one would notice him. The truth was that starting from the 10th step, Lin Ming was able to confirm that someone was targeting him. However, this mysterious existence didn't push things too far. These spirit bodies always excelled in some area and were able to create a bit of trouble for him. However, truly slaying these spirit bodies didn't consume too much of Lin Ming's strength. Generally speaking, these weren't deliberate obstacles but rather probing moves. To probe his bottom line. To probe his talent. This caused Lin Ming to be increasingly confused. Just what great expert would target him here? From the start until now, his performance had been only satisfactory at best. Whoever this mysterious figure was, they should have been watching Nether Limitless instead. Lin Ming's pace was steady, neither fast nor slow. He finally stepped onto the 22nd step with the third group. There are quite a number of people here. As Lin Ming climbed up to the 22nd step, he hadn't been able to see what was happening on the step itself. But now that he looked around, he saw around 400 to 500 people. Casually choosing any of them, one could see they were peak powerhouses. Many of them were near the same level as Wu Final Cloud. There were truly countless masters all around. Those that could climb up to the 22nd step were extreme elites that could close their eyes and become Holy Lord level characters in the future. These people had carefully chosen where they would stand. Basically, nearly no one stood around those that felt strong in fear of bringing disaster upon themselves. As for those that felt weak, there were many people crowded near them. Everyone was thinking of pinching these weak persimmon-like people to pieces. When Lin Ming stood on the 22nd step, 3 people calmly and quietly walked towards him, discreetly surrounding him. Among them, a tall martial artist shaped like a bamboo pole smiled at Lin Ming. However, his smile harbored ill intent. They judged whether or not someone was weak with 2 criteria. First was how they felt about this person, and second was how long it took them to climb up to the 22nd level. The later one climbed up, the weaker one was assumed to be. Although this type of judgment wasn't necessarily accurate, it was still better than randomly guessing. After all, nearly all the martial artists present had extremely solid foundations, and the law fluctuations around them were vivid. Moreover, many of these people were hiding their aura, so it was difficult for others to judge them based on that alone. Brother Long, Brother Fei, it's quite rare for a little early divine sea brat to appear here. How about you let me handle him? The thin martial artist who was smiling at Lin Ming said to the other 2 people around him with a true essence sound transmission. Even if he's at the early divine sea, he might not be weak. I certainly understand this, but in equal conditions, wouldn't it always be easier to deal with someone with a low cultivation than a higher cultivation? Brother Long, Brother Fei, you're both so strong and this little brother here is so weak. Now that there is actually an opponent who showed up that climbs so slowly and also has a low cultivation, won't you look after this little brother of yours? In order for the thin martial artist to be the one to challenge Lin Ming, he flattered again and again. He simply didn't know who Lin Ming was. Although the twin hosts had introduced Lin Ming, the participants had all been busy crawling up the Divine Seal altar at the time. Although they heard of him, they didn't have an image of him in mind. Even Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword didn't know who Lin Ming was. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin is being targeted. The ancient Phoenix clan's disciples were all watching Lin Ming. Currently, Lin Ming was the only person of the ancient Phoenix clan who had reached the 22nd step. As for Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping, they were still hard at work climbing up the 20th step. Humph, they actually think that our senior apprentice Brother Lin is easy to bully. I wonder just how strong he is. Of the participants that were able to reach the 22nd step, none of them could be underestimated. These people think I'm some fat sheep or something. Lin Ming faintly smiled. My climbing is relatively slow and my cultivation is also at the early divine sea. It's not strange that I'm being targeted. My cultivation is the lowest of the participants here. This is also good. I was worried that I would have to spend some time looking for an opponent, but now someone delivered themselves straight to me. Lin Ming grinned. As the thin martial artist saw Lin Ming's happy expression, he frowned. Why was this boy smiling? Just as he was thinking this, the sound of exploding energy erupted from the far-off distance, following by a pitiful scream. Some people had already begun fighting. The first one to attack was Nether Limitless. Using the space laws, Nether Limitless instantly crossed 100,000 feet, actually arriving right in front of the person furthest from him. With his personality, he instead decided to fight the one furthest from him. That person was immediately frightened out of his mind. Just as that person was about to raise his weapon, Nether Limitless katana had already cut out, slashing through his protective true essence. Pung! That person's protective true essence shattered and he was sent flying backwards, vomiting blood. Nether Limitless had kept his hand. This was the real world, and those that died would not revive somewhere else. However, the rules of this grand competition forbid intentional murder. The martial artist who was struck backwards was wrapped up in a layer of purple energy before he even landed. This purple energy rapidly healed the martial artist's wounds. At the same time, it also brought him hurtling downwards to the 21st level. If one lost, they would have to fall down one step. Nether Limitless' attack had become a signal. At this time, a massive number of participants struck out with their attacks. The battle had begun. Chapter 1238. The one who should be sorry is me. Chapter 1238. The one who should be sorry is me. Let the battles begin. War has broken out. The two twin hosts spiritedly shouted. At that moment, most of the participants on the 22nd step began to battle each other. Even though they were all participants that had reached the 22nd step, the disparity in strength between them was enormous. The strong would only need several breaths of time to kill the weak. And from the very start, the powerhouses had already chosen their targets. As soon as the battle began, they rushed towards their chosen opponents. This was basically a battlefield where the strong slaughtered the weak. Of course, there were some people that misjudged the strength of others. Once they made this fatal mistake, they might find victory difficult or even have kicked a wall and be defeated instead. Although one was strong, with some bad luck, they might encounter someone stronger. They could only embrace their own defeat. The accuracy of one's eyesight was also another important standard that dictated whether or not one would be able to pass the 22nd step. If one had poor eyesight, it was impossible to blame others. Once the battle began, all of the martial artists in the arena were roused to the extreme. There was no need to mention martial artists who had fellow disciples of the same sect competing on the Divine Seal altar. They went all out in shouting. As for those martial artists that didn't have any fellow disciples competing or their fellow disciples had already been eliminated, they still shouted as loudly as they could, cheering for the martial artists that originated from their great world. In short, with these billions of people present and watching these 100,000+ geniuses compete, a wild and manic atmosphere spread through the crowd, turning everyone crazy. For a martial artist that walked down the road of martial arts, they had to encounter all sorts of dangers, slaughtering, arduous and high-intensity training, risking their lives, playing the games of intrigue and betrayal. Every martial artist lived under a tremendous pressure. They needed a way to vent. Senior Apprentice Brother Dragon One, you can do it! Of the 4 great god-beast clans, besides Lin Ming, only Dragon One had reached the 22nd step to become one of the 4000 to 5000 martial artists there. To be ranked 4000 to 5000 out of the participants of 1000 great worlds was already an extremely impressive result. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin is being targeted. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, be careful. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were completely focused on Lin Ming. At this time, on the 22nd step of the Divine Seal altar, the thin martial artist grasped a long staff as he walked towards Lin Ming. The 22nd step included participants of varying levels. It was possible to bump into some powerful genius. Qin Xingxuan clenched her fists together. Mu Qianyu held onto her hands. She could also feel the nervousness coming from Qin Xingxuan. This was a battle in the real world. It was possible that one could be severely wounded. Explosions of energy, horrified screams, whistling winds, muffled sounds, violent shockwaves, all sorts of brutal battle scenes were occurring all over. At the same time, the thin martial artist pointed his staff at Lin Ming's head, challenge in his eyes. Brat, I must say I'm sorry. This is a battlefield where the strong prey on the weak. Weaklings like you are doomed to be stepping stones for masters like me. Because of the rules, I'll be a bit gentler. For you to fall underneath my hands is also your good luck. At the very least, I won't severely injure you to the point where it affects your next match. The thin martial artist chuckled. Then, he flourished the staff in his hands, his killing intent locked onto Lin Ming. In that instant, he was like a spider hunting an insect caught in his web. Lin Ming smiled. The one that should be sorry is me. but you're quite lucky that I am your opponent. I also know how things are. I'll be gentle with you. Brat, you are courting death. The thin martial artist's eyes widened. An early divine sea boy actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. I've changed my mind. In this battle I will break all your bones. The thin martial artist shouted out loud and smashed his staff at Lin Ming. His speed was quick. As his staff came pounding down, it contained the solemn weight of the earth laws. This staff strike was like a falling mountain. Not only was it terrifyingly powerful, but it was nearly impossible to dodge. All of those that could step onto the 22nd step were top 50 ranked characters of their great world. They were chosen prides of heaven that were coddled since birth. Their moves were naturally unordinary. Even if the thin martial artist judged himself superior to Lin Ming, he still put his full strength behind this attack. On the 22nd step, there was no truly weak individual, only those that were relatively weaker. If one underestimated their enemy, they would truly suffer a miserable loss. Within Lin Ming's pupils, each and every movement of the thin martial artist was clearly reflected. Earth laws, 4-level concepts, moreover he has fused them perfectly together. This is the same as before I comprehended the 5th-level concept of thunder and fire. Lin Ming could instantly see through the strength of this thin martial artist. Since I'm facing other participants now and not simulation spirit bodies, there shouldn't be any other tricks played on me. Lin Ming languidly brought up the phoenix blood spear and swept it out. He only used the fire laws, with the first 4-level concepts fused together. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. Hoo hoo hoo. Flames burned. As Lin Ming thrust out his spear, a blue lotus bloomed atop it. Lin Ming's spear was extremely fast. The brown true essence that the thin martial artist sent out was instantly seared away. All he saw was a beautiful blue lotus appear in front of him before a wave of blue flames rushed towards him. What? The thin martial artist was shocked. He suddenly realized that his opponent was far more formidable than he had guessed. Is there a mistake here? An early divine sea martial artist I casually found is actually so strong. His striking power actually surpasses my own. The thin man drew backwards. At the same time, a thick brown-colored barrier appeared around him. Earth Protection Shield. The Earth laws were weak in attacking but excelled in defense. The thin martial artist had absolute confidence in his own Earth Protection Shield. What shit luck! I was completely mistaken and actually ran into a master of the fire laws. I can only defensively counterattack and try some roundabout tactic. I must withstand the first several waves of his attacks and look for a chance to defeat him. If I don't save as much energy as possible, then I'll be in danger once I reach the 24th or 25th step. The thin martial artist's thoughts raced. As a martial artist skilled in the earth laws, defensively counterattacking was the field he excelled in the most. However, just as Lin Ming's blue flames enveloped the thin martial artist's earth protection shield, an unbelievable scene occurred. The fire true essence was pervasive, digging through every single weakness it could find. Moreover, it also contained the attribute of endlessness, causing the thin martial artist's earth protection shield to rapidly disintegrate. At this speed, the earth protection shield would be completely burnt through in just several breaths of time. How is this possible? He clearly only understands the 4th-level concept of the fire laws, so how can he burn through my shield? The thin martial artist didn't even have the time to ponder this. At this time, Lin Ming stepped forwards and appeared right in front of him. 8 inner hidden gates, 4 gates open. The power of several million genes erupted. Lin Ming's spear came smashing down onto that brown barrier. Gotcha! It was like a several million gene heavy hammer crashed into a bronze bell. With a terrifying eruption, cracks began appearing in the thin martial artist's earth protection shield. Crack that cracked. The thin martial artist originally thought that his shield would be able to persist for several more breaths of time, giving him some time to change his method. But the shield had already completely collapsed. Lin Ming took advantage of this opportunity and brought the phoenix blood spear pounding down on the thin martial artist. The thin martial artist was frightened to the point that his soul nearly evaporated. He wanted to take out a magic tool from his spatial ring, but he no longer had enough time. The phoenix blood spear heavily crashed onto the thin martial artist's protective true essence. If even his earth protection shield couldn't block this attack, then his protective true essence would be even more useless. With a loud explosive sound, the thin martial artist stuffily humphed as he was sent soaring backwards while coughing out a mouthful of blood. And in his right hand he had just taken out a golden shield. This golden shield was half the height of a human and shining with a dazzling light. It was a low-grade spirit artifact. However, there was no time to use it. Lin Ming's attack had been too fast and too fierce, bringing with it an unstoppable momentum. The thin martial artist simply didn't have enough time to defend against it. By the time he brought out his shield, he had been sent flying back. "Fuck this, aren't you too strong?" The thin martial artist opened his mouth to speak, but all that came out was gurgled blood. And at this time, a purple energy wrapped around him. As this purple energy healed his wounds, it also brought him back down to the 21st step. This meant that he would have to climb up to the 22nd step again. If he climbed up once more, it would consume even more of his strength. Senior apprentice Brother Lin won. So fierce. He won so easily. Seeing Lin Ming win so easily, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were left in a bit of a daze. They originally thought that even if Lin Ming won, he would still take some time to do so. Too amazing! He hasn't met those abnormal freaks yet. That staff-wielding martial artist looks like a frail stick. How could he ever compare with our senior apprentice Brother Lin? Senior apprentice Brother Lin is awesome. Too fierce. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all overjoyed. They naturally didn't think that they would be weaker than others. No one wanted to destroy their own hopes and ambitions, because their power was correlated with their own faith. Even if they had such thoughts, they would never voice them out loud. Brother! Damn it! Not too far from Lin Ming, those two fellows that had surrounded Lin Ming with the thin fellow were glaring at him. They had clearly been his companions. One of them had already finished his battle. If he was able to finish his battle so quickly, he naturally wasn't one of the weaker participants. That martial artist stared at Lin Ming, fear flashing in his eyes. Lin Ming thought little of it. If this fellow wanted to fight, then he would welcome it, but it seemed that he lacked the courage to do so. That person finally didn't say anything more. He instead began climbing up to the 23rd step. At this time, on the 22nd step, there were still many others ferociously fighting. In a one-on-one battle, no one was allowed to interfere. Many of the people fighting didn't have too great of a strength disparity with their opponents. If they fought like this, it was extremely taxing. Even if they won, they would have to consume an immense amount of strength. They would have to stay on the 22nd step for some time to restore themselves. The truth was that the competition taking place on the Divine Seal altar did not forbid the use of recovery pills. But the medicinal efficacy contained within recovery pills was not completely consistent with a martial artist's own true essence. Using 3 or 4 was fine, but if one used too many, then that would cause their true essence to become impure and also affect their combat strength. Many people were like Lin Ming and ended their battles early. They leapt onto the cliff and began to climb to the 23rd step. The further they went, the stronger their opponents would be. Lin Ming leapt. His body flew up like a bird, crossing hundreds of feet at a time. On the 23rd level, the pressure increased once more. But those people that were able to conclude their battles early were masters amongst masters. Even in the face of this pressure, the speed at which they climbed was still fast. Chapter 1239 Crimson Strife Cloud's Daughter. Chapter 1239 Crimson Strife Cloud's Daughter. As Lin Ming started to climb up to the 23rd step, the ancient Dragon Clan's Dragon One was defeated. The one who defeated Dragon One was a small and ordinary young man with nothing special about him. But, in front of him, Dragon One still suffered a miserable loss. It could only be said that there were far too many masters in the semi-finals. With Dragon One sent back to the 21st step, the result was that he had fallen behind Yen Littlemoon. The Dragon Clan's Dragon One was defeated, Fairy Feng said from beside Hua Violent Stone. I saw. Hua Violent Stone said. He nonchalantly turned his head to look at the person responsible for the ancient Dragon Clan disciples here, Laughing Dragon. At this time, Laughing Dragon couldn't laugh at all. As for Hua Violent Stone, he didn't gloat over this. And he definitely didn't let Lin Ming's success go to his head. This was because the intensity of the semi-finals was far higher than the preliminaries. The difficult stages were still to come. There was no way for Hua Violent Stone to feel relaxed. As Laughing Dragon felt Hua Violent Stone's gaze on him, he said, Hee, old Hua, it looks like the 4 God Beast clans only have your ancient Phoenix clan's Lin Ming remaining. It seems Dragon One will at most be able to climb to the 23rd or 24th step before he is defeated. It's impossible for him to go any further. As for your Yen Littlemoon, she's in the same position. Dragon 2, Dragon 3, Xiaoping, and also the disciples of the Kirin clan and Rock clan will be much worse. None of them should be able to pass these semi-finals. To pass the semi-finals was the same as entering the top 10,000 ranks of the Divine Realm. This was truly far too difficult a task for Dragon One, Yen Littlemoon, and the others. Lin Ming will definitely enter the finals, Hua Violent Stone confidently said. Haha, I hope so. Although I have to admit that I'm feeling a bit sour over this, I still hope that the 4 God Beast clans will do well. The 4 God Beast clans competed and plotted against each other in peaceful times. But when facing a mutual enemy, they still banded together to protect their interests. No matter which clan it was a wonderful occasion to produce a strong powerhouse. Of course, having this powerhouse appear in their own clan was always the best. Hua Violent Stone didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked towards the Divine Seal altar and Lin Ming. His normally loud and boisterous manner was completely restrained and his expression was a bit solemn. In these semifinals, one step could lead to life and one step could lead to death. This was because the disparity in strength of the martial artists could be extremely great. In this competition, if someone were to easily defeat someone on one step, they could themselves be easily defeated on the next step. Thus, each fight was not easy at all. And at this time, more and more martial artists climbed up to the 23rd step. This was the same situation as before. The martial artists that climbed to the 23rd step waited for some more martial artists to ascend. Those martial artists that first mounted the 23rd step had a great advantage over the others. This was because they were able to meditate on the Divine Seal altar, eliminating the pill impurities within their bodies as they restored themselves to a better combat state. Soon, 3,000 people gathered on the 23rd step. At this time, it was no longer Nether Limitless signaling the start of the battle. Rather, anyone that decided on who they wanted to fight would instantly begin. Someone began running towards Lin Ming. This person was a tall and explosive young woman. Her steps were lithe and she was as dexterous as a cat. She had deep crimson red hair, and her skin was not white like jade, but rather a healthy and sexual wheat color. She wore tight-fitting leather armor. It was unknown what vicious beast this leather came from. The beautiful patterns were naturally engraved into it. Although the vicious beast had died a long time ago, these patterns still emitted faint fluctuations of the laws. This was an indication that the vicious beast had been of a very high level. The tight leather armor was extremely short, revealing her smooth and flat belly and intoxicating navel. It also served to accentuate and bring out her tall and busted twin peaks. On the lower half of her body, she wore a very tight skirt that was made of similar leather. This tight skirt completely followed the curves of her round thighs. Her weapon was a sickle blade. The blade edge shined with a cold light, perfectly fusing together with the deadly and exaggerated curvature of the weapon. The young woman smiled as she looked at Lin Ming, bringing up the sickle blade in her hands. This woman, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. The feeling she gave off was that of a wild leopard, beautiful, vigorous, and yet filled with an explosive force and exotic danger. This woman was far fiercer than the last martial artist he had faced. In the arena, the martial artists of the ancient Phoenix clan also noticed her. "That woman seems a bit familiar," Palace Master Lianjun said from beside Hua Violent Stone. Hua Violent Stone was stunned for some time. Then, he ruefully smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, then she is the daughter of Crimson Strifecloud, the current Crimson Dragon envoy of the Crimson Light Holy Lands. Her mother should be the daughter of our ancient Phoenix clan's last patriarch, the little princess that had a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. In the past, there were countless pursuers that chased after her, but in the end she was married off to Crimson Strifecloud." As Hua Violent Stone spoke to hear, he deeply sighed. Once upon a time, he too had been one of the little princess suitors. In truth, although the ancient Phoenix clan had married the little princess off to Crimson Strifecloud because of political reasons, it was by no means wronging or harming her. Crimson Strifecloud had been an extraordinary character. With the little princess background, her beauty, her Phoenix bloodline, and her primordial Crimson Strifecloud would not have treated her coldly. Even so, Hua Violent Stone had always kept this matter in his heart. In his opinion, marrying someone off in exchange for benefits was the sorrow of the weak. No wonder. She really does look like her mother. It's just that her skin color and hair color are different. That coloring should have been inherited from her father. Lianjun nodded, his expression complex. He didn't think that one day, Lin Ming would battle the daughter of the ancient Phoenix clan's little princess. Not only is her coloring that of her father, but her disposition is also her father's. I can see none of her mother's virtuous grace and gentleness on her. The past Crimson Strifecloud had bronze skin and a full head of red hair. His character was well known to all. And now, his daughter was also the same. "You're the one called Lin Ming? I know you," the red-haired woman said. She actually knew who Lin Ming was. "And you are?" Lin Ming was a bit startled. He wasn't like Nether Limitless, who had rushed straight up to the top 20 ranks of the Divine Seal Decree, causing everyone in the Divine Realm to know of him. Rather, he had finished the preliminaries ranked around 10,000 on the Divine Seal Decree. That shouldn't be a level where everyone would know of him. "My father is Crimson Strifecloud. I heard father say that you defeated the spirit body he left behind in the ancient Phoenix clan's illusionary god combat array. Is that right?" Lin Ming froze for a moment. This was actually Crimson Strifecloud's daughter. Wasn't this a bit too theatrical? He had defeated Crimson Strifecloud and now his daughter had appeared. From the sound of it, this woman had deliberately come here for him. He carefully looked at this young woman in front of him. He could feel the aura of the ancient Phoenix clan from her, and could also feel that she had the ancient Phoenix bloodline. Of course, her bloodline density was much lighter than Yen Littleman's. This was the shortcoming of transplanting the ancient Phoenix bloodline. As long as one continued reproducing down generations, the bloodline would become increasingly pale, slowly fading until it finally disappeared. "Your mother is the ancient Phoenix clan's little princess?" When Lin Ming was at Fire Spirit Star, he had also heard the stories. "That's right. But my mother is a weak woman. Luckily, I am not like her." As the red-haired woman spoke, she stroked the edge of her sickle blade with a single finger before stretching out her tongue and licking the blade. This was an extremely wild and barbaric action, one filled with sex appeal. Lin Ming frowned. He didn't like listening to this woman's words, as if she were disparaging and looking down upon her own mother. You and I can be considered as having come from the same roots. Are you planning on being my enemy? In Lin Ming's opinion, if this red-haired woman dared to challenge him, she naturally had the confidence that she could win. Her goal was to use him as a stepping stone to reach the 24th step. For two geniuses who came from the same roots to step on each other to reach the next step, this was a bit too dramatic. The red-haired young woman laughed. Same roots? You wish. I come from the Crimson Light Holy Lands, a great world king-level influence. As for you, you are only from the ancient Phoenix clan, a mere ordinary Holy Land. How could you say we come from the same roots? The reason I will fight is not because I think highly of you, but because you managed to defeat the spirit body phantom that my father left behind within the illusionary god combat array during his youth. Although you defeated that phantom spirit body, the truth is that it was simply unable to reproduce the true strength of my father during his youth. Moreover, that matter leaves me very uncomfortable. Aren't you just a common martial artist? How could my father possibly lose to you? Thus, I must defeat you. The red-haired woman said, as if this was all a matter of course. Her words carried with them an arrogant tone. This was a natural feeling of superiority that one was born with. In fact, many people of Great World King Holy Lands looked down at those from ordinary Holy Land. In particular, someone like Lin Ming was even more of a commoner than the rest. He was simply the weed amongst the grass. I see. Lin Ming said, thinking this whole situation a bit funny. To think that you can still smile, how interesting. It's as if you don't realize what sort of situation you're in. Soon, you won't be able to smile anymore. Before our battle begins, let me tell you something. My talent is the greatest of my father's 100 children, and I am far stronger than he was in his youth. Finally, let me tell you my name so that you may carve it down in your mind. My name is Crimson Wishjade. For Crimson Wishjade to encounter Lin Ming here, it couldn't be called a stroke of fate. Rather, for a peak influence like the Crimson Light Holy Lands, they naturally wouldn't allow their most outstanding disciples to miss out on the first martial meeting. Crimson Wishjade was originally born too early to enter the first martial meeting. However, she entered a time enchantment, and by adjusting the flow of time, she was able to pass several hundred years in just several years. If that's the case, then let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your mother. Lin Ming extracted the phoenix blood spear. He had always felt a trace of sympathy towards the little princess who was forced to marry into the Crimson Light Holy Lands because of her clan's politics. And now, the little princess daughter actually took the Crimson Light Holy Lands as her honor and the ancient Phoenix clan as her shame. This left him with a bad taste in his mouth. Teach me? It seems you want to die. Crimson Wishjade revealed a thick, murderous intent. And in the audience, a tall middle-aged man with a full head of red hair was watching this battle. He was Crimson Strifecloud. Little Jade, you really are giving me a headache here. Your character will cause you to suffer a loss sooner or later. I already warned you that Lin Ming isn't simple at all, and I can't even tell how this battle will end up. I don't think that your chances of winning are even 50%, and yet you are actually so full of confidence. Crimson Strifecloud sighed. Currently, Lin Ming was countless times more powerful than he was in the past when he had rushed through the illusionary god combat array. However, Lin Ming's opponent was also powerful. In the past, the Crimson Strifecloud within the illusionary god combat array was only at the 8th stage of life destruction, but the current Crimson Wishjade was at the late Divine Sea realm. This was also the reason that she was so confident. If a late Divine Sea martial artist couldn't defeat an early Divine Sea martial artist, then that was truly shameful. Chapter 1240, Absolute Suppression. Chapter 1240, Absolute Suppression. Although you are only from an ordinary Holy Land background, I will fight you with everything I have from the start. I will carve into your heart the glory of the Crimson Light Holy Land. I will defeat you with my greatest strength so that you can understand the disparity between us. As Crimson Wishjade spoke, red scales began to appear on her face. Her hair grew longer and even her body grew taller. Her long and slender legs filled with strength. Once this strength erupted, even a piece of divine iron that could forge a spirit artifact would be easily kicked in half. This is the Crimson Light family's unique bloodline, Scorching Blood. A violent stone grimly said from within the audience. In the divine realm, there were many families that had their own bloodline inheritances. The Scorching Blood bloodline, capable of making one's blood burn like fire. Although it was inferior to the ancient Phoenix bloodline in quality, it won in density. The Scorching Blood bloodline could be inherited even without reducing the density. Through screening over numerous generations, their bloodline became stronger. This was a seal carved into their very genetics that could not be changed. As for the ancient Phoenix clan, their Phoenix bloodline was only transplanted after birth. The degree of their hereditary transmission was much lower and the amount of Phoenix blood they could transplant was also lower, because high-quality Phoenix blood was simply far too precious. Who? Crimson Wishjade's body ignited with monstrous waves of flames. The Crimson Light World King family also focused on fire-based abilities. This was the reason Crimson Strifecloud married the ancient Phoenix clan's little princess in the past. Little Jade, although her words are a bit too arrogant, she does have the capabilities to fight him. At least she isn't blindly underestimating him. Maybe she can win. In the audience, Crimson Strifecloud whispered to himself. He was aware of Crimson Wishjade's complete strength. But, as for where the limits of Lin Ming's strength lay, he didn't know at all. Victory or defeat would depend on how much Lin Ming's strength surpassed his imagination. At this time, on the 23rd step of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming was facing Crimson Wishjade, who was fully displaying her Scorching Blood bloodline. He faintly smiled and said, "You want me to understand the disparity between us, but I fear that you may be mistaken in just who is weaker and who is stronger." What shameless boasting! A disciple of an ordinary Holy Land is actually so arrogant. I will show you just what happens to people like you. Crimson Wishjade raised her sickle blade up high. At this time, the phantom of an immortal Fire Lord appeared behind her. The power of Scorching Blood swelled up as a conflagration of flames rose upwards, galloping forwards like a rushing army. Raging flames spread throughout the surrounding area. On the relatively quiet 23rd step, such an explosive battle was extremely eye-catching. It had to be known that the entire 23rd step was covered with an immense Empyrean pressure. The weaker martial artists weren't even able to display 30% of their full strength. It was impossible for them to release such a massive attack. Crimson Flame Domain. This is the Crimson Flame Domain. There were many types of fire domains. The one that Crimson Wishjade used now was the Crimson Flame Domain. It was much stronger than the Blue Lotus Domain. This sort of domain was intrinsically fused into the Scorching Blood bloodline of the Crimson Light family. As monstrous flames burned into the skies, the entire audience and all the martial artists on the 23rd step turned towards them. This was a battle between two great powerhouses. Someone is using the Crimson Flame Domain, and it's a woman too. I think she should be the extreme genius being raised in the Crimson Light Holy Lands and also the peak master of the Crimson Light world. Her opponent is Lin Ming. On the spirit boat floating in front of the Divine Seal altar, the two hosts shouted out with gusto. They had looked over the information of all the participants here, thus they knew most of the geniuses and where they came from. They had originally no longer bothered with Lin Ming, but now Lin Ming caught their attention once again. Many of those in the audience also noticed them. Then, Crimson Wishjade attacked. Her sickle blade slashed down. In that moment, Crimson Wishjade seemed to fuse with the phantom Firelord behind her. The Crimson Flame domain expanded outwards, enveloping the entire battlefield. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and swept it outwards. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. In a battle of fire laws against fire laws, a towering blue lotus rose into the air. A brilliant blue beam of fire shot straight out. However, as this beam of fire hurtled towards Crimson Wishjade's blade light, the beam of fire suddenly slowed down as if there was a tremendous amount of resistance. On the other hand, Crimson Wishjade's sickle blade seemed to speed up with overwhelming momentum, making one's heart race. My Crimson Flame domain can gather all fire element heaven and earth origin energy without needing to use any true essence. It is capable of ruling over all flames in this world. For you to use the fire laws to battle with me is simply seeking your own death. Crimson Wishjade coldly sneered. Her saber light suddenly split into thousands of little wisps. Every wisp of saber light was like a petal of a red lotus. For a time, the entire sky was flooded with countless red lotus petals. It was an incomparably gorgeous scene. Since that's what you think, I will use the fire laws to defeat you. Lin Ming smiled. In terms of the fire laws, regardless of comprehension or utilization, he had never felt weak, especially against his peers. Against them, he was fully confident that he was king. Crimson Wishjade had the Crimson Flame domain, but as for him, he had a transcendent divine might. Moreover, Lin Ming had already comprehended the fifth-level concept of the fire laws, virtual fire. This was a boundary that ordinary geniuses could never hope to match. As Crimson Wishjade rushed towards him, from within Lin Ming's inner world, the heretical god seedling indignantly spread out. The power of fire rushed out like a tide. The heretical god force opened to the limit. In that instant, on top of Lin Ming's spear light, the phantom of a divine tree seemed to appear. This phantom only appeared for a brief instant, but in this instant, Lin Ming's spear light became several times sharper. Even the fire laws between the heavens and earth seemed to be influenced by this and twist around. The fire origin energy around Crimson Wishjade that rushed towards him like a surging tide was suddenly cut apart and controlled by Lin Ming. Ping ping ping. In the split moment when the divine tree phantom appeared, those thousands of red lotus petals that fluttered in the skies were all destroyed as if they had been scorched to nothing. Within the Crimson Flame domain, all of the wild fire origin energy there was controlled by Lin Ming. What? Crimson Wishjade was shocked. She had never encountered such a scene before. In a battle of martial artists that used the same laws, the one that was able to use their comprehension of laws to control the heaven and earth origin energy could directly suppress the other. Crimson Wishjade's perception was extremely high to begin with, and she had also inherited the Crimson Light family's Burning Blood bloodline as well as Phoenix bloodline from her mother, who possessed the perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline. To her, the ancient Phoenix bloodline was the finishing touch upon her own bloodline. After comprehending the Crimson Flame domain, she was even more confident that no one could challenge her in the aspect of fire laws. But now, she was the one being suppressed by Lin Ming. Crimson Flame domain completely open. In that instant, brilliant golden rays of light shot out from all over Crimson Wishjade's body. The skin of her body turned a deep fiery red. She had activated her scorching bloodline to the limit. As Lin Ming faced Crimson Wishjade giving her all, he merely swept his spear out. Crack! Lin Ming shouted out loud. All of the surrounding fire origin energy was swept up by Lin Ming's spear. A giant tear formed in Crimson Wishjade's Crimson Flame domain. Lin Ming strode into the Crimson Flame domain. At this time, he was like a war god descended to the world, unstoppable and indestructible. As he walked forwards, every single bit of fire origin energy gathered to him. There was even some fire origin energy that manifested into spiritual flame beings. There were fire crows, fire kirans, fire wolves, and so forth. All of these beings surrounded Lin Ming, bowing to him, worshipping him. This was a phenomenon that occurred when one comprehended the fire laws to an exceedingly high degree, capable of ruling over the world. Faintly, behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a divine tree appeared. It took root in the endless inferno of flames. It rose higher and higher, growing into a towering tree. Within this sea of flames, a divine tree was born. This phenomenon was seen by all present, but no one knew what it meant. This is. Within the divine seal altar, the gray-robed old man was watching all of this happen. He paid particular attention to this divine tree. The gray-robed old man was extremely interested in Lin Ming. He didn't think it was strange if Lin Ming knew a transcendent divine might, but the key point was that he didn't know of the heretical god force. The divine realm had existed for countless billions of years. Before ancient times, there were even more ancient times, continuing all the way back until the creation of the universe. In all this time, there was an untold number of Empyreans that had appeared. And among these Empyreans, many of them had created their own transcendent divine might. Of these transcendent divine mights, 90% of them had been lost to time. But there was a small number that had been preserved. These were located all over the divine realm or in some unknown ancient mystic realms. Sometimes these mystic realms weren't dangerous at all. After all, far too long a time had passed. Any powerful array formation would have weakened or even vanished, and any formidable guardian beast would have exhausted its lifespan and died. To obtain the transcendent divine mights located in these mystic realms, it depended on one's luck and not strength. The gray-robed old man had an extraordinary degree of experience, but even he didn't know every single transcendent divine might. There was no one that could accomplish such a feat. Moreover, many transcendent divine mights had special peculiarities. For instance, the heretical god force was not an offensive transcendent divine might but an auxiliary arcane skill. Even if one saw the towering divine tree that rose in the boundless sea of fire behind Lin Ming, it was impossible for them to judge whether or not this phenomenon originated from an arcane skill, cultivation method, special physique, or bloodline. How interesting! I wonder just where this young boy comes from. The gray-robed old man muttered to himself. This little baby girl can't even force out his true strength. Luckily, there are some other nice talented brats ahead of her. If they fight Lin Ming, I should be able to see some more. At this time, on the 23rd step of the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming had already rushed towards the front of Crimson Wishjade. All of the surrounding fire origin energy was swept up around him, all of it under his control. You! Crimson Wishjade's pupils shrank. Her crimson flame domain had actually been ripped open. Not just that, but within her own domain, he was actually able to grasp complete control of the fire laws and suppress her. Lin Ming is actually this strong? In the audience, Hua Violent Stone was extremely shocked. Even though Crimson Wishjade had such immense talent, she was still completely surpassed in a battle against Lin Ming. This was something he had never imagined from the start. After all, they hadn't seen Lin Ming's performance in the preliminaries, they had only seen the change in his merit points. One's merit points and one's true combat strength were two different matters. Otherwise, the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting would have been simply settled with a ranking of merit points. Lin Ming ignored this all. From between his eyebrows, the blood of the ancient phoenix burnt, emitting a flaming golden light. Since he said he would use the fire laws to defeat Crimson Wishjade, he naturally wouldn't use his body transformation technique or the thunder laws. In Lin Ming's view, Crimson Wishjade was merely a peak talent of a great world king Holy Land. As for the Crimson Light Holy Lands, they were only from a third-order world. Crimson Wishjade likely couldn't even compare with Wu Final Cloud, who came from the true martial great world, a second-order world. Chapter 1241 A Too Shameless. Chapter 1241 A Too Shameless. Who? A spear swept out. The crimson flame domain was ripped apart like a flimsy piece of paper. Lin Ming's spear swept towards Crimson Wishjade's waist. Clang! Crimson Wishjade pulled up her sickle blade, wanting to block this spear. The sickle blade was known for being a strange and tricky weapon that was hard to defend against. In terms of meeting other weapons in a head-on collision, though, it was inferior to the sword. If this were a direct melee, then Crimson Wishjade would naturally suffer a loss. She felt her arms shake, her hands turn numb, and her entire body was thrown backwards. Lin Ming stepped forwards, using Golden Rock shattering the void to instantly close the distance between them. His spear came pounding down once more. Clang! 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 With another violent and fierce impact, Crimson Wishjade's arm went numb and her hand turned red with blood. However, Lin Ming's attacks came in a ruthless and aggressive barrage, simply not giving her any chance to counterattack. Her high comprehension of the fire laws had been completely suppressed by the heretical god Seedling. Her crimson flame domain was torn open by Lin Ming. Her tricky and unpredictable sickle skills were forced down by Lin Ming's melee assault, rendering her incapable of displaying her abilities. This was omnidirectional suppression. As everyone looked at this battle, they were left speechless. According to the hosts, this Crimson Wishjade was likely the peak genius of a great world, so how could she be suppressed so miserably? Is Lin Ming actually this strong? His opponent is a peak character of the Crimson Light world. Didn't I hear that Lin Ming was ranked around 10,000 on the Divine Seal Decree? Even around 10,000 is extremely fierce. Moreover, the Divine Seal Decree rankings don't represent one's true strength. This is far too fierce. He's able to maintain such a brutal onslaught of attacks on the Divine Seal Altar's 23rd step, as if he isn't being suppressed at all. Everyone could see that the Lin Ming in front of them was far more formidable than Crimson Wishjade. As for where his true strength lay, it was difficult to say. Lin Ming, how could he grow so quickly? Crimson Strifecloud grimly said, finding this unbelievable. Back in the past, when Lin Ming had defeated his 8th stage life destruction avatar with a 7th stage life destruction cultivation, his talent hadn't been much greater. His daughter Crimson Wishjade also had a similar level of talent. But now the disparity was far too great. On the center of the battlefield, Crimson Wishjade was crazily shouting, "Remember me! One day I will burn you to ash!" Crimson Wishjade screamed. This was not so much a threat but an expression of her shame and anger. Her arrogance had been foisted upon her since she was a child, growing all this time. Her father was a high-level figure of the Crimson Light Holy Lands, and she also possessed the ancient Phoenix bloodline and the Scorching Blood bloodline. Her talent was amazing, thus she had always had the right to be proud and rampant. If your strength matched how arrogant you were, then I would let you burn me as you wish. But what a pity you don't have this ability. Lin Ming's spear swept out once more, breaking through Crimson Wishjade's sickle blade light and continuing to sweep towards her. In the semi-finals, killing another participant was prohibited. Lin Ming simply avoided Crimson Wishjade's vital points and instead swept his spear up to her butt. The flames were overwhelming, unstoppable. Crimson Wishjade's face flushed red. She brought her sickle blade cutting down, but even if her hand wasn't injured as it was, she still wouldn't be able to block Lin Ming's spear light. Pung! Her protective true essence stopped the Phoenix Blood spear for the briefest moment before collapsing to nothing. Lin Ming's spear continued onwards and smacked onto her butt. By not using the spear edge and only using the spear shaft, The spear was not dissimilar to a large stick. Crimson Wishjade miserably screamed. She felt a burning pain on her ass as flames burnt up her skirt. As the flames burned up her body, Crimson Wishjade began to panic. The fabric of her skirt was made from the hide of a 10,000-year fire rhino. Its durability was equal to a top-grade Saint artifacts. Even so, it wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Ming's continued attacks. With just a few strikes it would definitely be damaged. At that time, once her skirt was torn apart, it would be unimaginable for her naked buttocks to be exposed to the world. In the audience, everyone was shocked. Crimson Wishjade's skirt had a clear black mark on it. A dignified genius of the Crimson Light Holy Lands, a proud daughter of heaven, had actually been spanked on the butt by someone else. I'll kill you! Crimson Wishjade turned absolutely crazy. This was simply the shame of her life. In front of billions of people, her butt had been struck by a man. This was only a scene that would occur when a parent was punishing a child. Moreover, she was a child that had always been coddled. Since when had she ever been treated like this, especially under the gazes of so many people? She recalled Lin Ming's words. She remembered that he said he would teach her a lesson on behalf of her mother. In that instant, a raging fire erupted in Crimson Wishjade's heart. She was crazy with anger. Today's matters would certainly spread out and become a great joke to everyone. Even if she were to become a master of the Crimson Light Holy Lands in the future, today's events would still be privately spoken about. Even her opponents would use these events to mock her. This was a shame she would never be able to wash herself of. I will rip you to shreds. Crimson Wishjade plunged towards Lin Ming like a wildcat. However, it was impossible to overcome the absolute disparity in strength between them. Lin Ming's spear crushed through her sickle blade light and continued smashing towards her butt. As Crimson Wishjade saw this brilliant spear light, she cried out in alarm. Pung! This strike was even heavier than the last. With a scream, she was sent flying backwards. But Lin Ming continued chasing after her. The truth was that as soon as Crimson Wishjade admitted defeat, this fight would be over. But she stubbornly didn't open her mouth to speak these words, because admitting defeat of her own volition was also shameful. Lin Ming instantly arrived in front of Crimson Wishjade, about to bring his long spear down on her once more. But at this time, a trace of pleading appeared in Crimson Wishjade's angry eyes. She was frightened. If Lin Ming were to hit her again, then her skirt would really be torn apart. Even if she were to use fire energy to form a skirt, that skirt wouldn't be as tough as the fire rhino leather skirt. It was impossible for her to block the naked image that everyone would see. At this time, an angry and vigorous voice rang out, "Enough!" In that instant, a red shadow flew up from the audience, flying straight towards the Divine Seal altar. A massive wave of energy came crashing down. Lin Ming found it impossible to raise his phoenix blood spear, as if he had been stuck in a block of iron. Lin Ming frowned. He turned to see a tall red-haired middle-aged man floating a few 100,000 feet away. This person had a similar aura to the Crimson Strife Cloud in the illusionary god combat array. It was clearly the true Crimson Strife Cloud. At this time, Crimson Strife Cloud's face was gloomy. Although he also hoped that Crimson Wishjade would suffer a small loss, it was definitely not in this manner. No father wanted their daughter to receive such humiliation. Daddy! Crimson Wishjade's nose stung. She vented all of the anger and sorrow in her heart. Daddy, kill him for me. Turn him into ash. Burn him. Kill him. Enough! Crimson Strife Cloud angrily shouted. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough with your loss? If you are weaker than others, then what else can you say by being insulted like this? I already warned you. Do not be arrogant. Do not be conceited. Just as Crimson Strife Cloud's voice fell, a figure emerged from thin air in front of Crimson Strife Cloud. This person's aura was even more formidable than Crimson Strife Cloud's. his strength like a constant weight atop Crimson Strife Cloud's head. This person floated high in the air, overlooking Crimson Strife Cloud. He said without any feeling in his voice, "This is the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. All non-related personnel are prohibited from entering the martial field, otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." This person was the direct disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe, Xiao Daochild. As a World King powerhouse and also an Empyrean descendant, even if the Crimson Light World King were to come here himself, Xiao Daochild wouldn't care for him at all, much less a mere Crimson Strife Cloud. Whether it was status or strength, Crimson Strife Cloud was far inferior to Xiao Daochild. "I apologize, Senior Xiao Daochild. This junior will immediately withdraw." Facing Xiao Daochild, Crimson Strife Cloud was extremely humble. Even the Crimson Light Holy Lands was only the Holy Lands of a third-order world. In front of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, they weren't anything at all. "Daddy, Crimson Wishjade nearly fell into a bout of tears. She didn't want to stay on this Divine Seal altar anymore, she had lost far too much face. Crimson Strife Cloud's expression was ice-cold as he said, "Compete honestly and fairly for me. With your strength, you should be able to pass. If you cannot pass through these semi-finals, then I will punish you with 100 years of confinement. As for today's matters, consider this your lesson. And also..." Crimson Strife Cloud turned to Lin Ming. "Boy, you remember what happened today." Crimson Strife Cloud said these words and then flew away. In truth, his last few words were only to maintain his own face. He simply couldn't do anything to Lin Ming at all. With Lin Ming's strength, he would surely blossom into splendor in this first martial meeting. There would be no way he could move against him. In the audience, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were all shocked speechless as they saw this. "This boy is too shameless." A violent stone gulp. Then, he suddenly guffawed. "But I like it. Those 2 strikes were well done. I've long disliked the Crimson Light Holy Lands. As for that little harlot, mercilessly beating her ass in public is what she deserves." These words were privately spoken to all around him. As Fairy Feng and Lianzhen heard him, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 1242 Rapid Drop in Numbers. Chapter 1242 Rapid Drop in Numbers. Lin Ming and Crimson Wishjade's battle was the most intense fight to erupt on the Divine Seal altar so far, and also the highest level showdown. Everyone was watching it. As for Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword, after they defeated their opponents, they didn't immediately climb up to the 24th step. Instead, they stopped for a moment to look at Lin Ming's battle. "Interesting." Nether Limitless smiled. Then, he turned and began to climb up. Bloodless Sword also began climbing up to the 24th step. In their eyes, Lin Ming was only worth paying some attention to, but he wasn't a great worry. As for the other participants, they weren't able to remain so calm. The pressure that Lin Ming placed on them was far too great. "What a terrifying fellow! He's impossible to defeat." Originally just characters like Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and Dragon Fang were able to leave us gasping for breath, but now this dark horse Lin Ming has come from nowhere. How can we still live? If any of us aren't careful, then we'll be ruined. Of the martial artists present, 99% of them didn't have any confidence in facing Lin Ming. "This fellow is quite skilled. Isn't he a participant from your true martial world? He doesn't seem like a disciple from your true martial Holy Lands." Near Wu Final Cloud, a black-clothed swordsman with vibrant green hair said. "He isn't." Wu Final Cloud frowned. He didn't like to speak about Lin Ming. To him, Lin Ming was his shame. Indeed. "Well, if such a person existed in your true martial Holy Lands, I would have known about him already." "Brother Final Cloud, aren't you the big brother of the true martial world? While that Dragon Fang is a character that can't be provoked, It seems even this Lin Ming is going to outshine you soon. Do you plan on doing anything? In the eyes of that green-haired youth, Crimson Wishjade was simply a martial artist from a third-order world. She was naturally weaker than Wu Final Cloud. Wu Final Cloud and Lin Ming should be able to fight for some time. But what he didn't know was that Wu Final Cloud had already been defeated by Lin Ming. This battle had occurred in the Divine Dream World, and it couldn't be seen by outsiders. Who cares? If someone overshadows me, then I'm supposed to challenge them? Do I look like an idiot to you? Wu Final Cloud responded. The green-haired martial artist thought that this response didn't suit the normally haughty and arrogant Wu Final Cloud. Are you admitting that you aren't his match? The green-haired martial artist thought something was a bit strange. In his opinion, it was natural for Wu Final Cloud to avoid Dragon Fang. As for Lin Ming, although he was able to defeat Crimson Wishjade, they should still be on par with each other. But now that he listened to Wu Final Cloud's words, it seemed that he may have lost to Lin Ming before. I don't need you to worry about me. You do what you want. It's not my problem. Wu Final Cloud no longer spoke. He turned around to climb up the 24th step. He wasn't an idiot. If he knew that he would be suppressed by Lin Ming, why would he bother making such jokes? He believed that in that fight just now, Lin Ming hadn't even displayed half of his strength. Wu Final Cloud even had a creeping suspicion that if Lin Ming were to fight with Dragon Fang, Bloodless Sword, or so on, it was still a mystery who was weaker and who was stronger. Against such a freak, anyone that encountered him would be in for a bout of bad luck. He couldn't avoid him fast enough. As for the green-haired swordsman that just spoke, Wu Final Cloud hoped that he would bump into Lin Ming and experience some suffering himself. This was simply how people were. After suffering a loss and also knowing that he wouldn't be able to win in the future, he also hoped that others would do what he did and eat defeat. Wu Final Cloud climbed towards the 24th level. With his strength, as long as he didn't encounter the freakish powerhouses here and steadily continued upwards, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to pass the semifinals. Amazing! After being low-key for such a long time, Lin Ming actually defeated Crimson Wishjade in a single fell swoop. Crimson Wishjade is amongst the greatest geniuses to appear in the Crimson Light Holy Lands. Moreover, he also easily defeated her. It seems that Lin Ming had been intentionally saving his strength. The two twin hosts shouted from above a spirit boat. They certainly didn't know that Lin Ming was being deliberately probed by someone as he fought the spirit bodies. Senior apprentice Brother Lin has defeated the highest-ranking martial artist from the Crimson Light Holy Lands? Moreover, he did it so easily? On the 21st step, Yen Little Moon was shocked as she heard this. Because of where she was, she hadn't been able to see Lin Ming's battle at all. The Crimson Light Holy Lands was the ruling power of the Crimson Light World, the great world where the ancient Phoenix Clan headquarters were located. To the ancient Phoenix Clan, that untouchable mountain known as the Crimson Light Holy Lands had actually been defeated by Lin Ming. Yen Little Moon felt this was a bit unbelievable. All of the disciples of the ancient Phoenix Clan began loudly cheering in unison. Senior apprentice Brother Lin is too dashing. Haha. Well fought. This feels great. Our ancient Phoenix Clan can finally hold our heads up with pride. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix Clan were all extremely excited. The Crimson Light Holy Lands had always been a pressure on them, and none of them had ever even thought about pushing back. But now Lin Ming had done so, and he had done so amazingly. He had truly and honestly swept away the Crimson Light Holy Lands. How could they not feel amazing about such domineering aggression? On the 24th step, the number of martial artists in the first group had been reduced by over half again. Now there were only around 1,600 people. Even after meditating and resting for 2 hours, only another 200 to 300 more people climbed up. From the start, those that won in the first group were able to climb up to the 24th step. But these waves of participants behind them, even if they won their matches, weren't necessarily able to climb up to the 24th step. After being defeated by powerhouses on the 23rd step, some people simply weren't able to continue. Although the Divine Seal Altar's artifact spirit had healed their wounds, they still weren't able to restore their exhausted energy. Even though one could be defeated 4 times, just a single defeat would have a very great influence on their following results. On the 24th step, Lin Ming sat down. The area 1,000 feet around him had actually become empty. The people nearby were all staring at him with some fear in their eyes. This was a type of treatment that only universally acknowledged monstrous geniuses like Dragon Fang and Bloodless Sword received. Now, with the strength Lin Ming had displayed so far, he had been recognized as a top 10 master of these semifinals. Ha ha! No one is daring to approach senior apprentice Brother Lin. All those losers that were stupid enough to think of stirring up some trouble with senior apprentice Brother Lin Ming are now hiding from him. How fierce! Too fierce! There are only 10 people in total that can enjoy such treatment. But among them, senior apprentice Brother Lin has the lowest cultivation. To sit alone on the Divine Seal Altar and have everyone give him 1,000-foot berth, that was indeed the loneliness of a top master. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan all began to cheer out loud for Lin Ming. The battles of the 24th step were about to begin. There were now just under 1,900 martial artists on the 24th step. The ones that were still down under basically wouldn't be able to climb up anymore. Once these 1,900 people fought, less than half of them would be able to climb to the 25th step. Lin Ming stood up. The martial artists around him immediately tensed, their minds tightening as if they stood on needles. There were even some martial artists that began stepping backwards, and at this time Lin Ming moved. His speed was extremely fast. With a single step, he arrived in front of a small martial artist. This martial artist only came up to Lin Ming's chest. Compared to a normal man, he was a bit shorter. There was some fur on his face, making him seem like a short-furred monkey. This was clearly the manifestation of some special bloodline trait. As this monkey-like martial artist saw Lin Ming, he nearly bit his tongue in surprise. Shit, how can my luck be so bad? He had been so far away and yet this evil star had eyed him. He had wanted to run further away. The problem was that there was even more freakish monsters that occupied this step, and he would eventually have to bump into 1 or 2 of them. Especially that Nether Limitless. That fellow completely didn't read the mood, instead randomly fighting someone far or near with a seemingly random pattern. If one was chosen by those dozen-plus peak powerhouses, they could only blame their bad luck. Hold on. Great hero, stay your hand. Just as Lin Ming rushed forwards, that little fellow shouted out. His voice was sharp and extremely grating, similar to the howling of a monkey. Lin Ming slowed down. The little fellow sadly laughed for a moment before saying, "You don't need to do anything. I'll make my own exit out of here." The little fellow immediately turned around and ran to the cliff of the 24th step. Without further ado, he jumped straight down. As Lin Ming saw this, he was left speechless. Was this okay? The truth was that admitting defeat of one's own volition was much better than being beaten up and defeated. The Divine Seal Altar was a protracted war. Regardless of it being climbing to the next step or battling other participants, all of this consumed a massive amount of strength. Moreover, this exhaustion would accumulate over time at a perpetually increasing rate. There were many people that were mainly eliminated not because they were defeated 5 times or because they couldn't withstand the Empyrean pressure. Rather, they squandered their strength, and after exhausting their strength, they took pills to recover. Because this caused the true essence within their bodies to become chaotic and mixed up, they weren't able to display even half of their strength. They were thus naturally eliminated due to this. So, on the 24th step, Lin Ming won by default. On the 25th step, his opponent admitted defeat once more. The ones that admitted defeat were not just Lin Ming's opponents, but also Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and Dragon Fang's opponents. The number of participants decreased again. On the 26th step, there were less than 500 people remaining. Of the original 300,000 people, only this many were left over. However, not all of these 500 people were able to pass. In the semi-final region where Lin Ming was located, only 300 people would be able to finally pass the semi-finals. These 300 people would be selected from whomever was able to climb the highest. Those that reached a similar level would be prioritized based on how much time they took. Thus, for many participants, even though they knew they might step on some mine if they followed the first group, they still grit their teeth and continued upwards with them, all in order to save time. For ones like Yen Little Moon and Dragon One, although they hadn't yet been eliminated, it was impossible for them to pass the semi-finals. Without a doubt, 99% of those that passed these semi-finals would originate from these 500 people. As for the others, they might have encountered a storm of bad luck that made them bump into monstrous geniuses again and again. Even so, they would continue climbing later until they reached the top 300. On the 26th step, the pressure rose once again. The rivers of heaven and earth origin energy had become much thinner on the 26th step. But the Empyrean pressure had increased to the point that it was like a continuous waterfall crashing down on them. Moreover, the higher one went, the stronger the pressure was. How is this possible? I can't climb up any more? Halfway to the 26th step, a martial artist had reached his limit. Every step he took was extremely difficult. All this time, I've defeated every opponent, and I've also maintained my position in the first group, but I actually can't climb up any more. The martial artist grit his teeth and desperately struggled to stay on. However, the massive pressure continued to crash into him. Finally, his hands slipped and he fell from that massive cliff. This was the first time that someone from the first group, who had maintained complete victory over his opponents, had dropped down because they couldn't withstand the Empyrean pressure. This meant that after every step, more than half of them would be eliminated. For over half of the remaining participants to be eliminated with every step, this rate of elimination was far too terrifying. Before long, the number of people remaining on the Divine Seal altar would be able to be counted with one's hands. At that time, only a few powerhouses such as Lin Ming, Nether Limitless, Bloodless Sword, and Dragon Fang would be remaining. That would be the true battle of the Divine Seal altar. It was unavoidable. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.